What's up, everybody? How y'all doing this evening?
Hello.
It is good to see you guys. Glad you all could be here. So, real quick, let's do the little intro thing that I'm supposed to do because I keep forgetting about it now that I have it. Whatever. The moment's over. Never mind. So, guys, how's your week been? How was the 4th?
Hot.
Still got all my fingers.
And
Nobody lost any digits. Good to see.
Got most of them. We're good.
There we go. No, I actually have mine. You know, I was actually back when I was doing carpet installations, we had a guy who he decided he wanted to get disability, so he actually went and used the carpet knife to cut off his finger on the job one day.
That's not good.
Ooh.
Now, I got to tell you, a carpet knife is essentially just a double-sided razor blade. You know, very similar to like the old safety razors and all like that, but it's a little bit more narrow and a little long. Anybody who's ever used one of those will know that it is not good for cutting through bone.
No.
So I can only imagine the pain that he had to go through to try and get a disability check that they were like, dude, you're not disabled. You're missing part of your pinky finger. Go work. Like they looked at it like you can definitely still do your job with only part
Take
of
a
your
week
body
off.
missing.
Then we'll see you later.
That dude makes poor life choices.
Yeah.
I've never accused him of being smart. He was only a half-assed carpet layer anyway.
I could lay a mean carpet.
Oh yeah.
That's not what she said.
Whoa.
Don't talk about my girlfriend like that.
His right hand loves him very much.
Wide open. I had to walk through it.
All right, guys. I'm going to jump in, say hello to the chat now that we've I know everybody waits and waits because we always go live later than the show actually is supposed to start. And part of that is based off of how many people I actually see in the chat. Because if I'm only seeing like 3 or 4 people in the chat, I'm like, we'll wait a little bit more and let people in. But then I've realized people are waiting to even come into the chat because they know we're just going to go live late. So,
that or you get the notification.
That's right. Well, we've got Jim here as well as on screen hanging out. Frankie Rivero saying, what's up, everyone? Let's friggin' go. Now, mind you, he said this at like 9:36. He was ready to go 10 minutes before I even had this thing scheduled to go live. But that's how much Frankie is excited to see us here tonight. So thank you, Frankie. I appreciate it. He always says, late as always. It's all good. That's how we roll.
But that's loyalty. Frankie's got
That's
it.
right. That's exactly it. Everybody who watches the Clubhouse is extremely loyal, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys being here each week. Gaz is with us tonight saying, woo, let's do this. That's right, brother. And K-Dog Broadcasting saying, the fuck is up, peeps? And he's like, I see Delta 17 in the headline. Does that mean Ken will be joining in? You know he's going to show up later. Absolutely. He's always on like the latter half of the Clubhouse.
Usually when he's on a bus, taking him somewhere he's not supposed to go.
When he's supposed to be in an Uber.
Taking it to Uber.
Supposed to be an Uber, hop on a bus.
Walking into the girls' room.
As someone that's never been drunk before or drank or been high, is it possible to get on a bus and think that it's an Uber?
Well,
I mean, how...
I don't know.
But obviously be conscious enough to be like messaging and be in a chat.
Right, like to be holding enough of a conversation. But see, that's where I think that problem may have happened because he was taking all of his focus to do what he was doing. That
in his defense, he actually explained that like the Uber that he was taking was supposed to be like a big panel van. So it was like a minibus, and he actually ended up getting on a bus. So
not to mention, if you guys haven't watched last week, there's a wonderful story about he almost used the women's restroom at JoeFest. But fortunately, Sir Ed, the wise and the bold, was able to keep him from that loss of dignity.
yeah, and I had already had like 8 beers at that point in time and was still able to handle Ken. So
His
That's a mistake
dignity
you only
is
make
long
once.
gone at JoeFest. I'm just saying.
Going there, that's a mistake you only make once. So
I'm gonna have to get like that body harness. I'm gonna have to put Ken in the front, have Larry on the back, and then that will be. We'll come up with some kind of cosplay for it. Lawrence we'll call it Master Blaster. He can be sitting around on the back. Who runs Barter Town? And then I'll just walk around.
How do I leave?
We've got Ray Black and Nolan here with us as well tonight, making us fully officially a Toy Tube stream. Thank you both. Anime figure statue collector hanging out saying, Oz, hello, dude. Hope all is well. All is amazing, brother. If you want to jump on, hit me up on IG. I'll shoot you the link. We've got Duchess of Darkness coming in, giving us the spooky vibes as we have now. For those of us in America, once we typically get back past July 4th, you start to see more and more of the Halloween decorations start to show up. And, you know, in retail and stuff, people will start buying that stuff. For me, it's a very big start, like July 5th. It's like that final countdown to fall and everything that I love. So, Duchess, thank you for bringing those vibes into the chat tonight. I appreciate you. Figuratively speaking, John is here this evening. JMax77, what's going on, brother? Glad to see you. And the man of the hour who sent the amazing care package that I'm going to be diving into and opening up tonight, Emerald Knight Photos.
Hey. Yeah, we both got packages. Sadly, I already opened mine because I was impatient and I saw it and I was like, yee.
Just going to say this, bud. Nobody will ever accuse you of being able to edge.
True. My hands were all over that figure, just rubbing it up and down.
No restraint. He is all over it the moment it gets in hand.
I'm a big fan of instant gratification. I can
Yes.
support that.
Thank you.
I'm not real good at waiting.
There you go. Me, I've mastered the art of edging for toys because no matter what day of the week it shows up, fortunately, most of the time it's the latter half of the week, so I'm not really waiting that long. But I do always, wait until the weekend just so I got something to open up with all of you guys and share that experience because I love doing that with you guys.
But mine showed up Monday.
I know.
You
You would have been sitting there. You would have been sitting there all week just looking at it like, oh, man.
I actually contemplated opening it up, messing with it, and then putting it in the box, retaping it, and being like, so, guys, my first time opening this.
Which is
the cool
what
part
about Mythic Legions. You can do that.
As a kid, birthday presents, Christmas presents, I always open them early, play with them, and put them back in the package and put them back in the bag. And then be like, oh, wow, you got me this Power Ranger toy. Thank you. Wow.
I've never seen this before, ever. Why does it have Cheeto smudges on it? But, John, thank you very much, brother. I appreciate you sending this box out to me. I'm going to have a great time tonight opening up everything. We've got Checkpoint Bravo here in the chat, joining us from over, I believe, on Punk's channel. Thank you for being here. If you're wondering why you may not be seeing all this, I'm only saying this because I don't actually seem to remember you in the chat before. It's because it splits the chats.
Yeah.
So Checkpoint
that's a new
Bravo
name for me.
Yeah, if you're wondering why you're only seeing part of the conversation or you don't see everything, that's one of the reasons why on my channel is where most of the chat is going on this evening. But as the night goes on, a lot of people start showing up on Punk's channel as well. But we are glad to have you here regardless of which chat you are in. Fat Red Foo, or as Lawrence likes to call him, Fatrid, saying hello, Oz, Ed, Largo, Buddy, and Punk. And you forgot Renders FX. I know you guys probably can't see his name right now. Amazing sculptor. You may have heard his names on such projects as Musk, as well as, of course, one that I really like to bring up.
Hi, and then I'm going to bed.
What's
I thought you had a date.
I just want to say hi, and then I'm going to bed.
Are you high?
You're rubbing it. Am I high?
You look a little flushed and you're smiling, and
he is hot on
I
life.
just had to
That is called a sunburn. But I went swimming on the 4th of July. I have a little bit of a sunburn.
Oh, you went out in the sun? Poor
Yes,
bastard.
I went out in the sun. I know. I went outside. Ed would be
Aaron, your
proud of
pale
me.
ass shouldn't be out in the sun without sunscreen.
Right?
I had sunscreen on. I had 50 sunscreen on.
It didn't work.
Yeah, no, it does not work. I don't tan. I burn.
How's
typically what happens.
how's the workout routine going? Been watching your
Going
progress there.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going well. So I can't complain. 35 pounds, 6.5 inches.
Nice.
That's awesome, brother. That
Congratulations.
is
Hard work,
Yeah,
man.
I wasn't 6.5 loss. At 6.5 gain.
That was chest gain.
Yeah.
Filling up those pythons next.
I don't have to worry about my pythons. My arms are good. That's the problem. I need everything else to grow. My arms are fine.
Right?
I
I need my
kind of like
stomach
me.
to shrink, my chest to bulk up a little bit again.
I can gain weight everywhere except my freaking ass. It's like a frog standing straight up. Visual
Squats.
for all of you.
Thanks, bud. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well, it's good to have you here, Aaron. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah, I got a few
I
minutes.
enjoy
I'll figure out hanging out with you guys for a little bit.
Sounds good, brother. All right. We've got Sunny Sundries in the chat saying, "Good day, Ozholes," all the way over in my continent, the land of Oz. Appreciate it. And Hyperdelic here saying, "Ladies, ladies, ladies, and gentle dudes, howdy." What's going on, Hyperdelic? Good to have you here, brother. The Man Collects saying, "Evening, ladies and gents." We've got Jeff Morris. It's Gonzo. Again, both from over in Punk's chat. Good to see you guys. And the other AA Ron, the toy enhancer, is here saying, "Ladies and Delta 17, my two favorite things." That's what I like to hear, brother. Sergeant Reds, Toys and Collectibles saying, "Oh my, what's going on?" Thank you for being here. We always like hearing Punk stories about you guys coming in or about him coming into your store. I can't talk. It's cool.
We still don't believe you let him into your store, so that's a good thing.
They just
his wife is gonna put one of my stickers on her van, so
cool.
once I see it, I'll have it posted.
Is that because you were too short to jump up and slap it on there yourself?
Probably.
I didn't get a sticker at JoeFest.
Bullshit.
How did you not get a sticker?
I got
That's
5.
okay, Ed.
I didn't get a sticker. I got 5.
Well, there you go. I was going to say, is that like how somehow you and I didn't get a selfie at PowerCon last year?
Yeah, no, we
somehow,
did. We just nobody knows who took it.
right. You know what? I bet you if I ask Ziggy, I bet he's got a bunch of them that I remember
Probably.
taking, and I don't have them.
Yep.
I should get those from him at some point. Andrew Davis here. Lock in. It's Clubhouse time. That's right, brother. And I have no idea how far back or how far forward he is and what we've got going on.
No idea. You know what's funny is I had to download the StreamYard app to actually join this time instead of using Safari. So I guess they did something
Oh,
weird.
some kind of update for Apple stuff?
Yeah,
or-
so you can't actually get onto it from Safari or Chrome on my phone.
I'm on Chrome on mine.
I was going to say, I used Chrome
Still
earlier.
usually works, but I know they've been having problems in Safari. So
Yeah. So they created a guest app now.
Interesting. Very interesting.
It's got a better interface, honestly, because I can see the comments. That anything that you put up, I can see it, and I don't have to flip between two screens. So it's nice,
Good, good.
streamlined.
Renders pulling the double duty in chat and on screen, as well as Lone Dragon here saying, "Don't fall off the clubhouse, Lawrence. Don't fall off."
there's
I
a
don't
couple
think
more
we've
new
had
people
anybody.
down below us.
Oh, okay. See, I thought I was at the bottom, but nope, not yet. We've got Zazel's Clubhouse, the other clubhouse, saying, "What's up, cool dudes, brother Zazel?
Hazel.
You ever want to jump on and hang out with us some night, brother? Hit me up. I'll shoot you the link. Be good to have you back on. You haven't been in for a while." Stanley's Toy Channel saying, "Hello, everyone. Just got done watching WWE Money in the Bank. Oh, did Travis's son win? I know he was looking to cash in tonight.
Son of Wonder.
The little wonderful son of wonder.
If
Sadly,
he does,
probably
hopefully he. I mean, there's a better chance that he'll win by cashing in that Money in the Bank before those fucking Hexastacks get out.
Oh, look, man. I don't know. I saw Travis was
Oh.
getting wrapped up by
Oh.
Kane a little earlier. Who knows if they'll ever come out now?
Yeah.
He was at the bad end of the choke
Exactly.
slam.
Yeah.
Stanley, it's good to have you back, brother. We've missed you over the couple of weeks, and we did notice you weren't here. We noticed, like, we haven't seen Stanley's toy channel in a while. Hope everything's okay.
Go hang out with mommy. Sorry.
What'd you tell me to do?
Give my eyes.
They were little things. Like,
We've got Justin Booth here. Good to have you pop up and say what's got to be said. Most of us agree with that sentiment. I agree. And Random Diorama saying, what's up, everyone? Good to see you, brother. Glad to have you here. Dave's Dimension saying, hello, gents. What's going on, Dave? Fellow good Ghostbuster friend. And we've got Madsen in the house saying, I see how it is. I streamed 5 hours last night and you forget about me tonight. Did I not send you the link tonight? I could have sworn I sent it to you earlier. Hold on a second.
You guys were on 5 hours last night, Punk?
Oh, they were on for a while. Like, I literally fell asleep
I saw
while
that
watching.
recording this morning.
That's
I was like,
hardcore.
I don't know if I want to play into that one.
I'm just glad to say all this training on Clubhouse you've been doing has been paying off, Lawrence, so that you can have 5-6 hour live streams. But we all know how it gets. Like, you just have a good flowing conversation and it doesn't want to stop. That's the whole reason this show started going on so long.
2 hours into it, I was ready to pass out.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes it gets like
I'm sure
that.
you were.
Y'all can tell when I hit that point at the end of the night because I'm not saying anything really, and I'm normally like shopping on eBay or looking at stuff. It's completely irrelevant. Spending 2.5 hours to find one picture of a Valiant Knight sitting in the palm of somebody's hand.
That's
Gaz
why
knows
Oz
what I'm
gave me.
talking
That's
about.
why Oz gave me power of his StreamYard, not because he's worried that he won't be here, but when he falls asleep, I can, take care of everything for him.
That's
I was
right.
about-
That's
I was about ready to let Matthew just take it over. I'm out of
well. See, that's another plus side. As I go and dig through
Well,
all
dude,
of these
I
Delta
just wanted to say hi.
17.
Let's hang.
All right. Well, we're sad you won't be staying with us for long here,
Had some
brother.
time figured out. But
Later, brother.
y'all have a good one.
We appreciate you being here, my friend. Thank
You
you.
already leaving? Oh, jeez.
Pops in and pops out, man.
Elvis
In
is
and
like-
out real quick.
Just like Punk.
Jam! I noticed it got real quiet after that.
I was waiting for somebody-
Well,
That's what she said.
So, Renders, as it's your first
Yeah.
time on the show with us here tonight for the Clubhouse, why don't you go ahead and tell everybody who may not be as familiar with your work
Sure.
what it is that you
Sure.
do, what you've been working on?
Well, I'm more interested in what you guys are up to, but yeah, I'll yak about myself a little bit. I appreciate the invite for being on the show, guys, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm working currently as the lead sculptor and toy designer for the new and up and coming Hatter Toys. So we just had our first release with Flip War, and that Kickstarter, it kind of kicked some ass, and it was only due to the fans out there that were into that thing. Our design philosophy on that thing was taking kind of Motu classifieds and Playmates TMNT, and mashing this concept together, this brilliant idea that Hatter had, and it just resonated with folks, and we couldn't be more grateful for it. So I got to sculpt that and design all the parts and stuff, and send that off to Ramen Toy to actually inject and make molds, at which Ace is working diligently on that, working on some new sculpts. The Flipboard team is about to speak at SDCC. We'll have a little hour-long presence, I think, on, I don't know if I'm allowed to say what day it is or whatever, but pretty stoked about that. So we'll be talking about, when I'm handed the mic, I'll be just talking about what little I know, which was sculpting and toy design and trying to get into this crazy industry, and kind of what inspired me and how to go about it. So that's what I'm up to at the moment. I've got a couple other third parties that I'm working with as well, a couple commissions and things like that. But I come from a background of clay sculpture, started with clay sculpture making monster masks, went to the Stan Winston School of Character Arts, did some portrait sculpting with Philippe Farreau to learn, anatomy and go through that stuff. Again, I've got a life of poor life choices. I went in the military to try to pay for art school. So, very confused type of person I am, but
Hey.
so far, you know,
What branch of the military? First of all, let's start there.
Air Force. So
Oh, bad
yeah,
choice.
it broke the old man's heart. He was a mountain warfare training instructor Marine, so that was a bad day for him. But you know, so I had a long career in a different industry, in a completely different industry. But I always wanted to, you know, I always was doing kind of art stuff in the background. Once I got comfortable with that industry and in a side business and things were going okay, I started really leaning more on the art, my passion, you know, toy design, mask design, monsters, action figures, and just met up with Hatter at the right time. And Mega J Retro threw me an invite. He said, "Hey, dude, we'd love to hire you. Come aboard." And the rest is history. You know, we went out there and did our first project, and Lord help us, it did really well. I think we were originally thinking, you know, this will be a fun joke. It kind of blew up in our face. We're like, holy crap, it's happening. We actually, you know, so every day, you know, I'm sitting here, like, here's our new little flipper coin that my first actual collectible coin I got to sculpt, and that's coming out for folks who are getting in on the Kickstarter and or the backer kit, I think. So that was super fun to sculpt and design, and yeah, it's just been awesome, you know. And I know I'm rambling here, but my philosophy and what I'm excited to do here in the future is, if you check out my Instagram, I'm developing these non-licensable kind of Kenner superpower sort of designed figures that could be printed and assembled and using probably Glyos pins. But the point is, I'm trying to develop sort of an introduction to toy design for anybody out there that's interested. If you've ever wanted to build a toy, design a toy, use the same tool set that Mattel and Hasbro and Super 7 and all the amazing Four Horsemen. Eric is, every time I've been his ear, he's been amazing. And just sort of share it. Like, this is what you use. This is how you start. This is what I'd recommend. This is how to kind of get going if that's something you've ever been interested in. Anyway, you know, that's what I'm working towards. But coming up, talking to SDCC, that'll be really fun. There's either going to be dozens of people or 6 people or hundreds. We don't know. We have no idea who's going to show up, but there's always a lot of people at SDCC. So it's a real honor to be there on the stage in any capacity.
So in all transparency, what's your favorite medium to work in? The physical stuff with the clay, or you like the 3D better?
You know, man, I will say, you know, it used to be there was nothing more tactile and rewarding than clay, pulling that off. But I mean, I sit, you know, like I'm sculpting right now digitally. It was such a huge learning curve for me personally. And I've heard that from even people like Eric at the Four Horsemen, that it's a kind of a very challenging learning curve at first. And then once it starts to click, and I'm still a student, I'm an expert in nothing, but man, if something's grooving, I'm smiling the whole time I'm designing something and sculpting and it's clicking. And now what's crazy and what I envy with folks getting into the industry now is that you can, thank you. You can invest in some resin printers. You can invest in, you can invest in FDM printers now of higher quality and make life-size crazy stuff. You know, you can
every time you pull that up, I get a little joygasm when I see that.
Nice. I'll be bringing
it's
these.
So hideous. And I just love it.
Yeah, these will be fun. I'm designing a bunch of masks for Legions Con, and if you're into it and you're interested in one, every mask that I sell, you'll get also a Render's FX headstand, which is good for silicone or latex monster masks as well. But you know, that's what I'll probably mostly be selling there if people are interested in it. It's my first time at Legions Con, which is a real privilege. That's one of my favorite shows of all time. So it's I'm super, super stoked about it. But with all that, guys, I've taken enough mic time here. I love sculpting. It was an excellent question. Digital sculpting right now for me it's just what you can do with that once you've digitally sculpted it. Now I can send the file to China. It can go to a factory. They can say, this is all right. You suck at your job, redo this part. And I'm like, oh crap. But I could do it instantly and send and email the file over, and they're going to town. It used to be in clay. If you're making something and you make a mold of it, it can get lost in the mail. It could, I wasn't in the industry at that point in time, but even with mask making, you can spend 40 hours on a sculpture, and then you try to mold it, and you screw it up. You destroy the thing, and you're like, crap, and you got to redo it. So digitally, it's just so incredibly rewarding. I mean, I'll throw this. I needed a back scratcher. I went out there and just made one real quick, boop, boop, and just I got a back scratcher today.
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. I've got it's anyway. I can go on, but where the industry is right now, with the ability to get started at a relatively conservative price point, to invest in the tools, to buy printers, to buy the software, it's just an amazing time. If you've ever wanted to design toys, today's the day. It is right now. It's the amazing time. And shows like JoeFest, PowerCon, Toylanta. There's a Joe Lanta's a show coming up. You're going to meet amazing people that are just, man, everyone's so damn cool. All the other art industries, I'll tell you this. Now, I'm also a tech guy. I've been able to work like tech stuff for people that were amazing artists, and I was just the tech guy at the time. But no industry has been more welcoming and cool and just so laid back than not the work, but the actual, like, the industry and the people. The toy industry is where it's at. Monster masks, I love them so much, but it's a smaller audience. Toy sculpting, toy design, it's a big industry. And if you're interested in doing it, you totally can. You can start tomorrow. You could do it from your house. Design your own toys, design your own figures, design your articulation schemes. I've got a stack of figures that everything from the most brilliant and beloved to me, Toyline Ever Mythic Legions, to Mo2 Classics, to Origins, to Joe Classifieds. I got to shake the hand of Corey Canalupe like 16 times. I probably freaked the guy out. I'm such a huge fan. I was like, I get to talk to him in person and just rap about ZBrush and talk about like the industry and stuff, man. So if you like to dork out like I do, and you're passionate about this stuff, and you've ever been interested in making it, holy crap, guys, today's the day. You can totally do it. I'm a complete moron, and if I can do it, anyone out there can.
Well, we weren't going to say anything, but So you were at JoeFest just 2 weekends ago?
I was, yeah. I snuck down there on like a Sunday. Did shook hands with a couple folks and a couple friends, and got to see Jay, Mega J Retro, and a buddy of mine, good buddy of mine. And that guy is like one of the best human beings I've ever met, and I've had the pleasure to work with him on the flip war. Oh, you got to meet. Did
you get any of these stickers? If so, you met me. If not, we probably didn't meet.
You know what? I'm almost certain I met you standing with Jay for like 30 seconds, because it might have. Again, it was everyone meeting everybody very quickly. But
yeah,
it's a whirlwind, especially like if you're only going to be there for a day, because like again, we were there for multiple days of PowerCon, and we ended up missing each other, right? Punk was only there for a day, so he had to like breeze through and see everybody. I know, several of us were there, and somehow you still end up missing people. It's just how it happens. So it's good that we will get other chances to see each other again. Yeah.
And Oz, I think you and I, dude, we're on the East Coast, right? You're in Maryland, I think, or I don't want to.
I'm in Maryland. Yeah, okay. Myself and Corey, Make Shape Create, and we're both Maryland based.
Nice. Yep. All right.
Yeah.
I'm Virginia based, so we're not too far.
Oh no, you're
just around the Beltway.
Yep.
Yeah, it was kind of cool
What-
watching Mad Hatter talking. I think he was talking with Mega J the other night, talking about the new figure, and he's usually kind of a little cynical about stuff. He was super excited about this. You could tell he's really digging how this is going. So that's cool.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. And you know what Mad Hatter is the reason why I'm going to be forever loyal to that dude. Even now, I did have an artistic meltdown, I think, in the process at one point. But but the reason why that I'll be following that guy to whatever depths of hell we need to go to is he gave me he believed in me before I even believed in myself. He saw something there. He's like, dude, you're hired. Let's go. And I would throw stuff at him. That idea, that secret sauce, that Arby's sauce formula of Mo2 and classifieds with an element of Playmates TMNT. When I said, would that work for your dream, for your concept? And he's like, dude, holy crap, let's go. Then I knew I was working with the right crew.
Yeah.
You had mentioned Playmates Turtles. Have you seen it's I think it was on like 1990 or something, but they had the turtles that could flip. You would like turn to the side, it would get stuck in the pose, and then after a couple seconds it would like let loose and the actual figure would like flip.
Oh, like the vintage Playmates? Yeah.
Do that, but for like a deluxe flipboard. A flipboard that can actually flip while he flips his like arms.
Well,
just saying, just putting that out in the world.
He does have the play feature of flipping people off. So I mean, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, that's
flip.
That's an awesome idea, man.
There we go.
Now I'll give Ace the credit. Definitely due is that I worked on the sculpture, but he's like, no, when Hatter said we want an action feature, Ace, that's where the toy design. I mean, he's done some really kick-ass smart stuff with engineering. When you look at like sort of his, I'll say tribute pieces, the kind of the mask centric but his own thing, the engineering that goes behind that stuff, guys, it's very fascinating. So he was able to like very quickly, he had some engineers take a look at helping with like the action feature. There's engineering inside the chest that I sculpted to make that thing not only flip, like remember old school Fisto just kind of was like a spring thing that would go up. But what was cooler was people nowadays would want to ratchet things so they can still pose the figure. But then when you want to, there's Brick. Brick's amazing.
Brick is absolutely one of the best. He actually got his start with live streaming here on the show. We opened our Headless Horseman together.
That's awesome. Yeah. Brick's one of those dudes that it's like super humble, but he's going to be huge.
Most amazing.
Yeah. His channel is going to go super far. That ratchet design, it just seems like such an arbitrary thing, but holy crap, the mechanics involved to actually be able to still position the arm whatever you want, but then actually still have the action feature go off inside it that's a thing, man. And it's all these things that I think I took for advantage when we're younger and we're messing with this stuff, and then when you have to sit down and like now make it, you're like, oh crap, it's a challenge, man. And it's if now I do a lot of like cybersecurity stuff on the 9 to 5, and sculpting is my other business. So with ZBrush and sculpting and design and toy engineering now, it's that left and right brain thing, I think, that comes together that wags my tail, because you get the sculpt and then you're like, okay, now we need to actually design that. And you're going to meet sculptors who are just amazing sculptors, but maybe they're not really in a place where they want to toy engineer. My passion is more into sculpting, but I'm working on, I'm doing more and more toy engineering and cutting and articulation designs, and it's a thing, man. It's now I've rambled on for long enough here, but I just want to say to the folks watching, if I haven't lost you yet, if you're into it and you've ever wanted to, go do it. And hopefully soon, I'd love to put out for free some some recommendations for folks who are kind of interested in it. Like, this is how you start. This is where you go. This is the tool you use. This, let's go through some basics. Let's work on, like right now I'm working on just on Instagram, just a series of, like, I put out Space Ghost today. It's a Kenner's it's a vintage Kenner's superpowers style figure, 7 points of articulation, simple. I'd like to use the Glyos pin system because I think that would be fun to be able to pop the parts off a lot easier. And it's simple, but it unlocks design.
You had me at Space Ghost.
Yeah. Oh, what's that?
I said you had me at Space Ghost.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I was like, man, he is so underrepresented. We got to get Space Ghost out there. So
all those old Hanna-Barbera superheroes.
Man, yeah. So I got more of his crew coming up, but I think yesterday I did an Iron Man that was what I'm doing is, and this is for fun, is taking the Kenner superpowers design philosophies, but then bringing in the Mattel Secret Wars figures and DC characters, and then just doing a versus in the Kenner style, maybe a little, in my own sculpture, of course, my own sculptural style, a little updated perhaps, but anything goes. Space Ghost doesn't belong to either one, but he
doesn't matter. He belongs.
He belongs.
Well,
he commands.
There's Power Stars or whatever that's got like the Phantom and
Rocketeer.
Yeah.
I think Toy Otter worked on it. Toy Otter's like a hero.
Long Box Heroes, Toy Otter.
Yeah. Those guys rock, man. Toy Otter is next level. But I didn't want to copy what Toy Otter had done better than anyone I had ever seen. So I was like, I'll sculpt my own buck, but I want it in the 4.5 scale. I want it to sit with the old Kenner and dare I say the newer McFarlane superpowers, but my own sculptural style, my own twist on human anatomy, and pump out characters that I just love. I'd love to see in that style. So I've got an Iron Man that has the classic helmet. It's got the pointy helmet, and then I snuck in a hybrid helmet that I designed myself for the lulz that leads into the movie helmet. So I've got a picture of the classic like 84 Iron Man suit, but the movie helmet as an additional head that you can pop on there. It's just fun stuff, man. And can't sell this stuff, but for practice and for students and for printing and sharing, study, and just making design choices and sharing that, invaluable. So, I have fun doing it.
Very cool.
Dude,
well, if you
I'm excited for those.
Yeah, our buddy Ed can flock it. So
nice.
He can flock just about anything.
I have flocked just about everything.
He can flock
You
the
can
shit
even
out of
flock your mom.
Yeah.
My mom needs a flocking. So what I'll do is we'll send you we got to work on a swamp thing.
I can flock it for you. I actually have green flocks though. So.
Yeah, a flock swamp thing needs to happen.
I'm down for that. I would love to see a flocking swamp thing, man, because and I'd like it to look kind of like the 90s swamp toys too.
With some scented oils, we can even have it
that
smell like pine.
There you go. You do a better job than Mattel did with their current moss trash. I mean, what?
Right.
I only say that because it does not smell like it briefly smells out the box, but it smells more like the damn plastic than the pine scent.
Yeah. The pine and the plastic together actually is a horrible smell.
I'd love to see somebody do a good Blue Falcon and Dino Mutt set.
Oh hell yeah!
We got one from
I've left this
Mommy a couple years ago.
Yeah,
and that nothing since then. Well, the Scoob movie they did one, but that one wasn't very good.
Yeah, that one for the Scoob movie was disappointing.
Yeah.
Well, you have set the chat on fire right now with everybody wanting Brack and Zorak to go with the Space Ghost. Lone Dragon just wants a 6-inch Scooby-Doo line.
Yeah.
Lone Dragon brings that up in every chat he possibly can that he wants to.
I've got Scooby-Doo and the gang sitting in one of these drawers. They're gonna team up and hang out with the Ghostbusters and that new. See, they don't call them the Toonie Terrors when NECA does the other properties.
Yeah,
but that Toonie Angela Lansbury from Murder, She Wrote, she's gonna team up with the Scooby Gang too.
Yeah, they don't call them the Toonie Terrors when they're the same scale,
No,
but
'cause-
different line. Yeah,
Right. Same kind of style, that
Yep.
goofy kind of cartoon look, but they don't call them Toonie Terrors.
I've gotten my
So-
oldest daughter who loves Halloween a couple of the Toonie Terrors, Scream, and I think
I just
Jason
like them
Voorhees.
because, right, you could put them again with those Scooby-Doo toys, right?
Oh,
the
yeah.
ones that came out like at Walmart a couple years back. You can put like Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees, Mike Myers in with the Scooby-Doo gang, and it
Yeah.
fits. Like, it looks.
That's cool.
Scooby's another one of those properties that's like TMNT, though, right? That thing just keeps getting revitalized and put back out there.
And
so
I
it's
love it.
awesome.
And I'll
Yeah.
keep buying it.
What do you guys think
Same.
of these new, Ben Cooper figures that have the old?
Love them.
Oh, isn't that
Oh, the
cool?
old Ben Cooper costume figures. I've
Yeah.
never seen them except for pictures. I wanted to get them, but
I love
remember
them.
wearing those
I
cheesy-
can't find them on shelf, but I love them.
Oh yeah, those plastic suits with the really nasty mask that
Yeah.
would just like you couldn't breathe in it.
no one had to guess who you were because it was written all over your chest too. So that was a good
Yeah.
part about it.
Yeah, that always helped. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I've
those
got
masks, they
the
were
picture
made with
of
razor
me
blades.
wearing the mummy. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, those masks over time. Remember, as kids, or a little older than we're supposed to be wearing them, and man, the plastic eventually just cut the hell out of your mouth.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All the time. All the
With
time.
that little slit for you to try to breathe through. It was like no.
Whoops.
Now,
Sorry.
Topstone's
Did
another
we do it at the
company-
same time?
Yeah.
Well,
What's going on, Roger?
Hey,
What's up, brother?
What's up, guy? The Scooby-Doo 3-inch toy line from Playmobil wasn't that bad if you had a
No.
3-inch, but at least you get play sets with that, like the Haunted Castle.
Playmobil's great.
Only thing is the pricing currently with Playmobil. Otherwise,
Well, Mezco did a really nice their 5 POA Scooby Doo set too, which was really nice. But yeah, it was pricey.
Brick definitely hit it on the head by saying the Ben Cooper packaging
Yeah,
is nostalgia bait, because we all remember going in and seeing them like that hanging on the rack.
Yeah.
Your little plastic smock or shirt, or then later it was almost like more like pajama type material, but it was still the same mummy mask, because I had the mummy one growing up. So like that figure definitely hits a real the mummy one specifically, because that was my mummy costume when I was a kid.
Jim and I
But-
are old enough to remember when they came in cake boxes. Remember that, Jim?
Yep. It had the size written on the side. You had to try to
Yep.
find the one that would fit you. Oh yeah.
I've only
You know,
seen
you guys
those in the
brought up-
pictures.
You guys brought up Scooby Doo. I think Boss Fight would be perfect for Scooby Doo.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
their new Garfield line looks good, man.
Yeah, I mean, they'd be perfect. I mean, all those cartoons that they've done, or the Fraggle Rocks, right? They've
Yep.
nailed.
Yeah.
And all their figures are made really nicely.
I just want a 1/12 scale Scooby Gang to go with my Monster Force whenever that comes out. That just seems like a perfect marriage right there.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why not? We need to have that. So shout out to Roger here, anime figure statue collector. For anybody, if you're not following him on IG, definitely go check this guy out. It's
Thank
good
you,
to
thank
have you
you.
on the show, brother.
Yeah, thank you. I was having dinner with my family, and I was like, yeah, I'll hop in. It's been a while.
It has been. It's been almost a year, I think, since the last time you came on.
What's up? What's everyone got? Anyone got anything new?
Oh yeah, I definitely got lots of new myself tonight. Who did we have
Thank
fall off?
Bud,
maybe
Bud,
just
Did his
connect.
phone?
Bud fell off. Probably phone died.
Maybe
Phone
just-
overheated. We got Delta 17 in the house tonight. I got a lot of these to open up. I'm going to hold off on Kestrel and Death Sparrow till a little bit later, because Ken is supposed to be arriving this evening. Also got this bad boy, Shadow Elf, out of the re-releases from Mythic Legions.
Nice.
When I saw this was one of those characters, I was like, yes, please. I know my sister and I both were really hoping to get this, so I'm super happy to have it. I did want to also shout out to the first thing of renders that I ever saw, and anybody who watches Toy Frenzy will have seen this. He sent Skelly, if you guys have ever seen the Skelevator helmet and the Skeletor look, he's the one who made that, and it sits on that beautiful stand he was showing off earlier. A little bit smaller scale, but you know, I had made Skelly, and let me see if I can find it if I scroll this up here. I had made this little image that you see right next to Jim up here at the top for Skelly a while ago, of just basically a Skeletor skull wearing a Darth Vader helmet with a little bit bluish purple tinge and the greens and the blues in the face there with that yellow. And basically Renders is actually, it's funny, we worked completely independently of one another on this, but that's almost exactly how you made that look in print form. So it's really cool to see that, brother. Thank you.
Dang. Dude, I went to Frankincense today out in Southern California. It's like a giant, it's like a mini Comic Con. It's open like 4 days a week. And they sell anime figures, you know, action figures, sports memorabilia, you name it, they got it. They got 2 things. I think I got it.
Hold on, let's get you full screen here.
Really big One Piece fan, and I got big old box.
Wow, man, that was awesome.
Gonna open them soon, but yeah, they're awesome pieces.
Oh, that's sweet.
Really well done. Oh yeah.
Yeah, all of us on the East Coast have heard about Frankincense and are jealous of Frankincense because we don't have that over here on the East Coast.
We're not lucky.
No.
Ooh. Some turtles.
Oh yeah, Bud's been working on real hard on some soft goods with his turtles here. If anybody notices.
Yeah.
So I will send you a link or a picture that you can put up on full screen for a comparison.
I think it really would have been good. But
there you go.
alas,
awesome,
that
man.
is what happened. And you know,
Yes, dude, I really dig the soft goods.
and
It's nice.
I told because before Kate left,
And you made those yourself, right, dude?
She talked for a few minutes before,
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
you know, she had to leave and she had to mail something out, mail package. But she
I
was
really
saying,
respect
like,
that is so darn hard to any cloth goods, anything where it's actually you have to stitch it, size it. That is black magic, man. So hats off.
Not stitching, literally everything.
She wanted to show
super cool.
Little fabric too, yeah.
So literally, she dumped off Io's dead.
So this is what I'm trying to make. As a kid, I had this VHS and I watched it until it broke.
Hey, Bud,
Like
could you
I
shut
loved
up?
it.
Bud, could you shut up? I'm trying to hear your sister's conversation.
Oh, okay.
It's way more interesting than you.
Lawrence, that's mean.
So mean.
Bud never says anything mean about you. He never draws anything mean
So
about
he's
you.
probably drawing something right now.
Soon.
He's
How
drawing
do
you
you-
with your head on your hands like this, kicking your feet behind you, listening to his sister's conversation.
Yeah, probably me on one side of the wall with a glass, listening to his sister on the phone.
Lawrence getting turned away from a roller coaster.
Oh, here he comes, asshole himself.
I just had to say something.
So
What's
yeah,
up,
for
Fred?
everybody who was wondering,
What's going on?
but I gotta
Yeah,
say,
I've
doing
got to
these
do
with the
actual
turtles are great.
targets.
I only have 2 of those. 2 of the turtles out of that. I need
Well, the reason I did it with the turtles of Gray Skull, because I was originally gonna just buy the NECA figures, but the turtles have a function where you can pull the shell off, and it's like coming out of the shells. Oh my gosh! So I started making up at least like knee pads, elbow pads, and stuff.
Okay, all right, nice.
So now you got to make some instruments, bud.
Yeah, that part. I'm gonna try to make it out of like
You
a
can do
plastic plate, but
Come on, bud. You can do it. A little
Yeah.
styrene, a little glue, you're good.
All right, Ed, you are in command of the chat because I want to open up some toys.
All right, I got it.
Rednon, you still working on your GI Joe?
yeah, the only thing I have left to complete the look.
Go ahead, Rednon.
Somewhat, Largo. Yeah, I did that last night where I did this guy.
Well, let me bring up
this up.
Yeah, I missed that one last night. Oh, that looks good.
Ooh.
Not too bad. I mean, still got the toothpick pivot, but it's working out.
So janky.
It's so janky, dude. But it's going to be working. You're going to do a couple of details left, and I don't know. I kind of want to do, like, if I had stickers, like water decals, but that's all right.
You have the green
And
ones
this
put
thing-
together? Yeah, there it is.
Every time I pick this thing up, it falls apart. So, yeah, little missile launcher action.
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah. See, there it goes.
Yeah.
May I address Render's effects for a moment, please?
Please, go ahead, Sonny.
No, you can't. We are gatekeeping him.
You said earlier that it's super easy now to get into the toy industry, toy business, right?
Yes.
In some ways, I would like to disagree because only if you have the artistic talent. But if you are like myself, if you are born left-handed, but you had a shitty conservative teacher who forced you to write right-handed, and you lose your eye-to-hand coordination, things are getting more complicated because I have a ton of ideas in my head. I got into contact with, for example, a 3D sculptor who also makes 3D prints to just to realize one of my ideas. And all I have is like I have a pencil sketch and some some photo montage or where I put things together, all to make like the rough figure or the rough item somewhat visible, as well as all the function it has. And he's still somewhat struggling. He said you have to get a concept artist to do the job and forming the design of it. So it's not that easy at all for some people. So
Well, I don't know. Not having talent never stopped. What was his name? Rob Liefeld. He never learned how to draw feet. But he did okay.
Still
I
doesn't
like
draw
Rob
feet.
Liefeld.
Well,
Poor Rabbi, he never lives that down.
Yeah,
I
well,
never will.
I definitely appreciate that that feedback and point, and you know, I'd love to see. There's one action figure design course that a brilliant advanced sculptor who is fairly prolific, I think, in the Mythic Legions community, Seba Dom, I think he's from Spain.
Yeah, Seba Dom. Yep.
Yeah, and he actually put out an action figure course that I joined as a student, and it talks about articulation, but when you start, you really have to be, you have to already know the tool set pretty well to get started in the engineering side of things. But that's a valuable perspective. If I think what would be cool is to try to provide maybe people something like, this is the first Lego that you put down. This is the starting block. This is where we start to develop some of the skill set. And maybe no one cares, but I'm hoping that maybe if presenting kind of a new format that starts at ground zero and builds up, if you like drawing, if you like design, your example of kit bashing is actually that's a valuable design tactic. Taking things, Photoshop, mixing pictures together, trying to build a concept. I'll say from a sculptor's perspective, they got two different choices. They can say to the creator, this isn't enough for me, or the sculptor could be also a designer to help you lock in that vision. I've had a certain, I won't say what, but there was something that came my way that I had to fill in a lot of blanks, and that was that's fun. That's a privilege to do. If you're allowed freedom from a sculptor perspective to fill in the blanks and to offer you something that wasn't represented in the concept, but it creates that, do you like this? What about this? You know, that's exciting to me. So that's why I try to tout myself as not just a sculptor, but I love designing. You know, if I can help a concept artist, no matter the format, see that vision and try to pull out some details. If they allow me that artistic freedom, that's a privilege. You know, when as a sculptor, when you're given that opportunity, I look at that as like, now we're going to have some fun, because now I get to kind of just fill in some blanks and see if you dig it. And if you do, we keep going. And if you don't, I try to go do the job better.
Nice. Shall I send you my idea? You try to figure out.
My fees are unreasonable, but my work ethic is strong. So,
well, I might come back to you then.
Well, in your journey of learning the sculpting and some of the other creative parts, did you ever look into doing practical effects for TV or film?
So I had the extreme honor and privilege to be a student of an effects artist named Casey Love. Casey Love he was hired by Rick Baker to do the lead mask painting for Men in Black 3. He also was hired by ADI or not ADI, Amalgamated Dynamics, I think, to do the Thing prequel that unfortunately had CGI sort of robbed them of that effects victory. So I had a passion in doing film first until talking with people in the industry, trying to learn from them, becoming a student, and realizing that that is not only a difficult industry to get involved with. You have, it's location, it's people. I got to meet Jordu Shell, who of course designed the original Avatar, and he made a maquette for that. I've been able to at least talk to, shake the hands, or study with some amazing effects artists. And the more I got into it, the more I realized, I didn't have the talent to hack it, frankly, honestly. And to do that, I would have to, I'd have to stop paying bills and hyper focus in that arena. And 3, that arena is hard for the people that are already amazing. Casey Love, to me, and to many people, he's a world-class creature painter. World-class, like one of the best of the best. He worked recently at Sideshow Collectibles. If you're a Motu fan, you probably saw that there was a Hordak collectible from, what was the company that made it?
Mondo.
No, not Mondo. It was a statue.
No, not the. It was just a statue.
Yeah.
Ironworks.
Oh.
Yeah, I
that
think so.
may have been the one.
Yeah,
Ironworks Studio sounds about right.
That sounds familiar. Well, he had done the master painting of that. He had worked at Sideshow Collectibles for a while recently. Anyway, just talking and learning more about the industry, I did some local crappy films and stuff, doing some masks and stuff, and realized it's so much work for, the person making the money is the person that owns the shop, that hires the artists to come do their thing. And, it's commission-based stuff or it's like contractor stuff coming in. And I just realized it wasn't for me. I love monster masks. So when we start talking about some of these vintage masks, I mean, I could talk about, previous to the mask we were talking about, there was a company called Topstone that was seen in famous Monsters of Filmland. And those were really rough latex masks. So I'm a monster mask dork by trade or by passion, but my chops just weren't really at the level to where I was getting anywhere with it. And there's a smaller community with monster masks. There's only so many collectors in that arena outside of Halloween. And, there's some amazing people running Trick or Treat Studios. There's some amazing people that are in the film industry that are having a hell of a hard time unless you live in parts of Canada or Georgia or, Hollywood. Rick Baker, ADI, they all closed their shops up,
Dude, what is it with Canada and miniatures? Because I do, I'm involved with a lot of miniature pages on IG, so I run across them a lot. But it seems like so many miniature artists, and like this one girl I followed was just doing this crazy miniature city for some kind of production in Canada where they had flamethrowers and a Tesla coil from the ceiling, and really wild.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, of course, I'm sure this man's name, Phil Tippett. To me, is a god. In the miniature arena, RoboCop 2. He'd done a lot of the original. He'd done some Star Wars stuff. He's just, he's amazing. He just put out a movie called Mad God. If y'all haven't seen it, definitely check it out. But it's yeah, I don't know. There seems to be like these artistic clusters, of talent. But long story short, to answer that question, I dabbled and realized I didn't have what it takes, frankly, in the film industry. So, and then I looked at, I love monsters, but then what came before even monsters? For me, as a kid, it was toys. It was He-Man. It was G.I. Joe. It was Kenner Superpowers. It was, Transformers. It was, these things predated even my love for horror movies and monsters and stuff. So I was like, maybe there's something there. I've been an rabid collector of action figures and collectibles for so long. I decided, how the hell do they make those? And there was Eric from the Four Horsemen, Eric Treadway. That Castle of Grayskull, for anybody that's got the Motu Classics Castle of Grayskull, that was done by hand. That dude did it in clay before he transitioned in castelling clay.
Nice.
And I shook his hand. I said, dude, he'd put out this article that was really hard to find that showed him sculpting in castelling clay the stones for that thing. And I was like, dude, that article was amazing. I saved it. I would reread it. It was very inspiring. He's like, dude, at least somebody looked at it. I was like, yeah, man, hell, it was amazing. But the industry is shifting. Yeah. Eric is like, there's so many things in my room that dude has made, and he's so humble, and you would never know that this guy has commanded so many sculpts for so many lines of so many companies, and he's just super chill, super humble dude. It's amazing. Anyway, the toy industry is so much bigger than the monster side, in my opinion, unless you're willing to travel with the crews and stuff. And you can do action figure design from your house. You can send it, like I had mentioned, you can send the files anywhere in the world, and they can print, prototype, tool, and make a master file and make a mold, and it's you could do it from your house, and anyone out there can.
So Sonny, let me ask you, what have you? Go ahead, Largo. I'll let you go, man.
Oh, turkey darn. No, I was just thinking, we saw the O-ring renaissance, like with Delta 17 and some others where we've seen, this come back. Now we're kind of seeing a monster renaissance. We've got Monster Force coming. We've seen the Universal monsters come back through NECA, through, what was the other company that did those things? But there may be some opportunities to get both of your loves together, because people love monster figures in action figure form, and it'd be cool to see. There's a lot of third-party guys doing some great mythic type beasts. We've got that Minotaur coming out from I can't remember the name of the company, but
X-Ray Studios,
X-Ray. So yeah, there's some definite opportunities. It's funny you mentioned the Thing prequel, because it's like I remember watching the behind the scenes and talk, the director talking about it. It's like they had it all done in practical effects. It was really well done, and the for whatever reason the studio said no, let's CGI it. It's like, why? It doesn't fit.
I've been told stories
is always way better.
Yeah. On that one, I luckily I was such a huge fan of John Carpenter's The Thing, like many folks out there, and Amalgamated Dynamics, when they got that gig they had hired Casey Love to be a creature, I think the lead creature designer, which, you know, amazing. That's an important gig for something like that. And yeah, I mean, they worked their ass off. They had done some beautiful traditional effects work, and then after everything was canned, someone leaned on the director, and it was, oh, you know, let's make this hip, let's make this new. The kids need to see the CGI, and they just cartooned on top of all of their work. You know?
Wow, that's such a shame. And it really detracted from the film, because with the practical effects, it would have blended more with John Carpenter's work that he had done before. You know, so that it would have been, you know, it would have fit the times better. But you know, CGI in that.
What the heck is that?
Speaking of the thing,
it's the creature from the Thing.
Oh, okay.
It's that.
Oh, check this out! Hang on! I got the dog version to watch. Dude, it's one of my favorite movies. I took a picture for it, and I posted it on my page.
Oh, that's rad! Yeah.
Wow.
And dude, it's got a bunch of accessories, man. It's got rubbery parts. It's just insane. I took a picture, like I said, not too long ago. McCready with the flamethrower.
It is the same. It is the same flame effect they used with the flamethrower from Aliens. I'm glad to see they got reuse out of that.
It's a kick-ass figure, though.
It is.
Got his sombrero
and
too?
the shot.
Yeah, he's got the hat and everything, the sombrero.
Nice.
Right on.
Love it.
Well,
love it.
Since we're on the subject, I can pull it real quick. I have a mask that was gifted to me from Casey that I can show you guys, and it just shows that this was the painter for Men in Black, or Part 3 anyway. I mean, I'll be right back. It'll take me like 10 seconds.
Nice.
All right. Hey, Sonny, I wanted to ask you, what exactly have you tried to like do on your own? Have you tried anything, or you're just doing the photo bashing basically?
Photo bashing and a pencil sketch, a very rough pencil sketch. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not really good in arts. I totally suck at that. And I once tried to get better, but it's really, really like demotivating if you really don't progress in a somewhat reasonable time. But it's just
it can be. What were you trying to progress at though? Like what type of art?
Actually, just making proper figures. It's not even thinking about coloration or something. It's just making some object, even maybe in a like designing or drawing in like a 3D perspective, like isometric or something. But it's just...
I mean, figures in anatomy, like characters, that's some of the hardest stuff you could do. Organic shapes in anatomy, extremely difficult. Doing like boxes and things like that, like simpler vehicles, tanks, easier.
Yeah, I do a little bit better at that, but still it's like, not really convincing, I would say.
I mean, it's just, you seem to have passion for it. And usually if you have passion, if you can just find the minimal thing that you can do to just feel like you're making progress, and the confidence is the biggest thing usually, anything like that. Yeah, you don't have to be world-class so-and-so. You just need to be, make something viable that you enjoy. Other people will enjoy it too. And you grow a little,
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, I give them. It's not so much about figures, actually. I mean,
that's awesome.
It's more about like I rather into like equipment, accessories, even up to vehicles. That's what I'm more into.
Nice.
Character design is actually not my focus. Not at all. No. Would be more accessories and vehicles, or even like up to playsets. But even playsets would be quite complicated, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sculpting a Hell Skull for a client that.
I saw it.
Oh, did you? Oh, cool.
That might actually be easier for you.
And you're talking to someone who knows the original story, because I had the German audio tape.
Oh wow!
I still have the German audio tape.
Yep.
So Yeah, I approve.
It's funny. Something like vehicles or play sets would actually probably be a little easier because they're not as they don't have to be as organic. Especially like a play set, if you're doing something like a castle or something like that, it can be a little off. It can be a little ragged or whatever. Then that Luke has the original one wasn't symmetrical at all. Like
box modeling. If you try to learn some box modeling first, like Tinkercad, which is free and simple. You can make console panels or anything like that, little control panels, and just kind of grow from there. It's all about having one or two things that you feel pretty good about to move to the next level. Everyone, like when they do game design, if you ever watch anything on game design, people want to make Halo. They want to make World of Warcraft. And it's like, no, you need to make Pong.
Yeah.
You can't start with the craziest thing ever that took 100 people to make.
Yeah. I learned how to draw by copying other people's artwork. And just over and over and over and over till eventually you develop your own style.
Yeah.
But you can't just start. I started with stick figures just like everyone else. You go see my first drawings and it looks horrible, just like everyone else.
Most of these figure companies started by ripping. I mean, I think it was even the Hasbro guys said they got this one vehicle and they just chiseled everything off of the competitor's vehicle and then just started putting stuff on it to make a mold from that, to prototype.
Oh, I'll share this real quick, gentlemen. This is from the guy that painted all the creatures from Men in Black 3, and this he gifted to me. This one he sculpted and then painted, but it just kind of shows sort of the level of talent that gentleman has. This is Casey Love's mask here.
That's awesome.
Very nice.
And
it's just great latex.
That's really cool.
It is. Yeah, this is traditional latex mask, and I got one more of his pieces that was another gift for some work I did for him. This one is just badass.
Oh shit! Whoa!
Yeah. And the level of talent of this guy. Now you can see why he was one of the master painters at Sideshow for a while, till recently. And I couldn't, seeing stuff like this, I'm like, dear God, these guys are next level. So I shifted more towards something that I was never going to give up on. And for me, that was toys. And everything I did was absolute garbage for a long time. And then eventually it just starts to, you put in your 10,000 hours, right? And I haven't yet, but maybe one day, but that's the goal. No one's good at anything when they start. Some people may be inclined, but you put in the time, you put in the practice. If you're passionate, keep going.
Well, I'm going to change topic here real quick because I want to bring this up earlier. And can I just say I love the fact that with Delta 17, I can get a two-handed grip on a sword.
Yeah.
1/18 scale, double-handed grip on a sword.
That's
that you don't get.
Tommy, I believe Tommy from Mondo sculpted that stuff for that team.
Yes.
And he is
Tommy Hodges.
Yeah, that dude's amazing. He's such a nice guy and just so humble, excellent sculptor. So they really
is.
Yeah.
These guys are taking the engineering to the next level, and how they're getting those poses and things that we never get with our toys as kids. It's like everybody remembers the toys we had, and it's like, okay, how do we make this better? And they're doing it. It's great.
Yeah. Speaking of masterful engineering, Largo, I solved my smoke inhalation problem in my apartment for my laser cutter. Yeah, it was masterful indeed. Instead of dealing with the ducts I was buying and expensive fans, I took the whole thing and wrapped it in a trash bag with duct tape. So I just duct taped everything in a trash bag and stuck it out the window. No more smoke.
Sometimes the lowbrow effect is the way to go.
That's what you call a trash bash, Radna.
That was a trash bash.
Awesome.
Yes, honey.
All right, gentlemen.
The problem is no collector-friendly packaging. So you can't slide open the card or the actual blister and slide it on again. No, you have to you have to rip it off and make
fully
it useful.
commit.
They wanted the full
The
nostalgia
toys are meant to
feel
be
that.
open.
That's right.
Nah,
Toys are meant to be open. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's
but
right.
It's 2024 now.
That's
'Cause
right.
after I
And
painted
that's
this thing, I was like, after I painted this, I realized that his Delta 17 bad guys would look really cool next to him. The little ninja dudes. Yeah,
that's
him,
one
exactly.
That's what I was telling you about last night, right now. That guy that I was holding right there.
the Red Okamis. Yep.
Hmm.
So I've got this one. He's rocking one of his, hard to see because it's black, but got him rocking the sword arm and then the gun arm. And as you can see, and I like showing it on this one as opposed to the regular one because the weapons and the hands are black. So you can see where the hands fit right in on the backpack.
Yeah,
that
so
backpack
if you're
is
bringing up
crazy.
Delta 17, he joins us.
Of course, because see, we were talking to him, talking about it. So normally
Well, all
on
right.
the backpack, when he has his hands actually on his wrists, so there's the slots you see, the little pegs on the backpack.
Oh yeah.
And then if you've got the other arms in, you can store the hands right there.
Very cool.
So
that's a nice little feature there.
Yeah, that's
everything.
Really
Yeah, we had a lot of Joes as kids that the backpack was just aesthetics.
Right,
It served no purpose with the toy other than an aesthetic one. Delta 17 has made sure that all of their backpacks have purpose. And I can't commend that enough. I really, really like that. The only action figure.
There's one exception. There's one exception that
I was just about to bring it up.
Okay, sorry.
Rooster has a spare antenna that cannot be put on his figure. Other than that, everything else is like it's all tactical. Like they can hold all their accessories.
No, that's not what I meant. In vintage G.I. Joe, the bats, their backpack was functional to put in all the spare arms.
There's
was.
Yeah, that's
there's
a good
what.
So
but
there
again,
they actually had an idea at how to properly use that accessory. Definitely.
Right. But again, for Delta 17, every single one of these figures has that ability. It's not just one.
Hey,
and again, there were other Joes. Go ahead,
a quick opinion. Since you guys are talking Delta 17, we have Delta 17 in the room. If he wants to come in, I can jump out for a bit because my headset's down to 40% and could probably use a bit of a charge.
All right. Well, I'm not sure who's under that Delta 17.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Ken or not.
Actually, you guys, I gotta take off. I gotta take a shower and get ready for bed. Old man status.
All right, man.
Right on, man.
Well, Roger, thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on. It's great meeting you guys. Thanks. Good seeing you, Oz. Catch you guys later.
Take care, man.
Peace.
Good to meet you,
See
man.
ya. Good to meet you guys. See ya.
So Delta 17, that's always Steve. That's his own.
Yep, that's Steve.
That's what I was thinking. It was going to be Steve.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think
what
makes Delta 17 very special right now is that there's they nailed the timing, and they've been working on this for quite a bit. I think like almost a half a decade, maybe, or 4 years. But man, they've hit a really sweet spot in terms of timing. Now you've got other companies attempting O-Ring, trying to bring it back. But with Delta 17, you've got really, really clever toy design. You've got really clever engineering. You've got a top-notch sculptor in the industry. You've got a passionate team pushing these figures. And I think they're just firing on all cylinders right now. And they landed at like right now is such an awesome time if you're an O-ring fan, there's a renaissance going on right now, and I think it's a really exceptional timing that they pulled off here.
To be able to get that kind of engineering in the 1/18 scale, that's got to be difficult to get something that intricate that small.
Not Delta 17. Sorry.
You see a
It's
lot.
okay,
When
Thanos.
you see a lot of missed opportunities. For example, with Motu, when they announced Roboto for the Origins line, they could have done a deluxe figure of Roboto, making, since all the arms are now separable anyway, making both arms with interchangeable hands, and add apart from the claw and the axe, like a ball and chain add-on, as well as a second cannon with a single barrel and maybe some radar dish for nostalgia. So they could have made way more out of this figure with the Origins relaunch, but they just kept it to the baseline stuff. Plus, I'm not sure, I haven't looked at it recently, but the original vintage Roboto included actually a two-dimensional heart in his chest. I wonder if that's still inside, but I haven't looked at it recently.
Hey, Oz. Oz, your camera's flipping on and off, brother. You know that?
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's flickering sometimes.
All right.
I didn't know if you knew. That's why I wanted to let you know. Yeah, see, it just
Well,
flipped
my
right there.
sister mentioned something to me, and I thought, see, I'm not catching it on my end, which means it may not be what I was thinking it was. I was thinking it was because I'm doing quite a bit of multitasking, and this is the first time that the new laptop has given me any issues where it's slowed down slightly. So I was thinking that was it, but now I'm actually starting to wonder if maybe it's more of an internet connection issue tonight.
Well, it's probably all the porn viruses.
When was the last time you restarted the laptop?
Oh God, earlier this.
You turned it off and turned it on again.
You know, seriously, it's
what I might
crazy.
do
When I
now.
do my stream, sometimes if I don't turn it off for a few days, the stream will lag out. But I restart it every time before my stream now, no problem.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't received those yet.
Nice, Dennis Copper. That's awesome, man. Yeah.
Those are going to my second pile of shame in Germany.
Ed, you're in charge. I'm actually going to jump and restart real quick, and then I'll be right back. I'll join from
All
the
right,
phone for a little bit.
Yep.
Cool.
What was that, Thanos? You just held up. Let's bring you up to full
Yeah,
screen.
what is that, buddy?
Oh, I just got him.
Oh, it's a merman. Yeah,
Merman,
that's
yeah.
cool. I'm looking for him, man. I can't find him.
I did not find him. I got him when he was up on Walmart, so I paid double the price for him. But not having to go to Walmart is worth it. So
That is my favorite merman yet.
he looks really good.
Yeah, he looks like the merman from Cabin in the Woods a little bit. You know, he has that. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie, but that was a monster at the end of the movie, though, and that weird, wide, gapping, freaky mouth. It looks similar to that. That's a cool design.
Yeah, I like the color on it too.
Yeah,
it's like
nice
a pearlescent.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve's just letting us know the red Okami, this exclusive figure, is going to be heading down along with issue 1 to his fulfillment center. So those will be up on his website very soon. That's cool.
Yeah,
I
I think
read
Steve
the
said.
online version of the comic, and I was really impressed.
I think Steve said when he was on one of the shows, it'd be around the end of August. I think he said that they'd be on the site ready to order. So
cool,
because they got to do all the brokering, get it to the
Right.
warehouse in Jersey, and then everything else. So
Just wondering, so Render FX. Now you said you use. I know ZBrush is pretty standard for doing character work and stuff like that. But what are you guys using these days mainly for? Equipment, gear, things like Sonny was kind of talking about. What kind of boxy stuff do you use? Is it CAD, like Fusion 360, or?
No, so ZBrush came out with something called. Now I'm a very simple-minded type of dude, so I try to keep it. If I can use one tool to do it all, even if it's not the best tool, if I can still do it, then I'll try to become as good as I can. in that tool set. ZBrush has something called Z Modeler. So when sculpting, the first time you crack open ZBrush and you try to sculpt with the stylus or even your mouse, you should definitely try stylus. It's kind of like pushing silly putty with the stick. You're like,
yeah,
it gets all goofy and you're like, how the hell can anyone make a bag or saddle, a gun, a weapon, a knife using this tool set? This thing's insane. So they created Z Modeler, which is a traditional box modeler. And I used the bejesus out of that thing. So this morning I did Space Ghost, and just to do very quick buttons, and then on his gauntlets where he goes, those 3 yellow buttons he has on his red gauntlets, it took probably 30 seconds. I took a primitive square using the ZBrush Z Modeler, which is all native. It's like a brush within the tool.
So basically they took Blender and slapped it into ZBrush.
Well, yeah. Now ZBrush though has been around since 2099. In the late 90s is the original origins of ZBrush, and Blender may go that far back, but I'm not sure. Now I'll share this. Blender is an amazing tool. It's free, it's great, but it is definitely different. Blender does sculpting. It used to not do that as well. It was much more of a modeling tool, and then they adopted some sculpting, and it does a great job with it. But a lot of people will tell you for sculpting ZBrush, it's really, there's a reason why it's the industry standard for that particular thing. To do you can now make guns, weapons, knives, everything in ZBrush natively using that brush I mentioned. Creating sort of like a rough primitive, you could take like a circle or a square, start there, and then start manipulating the geometry, pulling and pushing and slicing and dicing that geometry to get a rough shape, and then you could expand. You could then kind of what Sonny was doing in kit bashing, when he was explaining he was trying to kit bash a design. You can do that within the software, and you can kind of kit bash shapes, get something kind of going, and then weld it together and then build upon it. And I mean, that's a great way to make guns or like laser blasters and things like that native in the software.
Yeah, the Boolean, I think they call that.
Or
logic, subtract, addition, that kind of stuff. Yeah, there you go. That's how you say it.
So Boolean, yeah, man, that changed the game. I was talking to Corey, who had developed for Hasbro. He had co-developed a lot of the classified figures until they made some staff changes there. And Boolean, back in the day, they used to have to guess, okay, if I'm going to subtract this thing from this thing to make a new thing, using the negative space of that cutout, they kind of had to guess their way through that. Nowadays, we have a preview. And it's funny, a lot of us are using the same exact version of ZBrush for a reason I'll go into at a later time. But now we can kind of get a preview of doing stuff. So you can rapid build. So for instance, for like this Space Ghost toy, quick toy design I did this morning, just to get the square buttons, they needed to be square, they needed to be flat, and then they needed to be curved. And to do that took about 15 seconds. I mean, it's like bam, 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 curve, boom, done.
Once you know the interface.
You mind if I share your Space Ghost on screen?
Oh, please do. It'd be an honor.
Okay.
I really appreciate it.
Now, do you ever?
When you sent me those images, you hadn't posted it yet, and I wasn't sure if you wanted me to show them off before you posted it or wait until after. So that's why I didn't bring it up already.
Anything I give you, Oz, you're more than welcome, sir.
Man, that thing is awesome.
Excellent.
Oh, that's really
So,
cool.
when you do this, are you starting from scratch, or you start with like a basic body shape first?
So that body, what I did is I did that 3 or 4 days ago, where I was like, I need to practice doing musculature, arms. It's a good exercise every day. From a sculptor perspective, I should be making bodies and heads, weapons and buttons and straps and bags. And you got to practice these things to get better at them. So I was like, okay, exercise of the day. I'll start with the sphere, and I'm just gonna quickly, work out an anatomy and make a oh, thanks guys, and make sort of a Kenner. I was like, I was looking at the McFarlane superpowers. Kenner superpowers is near and dear to me, so I was like, you know what, I want to start just for my own shelf and for just toy design practice outside of the projects I'm working on, because I can do these very quickly. If I make the buck like you would as a toy company, you make your core buck. Now I can make new figures every single day, adding new elements, changing some of the, just kind of rapidly build and prototype, which is fun. I could print the parts. That is a 7-point articulated figure. So Space Ghost is a little unique because I've seen, if you try to do the traditional head on Space Ghost, it doesn't look right. Space Ghost has a very unique
I was just going to say that I've seen a lot of people do Space Ghost things, and they always get the head wrong, and you got it pretty well nailed down.
It's that Alex Toth design. He had a very unique shape to the cowl.
Yeah, it was sort of, I was like, I need to make it toyetic, but I need to honor the original design where it had that 89 Batman cowl thing, where it didn't cinch down. It kind of went all the way down to the clavicles.
It's like a no neck.
yeah, it's a no neck. And so I was like, okay, this will be a special head that will pop on this particular item. But so, for instance, to do those, but now what the brilliance of Space Ghost, and I think that's what's fun about this exercise of creating a figure every day in this Kenner style, because it's cool enough for me to be interested in it. It's simple though from a toy design perspective. It's head, arms, legs, knee articulation. It's 7 points max. But you really focus on the core elements of what makes a character a character. And when this character was created, I mean, look at him. It's squares. It's a triangle for the emblem. It's a triangle of his own face that's right here, which is kind of funny, and when you zoom in, I've put eyes in the actual triangle emblem piece as in the cartoon. But it's just squares and some basic shapes, but it's just brilliant. This Space Ghost was awesome, and it works though.
He looks great, man. I mean, but like you're saying, all the additional stuff, like changing it from one character to another, I think most people can probably get to that point relatively quickly once they get. But learning the anatomy to actually sculpt the human form is the real hard part there. That's takes a lot of repetition and. Just getting the proportions right is very difficult. I mean,
it is, references. And so when I started clay sculpture, there's one master out there that I would recommend to anybody interested in sculpture. His name's Philippe Perot. He's the best portrait sculptor in the United States, if you're US based or even Canada based. His studio is in New York State. I went over there and studied with him briefly and then bought like every training material he had. I still owe that guy a beer. He's the best portrait, and he's not a toy guy. He sculpts beautiful portrait art, like traditional, like Houdon, who used to do portraiture. Houdon, who used to do like George Washington and Jefferson, who would sit down and actually sculpt a portrait. That's fascinating. And what better way to get you start learning about plates. You start learning. You need to sit down and sculpt the nose, sculpt an eye, sculpt the mouth, sculpt an ear. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. And get the fear of doing it out of your system so that you can just go at it. And I'll share this, guys. Traditional sculpture is such a wonderful thing to learn or to toy with and play with. That works so well on the digital side, because if you can sculpt the ear in clay, the nuances there, and once you learn the tool, like you mentioned. Once you know your tool, you can take that knowledge and bring it over, which is really, really neat. So you see a lot of these traditional clay sculptors in the industry across the board. The guys at NECA, Eric Triway himself from the Four Horsemen. They were brilliant, brilliant clay sculptors, Castelline wax sculptors. When they went over to ZBrush, they learned the tool, which sucked, and then once you get through that horrible kind of learning curve, their mastery and their craft of sculpture and anatomy and design, they just it translated well, and look at them go now. So yeah, man, ZBrush is it's amazing. For me, it's like it's how I relax now. It's become like if I want to relax, I don't, I used to play games and I still try to keep up on games and stuff, but for me to relax and chill, I sit down and design an action figure, and then tomorrow I'm gonna, tomorrow's gonna be a new figure, and then I have commissions, I have stuff I'm doing for Hatter Toys, but for fun, I need to be designing every day to try to get better, so that when the next gig that I get, or the next time I'm called to toy duty, I want to bring that value.
I was going to ask,
said duty.
Enjoy working in clay just for the tactile feel, or are you completely gone digital now?
I still, in my studio, my garage studio, I still have clay for like if I want to try to do like if I want to do a monster mask for Halloween and stuff. But it's in truth, it's pretty much digital all day long. I'm trying to see if I've got anything laying around. That last thing I did in clay, it's up there, but it's been a minute. Like it's been a while, and I water-based clay, that's a kind of a difficult thing to source and buy. It's 50 pounds a pop. Shipping's a complete bastard. And the Monster Makers is the best place to get a non-drying oil-based clay that works with silicone. They have an amazing clay. Arnold Goldman's the guy that developed their clay. I have a stockpile of that stuff still, but it's collecting dust. It's pretty much every day I'm doing ZBrush.
So I have a question for you. As a kid, there was this toy called Monster Face, and it was a lot like the Barbie head from Mattel, where the girls could do the hair and like apply makeup or whatever to it. But this was for making monster faces. Did you ever play with that?
I thought, did Matchbox do one with Freddy, or was it where it was like a Ken like, Ken like? No, I did not, but I did do. I would take. I'll share this. It was very embarrassing. I used to take like old Superpowers and GI Joes, and I'd put silly putty on them, and I would sculpt. I'd sculpt like a character mask or something like that, and
Nice.
and then it would get hot and it would melt. And I did used to do that, and that is shameful, but that's what I would do.
Why are
as a
you
kid.
ashamed of that, man? That's awesome.
Don't ever be ashamed. I
Well,
used to use those skull rings as like a template for a mask because they were like the perfect size to fit over like a Kenner style, Batman. And I say that because the first one that I ever did was that Bruce Wayne quick change Batman figure where he had like the cowl and the chest piece that you could put on him. And like that was the first one I did.
Cool.
Oz?
Yeah.
Did you bring up that screen with Instagram or with the Space Ghost?
I brought that up.
Yeah, I was going to say Ed was the one that did the share screen. If you look down at the bottom of your screen, you should be able. Well, Sonny, are you using a mobile device or a computer?
I'm currently streaming through my phone, so it's really fiddly to put in something.
No.
What do you need, buddy?
There's something I want to mention, even though I might walk on eggshells now again, about Delta 17, and since they're firing on all cylinders. I agree to that 95%. I mean, I bought into the figures. I'm really hyped for the Hind, for the helicopter. But there was something they showed off at JoeFest. It was, I think, called the Hailstorm. It was kind of a robot with Gatling guns and stuff.
Yep.
And
Weigh
this is-
1.5.
This is where, like, I don't say I completely dislike it. I mean, as a toy, it's kind of cool. But from my perspective, or what I think of military toy lines, they lost me somewhat there. So now, hypothetically, if I was a toy designer being in Delta 17, and can you bring up maybe a browser?
Yeah, I'm bringing it up for you. The Hellstrom?
No, not the Hailstorm. Just open a Google or something, a browser.
Okay.
A search machine like Google. So what I would bring into toy form, and I guess someone might now pick it up and do it for his toy lineup, but I don't care. I would like to work on it, but that would be one of the things.
Ed, whatever you type in, Hawk 2 Girl is going to come up. I'm just going to let you know.
No, I guess not.
Especially on mine, because I love her. Her and I are best friends now. All right, what am I typing in here? So
Okay,
let me bring the screen up.
Mission. First word is mission. Space master. Space SP Sierra Papa. And look for images. Yeah. So the thing is, if you maybe open up images, yeah, that would be the thing I would go for if I was a toy designer, because that's an unmanned ground vehicle, which is super versatile. So, for example, you can do it as like a cargo transport. So people can even put their backpacks on some rails and stuff, and you could like make some like you could stick it on the, like you would do in the figure, you could stick it on that, or you can do it. You can configure it as a medivac, so you can like interact it with figures. And then you can arm it as well. And there's a multitude of armaments for that, like remote turrets for machine guns from 7.62 up to 50 cal.
Makes me think of Stargate.
30 millimeter, 40 millimeter. Weapon combinations from the. You can have a rack with an MG, an M134 Gatling gun with grenade launcher, the Thales 70 millimeter missile launcher, mortars, everything. So you would have a relatively small, affordable toy with a multitude of configurations, like you want to have it, like you want to have one. It's like you can even army build. You can buy 2 or 3 of those. You know, great for diorama. Doesn't take too much space, and I would even put like I would make the body somewhat hollow, because those things are amphibious. You can even put it into your bathtub if you want to play.
Well, the good thing is that with this design, Delta 17 could take off the robot top if they ever went forward with this and make it into whatever they wanted to.
Well, I was going to say here, we're getting the response right now in real time that he did this as not pure military, because Splash of the Incredible, for those out there that love the weird toy, like things, which again is great because it is a toy and, it's meant to have a bit of fun. But we will have further versions in the future using the bottom of the Hailstrom. So stuff like this is on the menu in the future.
That's cool.
Very cool.
But remember, this is wheeled, not tracked, so that's a difference too. And by the way, the bigger brother, the Mission Master XT, was designed and is produced in Canada.
Nice. So one of the cool things that I really like about Delta 17, if you want pure realistic military, you could really go Delta 17 versus Retrograd, right? Then getting into the Shadow Dragons is where that kind of leads more towards that incredible side, right? Because we've got robot ninjas, which we have seen, foot soldiers in the TMNT and all like that, robotic ninjas. But, what I really like is the fact that we've got that incredible side to it that can make it some fun, and then you've got the realistic military. So we play in both worlds, and that's always a fun space to be, because when you want something out there, it's a toy, it's fun. It doesn't have to be completely grounded in reality. And I gotta say, one of the biggest things that I love about this is the fact that we've got this serpent blue color variant for all of our Retro Joe fans. Like, you want to sit there and slap that guy, into your Retro Joe line. It totally works, and I really am digging this design.
So you guys might know, but I won't. I'm sorry, Oz, but you might know. I know you'll know this too. Are there any lines that are not fantasy at all, but are really like just straight realistic military? Is that even a thing with toys?
Hey, Punk, go to the
one
next screen that you
line-
just showed. Patriot Force.
Yeah.
That's pure
That's
military.
Ones
yeah.
are.
I was gonna
That's
say
a
this line is
suicide
coming up.
bomber.
You just had to
Oh,
say it, did you, Punk?
It's rough right there.
Well, Patriot Force is actually modeling their other troopers after actual veterans. These guys.
Yes, like actual people, not
Yeah.
just like, you know, again, the old school GI Joe where they took branches of the military and decked them out. No, these are based off of the actual soldiers and troops on the
then
ground.
Marauders and Joy Toy both have lines that are pure military based.
Gotcha.
Well, the odd tag
Okay.
stands there. That's awesome.
And I think that's absolutely 100% amazing.
Absolutely.
I really, really appreciate that.
Especially with
And
Ed and the King
Sonny, I'm
Knights.
going to highlight your comment here. Everything is costly when it comes to toys, but all of us are toy fans and know no matter what the cost is, if we want it, we're going to have it.
I mean, you don't
make
have to
it
buy
happen.
all of them, just the ones you like the most, technically. That's what I do with more expensive stuff, like Mythic Legions. So I pick the ones I really want to have, and then I do not do like completioning or something, you know, so completing stuff.
All right. I'm going to pull Adam's comment up here again. It is 100% grounded on real police officers, Adam.
That's right. They're fighting crime in a future time.
I think he's talking about the Invincible Toys Cops line that they're coming out with.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I was thinking Cops and Crooks, but
Yeah.
well, this is great too.
But they are partnered with Patriot Force is partnered with Invincible Toys, or they're working together,
Which is good.
Something somehow or other. But
If you
they were
saw
at
the cops
they were at
and-
JoeFest.
If you saw the Cops and Crooks figure and everyone thought that those were little shorts, what was that cop show on USA where they rode the bikes on the beach?
Reno 911.
No, not Reno 911. It was after Silk Stockings or during that time.
Oh, geez.
Oh, shoot.
They were on. They were bike cops, and they were.
Yes.
So you know what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about because I remember occasionally just leaving it on. And now, this is the bad part about using the
Dave's
phone.
Dimension
'cause-
says Pacific Blue.
Yep, that,
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember that.
Pac Sun, but I knew it wasn't Pac Sun. But Pacific.
Right. Let's make a show about that store and how it died. Oh wait.
See that was the time where USA sold sex for everything.
Yeah, they did. I'm just excited how many people are remembering the name. Because now I don't feel like, you know, you made me feel brave there, Lawrence, by admitting that I was watching those. But, you know, now we got some extra support for people that could actually remember the name of the show.
Somebody looked at what was the beach one? With the hat,
Baywatch?
with the cough.
Baywatch.
Baywatch.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
like, you know what we need? We need this, but with cops on bikes.
That's exactly what it was.
So Dragon brings up Thunder in Paradise. And I'm not sure if Adam is saying he can't wait for that Cops toy line or if he can't wait for the Thunder in Paradise. But if you ever want to...
He wants Pacific Blue. We were talking about it till like 3:30 in the morning there.
Pacific
He was
Blue?
like, he's like, I'm really on Jason right now to the Pacific Blue toy line. I'm trying to see how far he can hack up those shorts. So,
Has anyone ever made a Baywatch toy line?
I'm sure there was a Barbie or a Ken doll.
Right.
yeah,
Somebody had to
Hey,
have
Sonny,
a
was
red
it the Hoff huge in Germany?
What?
Yeah,
Was?
he was.
I don't think
Still
anyone
is.
I don't think
No,
anyone
no,
has
no,
been
no,
able
more-
to come up with articulated 6-inch female figures that bounce.
They
If
have
they
them.
did,
They have
Thanos would have the whole collection.
They
No,
just
they
have
have them
Silicone,
already.
yeah.
They do. They're silicone.
Yeah.
You make it like a stress ball.
Bison makes them, right, Thanos?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Tyson, the TV league.
the Hoff was big in the 90s or maybe late 80s until maybe early 2000s. They was big, the Hoff. I can remember that, yeah, especially like Baywatch and his
Knight Rider.
He was even, I think he was even in the chart. Knight Rider, but more Baywatch, and then because of the girls, obviously, and then his singing.
He did concerts over
really
there.
Liked
right?
his. I think he was bigger with his songs than actually with his shows.
Wow.
And you have every single one of his albums, right, Sonny?
I can't think of him singing one single thing. What did he sing?
It was all,
Look,
it was all
don't
German.
you hassle the Hawk.
Oh,
It was
I
all
could be
German.
wrong, but this feels small compared to the
It looks
Stridor.
small.
Yeah.
It does. It actually does look smaller than Stridor.
It's really
Actually, there was one movie in with David Hasselhoff that I really liked. The name of that movie is Witchcraft. That's a horror movie, Witchcraft. That's
I'm
actually.
I'm glad you didn't say Nick Fury when he played Nick Fury.
I almost said that sarcastically.
Yeah, it was not very good.
I like the movie that he was in where he's trying to eat the cheeseburger off the floor.
Oh, and he was loaded.
Oh boy.
Gaz has it right here. Baywatch Nights.
It's Baywatch, but nighttime and edgier for everybody. I don't know.
That was where he was like a private detective, and they worked I think a nightclub. Him and the black cop that was always on the 4-wheeler because he was too fat to run. I'm not fat shaming anyone. I'm just making a statement.
That was
Hey man, I'd be riding the 4-wheeler because we all know I'm too fat to run. But you get me in the water, man. Have you ever seen a polar bear swim?
PI, right?
No,
what?
I haven't.
I said that was the homage to Magnum PI, right? Because Magnum was the good-looking dude with the beach shorts, and then they had the black guy that just flew the helicopter, did nothing else.
TC.
So Hasselhoff had to have somebody like that.
I must admit, I only watched half of his Nick Fury movie.
I think I got 30 minutes in, and I shut that shit off.
Weren't they handed that out free at like McDonald's after a while? Like, we're just gonna start handing this DVD out. You don't even have to buy a Happy Meal.
You got a free Happy Meal if you took the damn thing with it.
Well, guys, I'm going to head out. Tell Ken I'm sorry I missed him, but it's
Later,
good
Largo.
seeing you guys.
All right, Largo.
All right, Jen. Thanks for joining us, brother.
Good talking with you, Largo.
We'll see you guys later.
What's going on, low key? Good to have you here, brother.
Actually, the movie is rated pretty badly though. Witchcraft, or actually, it's the fourth. It's La Casa 4 from 1988. But I thought it wasn't too bad. Actually, it was quite scary at some points. And there was one good thing. I mean, that movie sold. I think I can spoil. It's like 35 years old or 36.
Don't worry, none of us are gonna watch it.
He died in the movie.
Oh, shucks. Well, I guess I don't have to watch that now.
That's pretty good that a Masterverse figure can fit in there.
Well, the Stridor Masterverse can fit in, and it's still pretty big for him. So I think this is a little bit smaller.
That's with most vehicles.
Slightly.
That's with most vehicles that the Masterverse figures fit. I think it's even with the Wind Raider and with the Roadrunner.
Yeah, they did a good job trying to make most of the vehicles a bit bigger this time than previous. Here we go.
Stridor was not huge to begin with, because I mean,
Yeah, see, it's funny. I never thought about it, but they look kind of small sitting in Stridor Origin scale, and you don't have Masterverse.
yeah,
Here's the now here is a kind of a hard to get. This is the classics version.
Classic Stridor is best.
Yeah, man, and which is kind of badass for Origins in terms of scale. If you wanted something severely big, you know, which would work with Masterverse, I think, a little bit better. But you know,
Yeah.
the price on these is a little redonkulous now.
I was gonna say the price on those kind of sets it out of reach.
Just a little bit.
Honestly, the price on this one, I keep seeing Stridors for like $3 to $4 at DD's and Ross. Like, it's like, do I really need to buy
But you
this?
get new terrain. You get new terrain, Thanos.
Yeah. I mean, I probably will use this at some point.
Now,
I was gonna say, like, I actually enjoy having like those extra terrain pieces, and I wish they would put more out with it. But sweet battle armor Skeletor.
Yeah.
I just bought the He-Man and Battle Cat so I could get an extra terrain piece because I want to make the prototype Castle Grayskull with the lip that goes around. I want to use this for the legs.
The base.
Classic.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, the Mondo figures won't fit into
that's a beautiful
Nope.
figure. Oh my
just
god.
rub it in, Sonny. Just rub it in. That's okay.
Look, man, Mondo at least got that sweet sky sled. I
Yeah,
wish
but-
they would just do the whole battle ram.
but way overpriced.
I wish Origins would too.
Way overpriced.
So we got Cringer
400.
now.
Oh yeah.
The epic Cringer. That is the whole reason I want that 2-pack for Cringer alone.
That's the best 2-pack they ever produced.
So that Scareglow unfortunately has a little skirt, but yeah, it's the same size.
So
yeah,
that's a good idea. I can't put this Scareglow on. It's like he's not fitting. I don't understand what's happened here. There we go.
It looks like you're a screw.
Flexing that sweet Mondo Scareglow.
Scareglow in his
I gotta say, hands down, that is without a doubt my favorite Scareglow is the Mondo clear plastic with glowing skeleton inside inside of it.
He goes where
What
we're
a
at
feat
now.
of engineering. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
beautiful
big pocket toy, but it's worth it.
Yeah, they killed it, man. And there was a pretty impressive team behind designing this thing. And I'm a Scareglow junkie, so I had to have it.
Same. Absolutely the same. I know I'll be excited when I get that monster Scareglow coming in. Not Mondo, I said monster. But that'll be in, I'll be shitting brick.
Ken?
I'm just listening. Y'all keep going. You're on a roll. Keep going.
I remember something, by the way. For those of you, I mean, we had the Thing mentioned earlier. They are doing a remaster of the game from 2002. It's coming out this year.
Yeah.
And if you haven't played that one already, I suggest check it out because it was quite a nice game, quite solid.
It's very unique.
Pretty scary at times too.
If I recall, it had a unique game mechanic where you had to guess, like it was having you kind of guess if that person was, human or the Thing, and it had a. I remember it being very clever in its day, and I'm gonna buy the remaster when it comes out.
Yeah, you could even test some other people. You had like some kind of a syringe and stuff. You would draw blood, and you had some kind of chemical which would react with the virus if they were infected. That was really cool.
That's cool.
So I saw some gaming stuff posted today, actually, where it would appear that on Switch and PS5, they're coming out with the Classic Games Jurassic Park collection. I hadn't realized they had 7 classic Jurassic Park games.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
This guy.
But apparently that's a thing. And now I really want to switch because I kind of want to get that to see what's on it. I remember I really enjoyed the one for the Sega Genesis and the one for the Super Nintendo. But I don't really think I mean, aside from ones that I would jump on in the arcade, which were all kind of the same.
So I finally broke down at JoeFest and bought the horse.
Got the Dubin.
So I finally bought his horse.
You
My
got
only
Boreas
issue
finally?
is Since I got the horse, I've only put cable on it, and I really don't want to take him off.
No, that just looks amazing. I'm picturing him like
about Cable firing both his guns on a
Cable
fucking
needs
horse.
a poncho and a cowboy hat.
I was gonna say, can we at least give him a cowboy hat?
I don't have any cowboy hats.
That Cable is hard to find.
Oh, I
He
know.
is. He is hard. I need to get him.
Well,
That
Sergeant
like,
Reds has a whole shitload on order. So.
yeah, that Cable is definitely one that I want. I still want the 97 Wolverine. I want the Sabretooth and Wolverine 2-pack.
That thing is sold out.
Oh man. Yeah, it's sold out everywhere and it costs a fortune, but I really want to get my hands on it. Because I want that Sabretooth. I want that I want that Wolverine to go together.
Adam and I are best. We hung out to
That's what rides my horse as an AWOC figure.
Here's a Nagahide or Nahide.
Yes, with pork belly.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite in the original, vintage line, and that was right. This guy just kind of nails it for me. So he's very available now. He was sold out for a while, the pre-orders, but they're starting to ship them out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they killed it with this guy.
Yeah, I am always a fan of any Joe that comes with pets, and we'll be adding that one to the collection.
That's cool.
There's an AWOC for you, Adam.
Yeah.
So, Steve's mentioned he needs to take a lawnmower to his beard. I just did that recently myself, Steve. I feel you.
I have to get that Naga hat myself. I wonder if some people come up with a Craven custom for this figure, though.
Yeah, most of those were built bit by bit on the live stream, just a piece here, a piece there.
But it's great how it makes a wonderful scene and definitely fills in for the sci-fi play set, especially for AWOC. If you guys have been reading the comics, which I cannot recommend enough.
Yeah, and a couple of things I'll just mention because it's funny. This came from a migraine I had where I just kept seeing images, and so I actually made it after seeing the migraine. And this thing right here is kind of funny because me and Ed were talking about it when I was building it. He started talking about green station wagons with the wood paneling on it. So
Yep.
there's some wood grain on there.
And I love the fact that you did that, and now it just gives me National Lampoon's Vacation feels.
Exactly.
Totally, man. Totally.
Here's my my recent acquisition for AWOC, which I didn't get it at the time of release, so I had to go after market. But
Tanger, yeah.
There's a power comics.
Tanger.
Yeah,
That's right.
I had to have him. Let's see.
Definitely. He's got those beautiful Beastman colors.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. My Thane almost took me out because it was on the top shelf and almost hit me in the head when it fell off the shelf.
But
I gotta say, Todd C comes in saying, "Hey all, happy Saturday." You know it's a happy Saturday when you see this bunch all hanging out together, all you guys in the chat for a Clubhouse stream.
Well, for us East Coasters, it's technically Sunday now, but
yeah, it's true. That's true. And in another hour, we will check the Target sales, as Stanley would normally ask us. Not Stanley's Toys, but Stanley Eberhard. He's the one who always asks if we can take a look at those after when they hit on the East Coast. Which, there we go. That looks so good. I just get Planet of the Apes feels all the way.
Yeah.
Although he wants to fall off because of his skirt here.
that's why you got to pop the legs and put on pants.
So that's for Adam.
Yeah.
Poor Dubin. They bought a fucking horse for me. He hasn't done anything with it.
He hasn't even rode it yet.
Cable's been on it.
Here's
whoever is trying to join in. Right now we are at max capacity.
Techno Viper.
So I'll go ahead and hop off. I'm getting ready to go to bed anyway.
All right, Corey.
Later, Corey.
All right, Corey. Thank you for joining us, brother.
Good to see you again, brother.
Thank you for not showing any pew-pews.
See you guys.
Later.
See ya.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Larry, I heard your BFF was back on YouTube.
Yeah, Viper Island. He's back.
Yeah, well.
Thank you, Canada. Fuckers.
You're welcome. Oh, sorry. sorry.
You know, it is what it is. We don't have to give him views. We don't have to give him watches. That's all there is to it. He wants to try to cancel people. The best way to hit him is just don't add to his algorithm. Right? We agree with you, K-Dog. At least I know everybody on screen agrees. Right? They make Bud glow.
You know what else makes me glow?
Edibles?
Yeah.
It's always good times when Bud gets to that point at the night he wants to glow.
This comment's for you, Lawrence.
Yeah. So not only do people know me at JoeFest, but even at Sergeant Red's.
Well, you're kind of a big deal.
I'm kind of a big deal.
At 3'2".
I need to get that in the system.
3'3", counting the shoes.
You need to have that put on your merch with you standing.
He's a big deal at JoeFest.
All right.
Standing inside of Target.
If somebody does the design, or if Punk, you can do it yourself. If you can get a silhouette of you standing next to like Ed, and it's Ed's silhouette, right? Just silhouettes. And then it says, I'm kind of a big deal. With the size comparison there, I am buying that shirt. And I'm saying it here, and I will do it.
You need to get that picture of me, Punk, Terrence, and who else was in that picture with us?
Tony.
Yeah.
And just silhouette it, because that'd be perfect.
Yeah. Just so we can get the
That
size
one might
comparison.
actually work because there's a full body shot of us.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what it needs to be. It's got to be the full body shot. And you put the I'm kind of a big deal on that. I am 100% buying that. And you can put your sub numbers under there, you know, almost 5K.
Hey, Bud, you there?
Not entirely.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm just throwing it out there. But if you were to draw Larry next to have to be this tall to ride roller coaster, and he's under the mark.
I already did it.
Did you do that one?
Yeah. The problem is he does it online. He does it on lined paper, so you can't really put it on a shirt.
Oh.
That doesn't
I can always redraw it.
I was just gonna say, if he was standing there with that, and he said, "I'm kind of a big deal," standing next to that would be kind of funny. But.
It was a picture of him. Okay.
This is what I want. I've asked my daughter's fiance, but they just moved to San Diego, so they're busy. I want a caricature of Roman, and even though I don't like this, on Duke's card art, holding like a bone or something, and the dog tags be my logo rather than a dog tag.
Describe it for me again. I
Bud's like, yeah, but that's not making fun of you, Larry.
About your shirt.
Well, yeah. I mean, not everyone wants things that me being made fun of, believe it or not.
That's true.
I'm not going to make fun of you tonight, Lawrence. You're wearing the world's greatest T-shirt right now, so all you.
Yeah,
Let's solo Lawrence for the T-shirt.
I really like Steve and like Morgan.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Steve's money sometimes comes to me, so don't worry about it. Support Steve all you want.
Yeah, like he finally made it onto his horse.
That Dubon's. I love him.
How much money is
Dubon
that
one of the
altogether right
best
there?
figures.
About $140.
The horse was
Yeah, I was
60, and Dubin was, I think, 45.
He
That's
should have.
not bad,
It
actually.
depends where you got him from. If you get him from the retailers, he's 45. If you get him off the Horseman table, I think he was only 37.
Yeah,
Well, it wouldn't have been the
got
Horseman
Dubin
table. It would have
Sergeant
been
Reds.
like 40
Yeah, I got Dubin at Sergeant Reds, and I got the horse at JoeFest. So 60
at
for
the
the
table.
horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 75 on BBTS, I think.
Now,
The horses.
Now the Headless Horseman up there, that's like 150.
Yeah.
That's because, that's the retailer version. The original version was only like 120, I want to say.
Yeah, it was 120.
That's the one with the amazing glow in the dark effect, right?
No, the original one has no glow in the dark effect. The original one was just straight orange translucent plastic with like regular kind of orange and red deco. And that first came out through the Horsemen, and that was the only way you can get it, either through them when it was available for pre-order or on their table. Then when they released the retail version, because all their retail stuff gets an automatic markup for their retailers to get profit, that one's more expensive. And then they added those glow features. They added my favorite color scheme, the purple and green. That's
Dude,
why,
honestly,
that
that's
was
why I really wanted that set. That purple and green always go.
But they
There it is.
also repainted the packaging.
Yes,
Packaging also comes
Nate Barge. He does that for all of the figure obscura. So whenever they re-release the retail version, whatever colors the retail version is, it's reflected on the packaging. So like the black Krampus is black on packaging. The red Krampus, he's red on packaging. The Father Christmas, he's red on the original one, he's green on the next one. So like when they do those re-releases, it's like, pretty much a full re-release of that figure, but it's beyond just repainting the figure itself. They redo the packaging, they redo the accessories, and they are without a doubt just I love it. Oh man.
To share this,
Did you get that print from Nate?
I got it from Nate. He only, I believe he's only released 2 of these, and I just shake his hand. And this is one of my favorite figures of all time that the Horseman released. But his art, Nate's art, was just so amazing and inspiring. I was like, whatever you need, I will pay. Give me the thing.
I was gonna say, if he ever does another one, I would love to have one on my wall.
He's going. Yeah, they're beautiful, man. And I do believe he's going to do. He's trying to keep this limited. Like this is 2 of 2, I think. But I think he's going to redo it with the re-release, the retail color that you like, Oz. I believe so. Probably the next Legion's Con. Run to his table, because there's probably going to be only 2 or a very limited amount of that re-release color scheme that you like so much.
I might have to talk to Nate about that. You know what I think is great about Nate too? Like he got his start. His start was on He-Man.org forums.
That's cool.
Just drawing up Motu characters, right? Then he got involved with Classics, got involved with Mattel, and was doing contract work for Mattel, doing contract work for the Horsemen, until now he's actually he is part of their team. Like he is fully working with them now, which is outstanding. Now he's still got stuff to release through Mattel. I know he said he still had several. I'm not sure if all of that has come out yet. I do know Axel and Roy and the rest of the team have been doing pretty much everything at this point, but I'm not sure if he still has a couple left. He was mostly doing the art for the Masterverse stuff, and Roy and Axel and everybody were doing Origins. But oh man, I can't wait to get the Legions con and meet everybody there. I still need the hookup for intern for a day. Yeah, I'll highlight it for you, Sonny, because we know. I'm with you, buddy.
But my headless fellow statesman.
Absolutely, 100% love. I will say that Headless Horseman figure has really become my favorite figure of all time.
It's I'll pull it up one more time, but the work, the accessories, just the vibe, man. When this thing is on the shelf, it's beautiful. So much that I had to have the artwork, I had to meet the artist, shake his hand, talk shop, and was just inspired by the whole thing. So I'm a fan of the gent that sculpted this, the artwork, the package artwork behind it. So for me, it's a big deal too. I was a big fan of the book, and of course that old Disney Bob Crane and the Headless Horseman cartoon. So yeah, this one's important to me, big time.
Yeah, although I also like the McFarlane movie style one. Although it's
the movie Maniacs, 100%.
A bit too excessive. I mean, the movie, of course, is a total exaggeration, but still, it's kind of nice.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Kevin,
it's a Burton movie too. I'm surprised we don't get Danny DeVito in a hat that's taller than he is in that one too. But I mean, it had the rest of the staples.
Yeah. But what I like about this movie is what most people don't see. It's really done in that style of the like 30s, 40s, 50s horror movies with Christopher Lee. You can see the fake blood and everything, and this somewhat pale, like it's almost not really black and white, but really pale coloration and everything. So it really has a vibe of these old movies, of these old horror movies, or ghost. Yeah.
Oh, that was so good.
Yeah, that's a beautiful one.
I 100% love. Just absolutely love both versions of this figure. I get chills every time I look at it.
Yeah, that green one's beautiful. I have him. I haven't unboxed him yet. He's in my stack, but they're both, man. They're worth every penny, and I hope other folks definitely pick them up. It's beautiful.
He's definitely on the list.
That. Adam has
and
joined us.
I will gladly trade like 10 built master grade Gundams. Just putting that out there in the world. For Smithy.
In
we'll
the glow
see
in the
what we
dark
can
one,
do for you, bud.
The glow in the dark one, if you throw G.I. Joe's spirit on it, he looks awesome.
Hey, there we go.
Okay.
All right, guys. I will be back in momentarily. I'm going to pop out for a brief set.
I've got. I'm going to design I have to design a figure for a client. So as we do our thing, I'm kind of going to kick that off here.
Can you show it off? Show us the step by step.
Well, let's see here. I don't know if I can show.
Before you, I don't know how a client would feel about that. But.
Yeah. Now this one, it's kind of why I started doing the easy, superpowers inspired show and tells, because that's kind of the bummer with doing any client's work. They generally, unless it's like a Hell Skull playset where the guy that hired me to do that is super cool. He's just like, I don't care, show people what we're trying to do. And he's a part of that creative process too. So he's all about just sharing, as we go through it. But yeah, characters and other prospective clients that are looking to get at least a mock-up or something. That's the sucky thing, is you can't really share it. You can't really post it and put it out there. So I wanted to create something that I can do at lunch, lunch break or something like that, that I can actually start posting again and just kind of sharing, here's a new thing. But in this case, I think, let's see, who had asked about it.
If you go down to present, you hit the share screen, and then I'll let you in.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll keep the character over here. So I'll present and share this, and you guys forgive the roughness of the rough out here. I'm going to present, and let's see, share screen. Window. So what we have here, let's see if I share it.
Yeah, hold on, let me bring it up.
All right, can you guys see it? So this is sort of that basic buck system that I had noodled out just a couple days ago and started playing with different characters. So in this case, once I sculpted out, and you just start with the sphere. Whoop, once I started building out the anatomy and kind of had something of a so for instance, the arm, and just start sculpting on that. Once you have all the core bits and parts, you can develop characters pretty quickly. So let's see. So here's, I think this was yesterday. And for this retro Iron Man in the Kenner Superpowers attempted styling, I wanted to do like kind of the retro helmet, kind of the classic, probably 60s golden, or the kind of a classic Iron Man helm. And then my goofy in between, that's kind of like a step or nod towards the movie helm. And then of course a movie centric kind of helm, which is kind of fun. But as you notice, it's of course using that bug system, and it was just sort of building out. Here we go. Let's do my, if we expose the parts, you can kind of see all the little bits and parts that make the figure. Whoop, boink.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. And there's a back anatomy. So we look at our Space Ghost character from this. This was done this morning. So this was, again, same buck system, because we're doing the Kenner as an exercise, kind of a Kenner superpower centric look. And same thing, we'll expose those parts. Whoop. Bring this back in. But there you go. It's doing, let's say if we wanted to take Space Ghost here and make a, let's say we wanted to make like an invisibility kind of figure just to get a mock-up. Let's see. Let's do that really quick. Let's merge. So we're going to combine all those parts super fast. All right. And by the way, for the folks at home, this is the same tool set that basically Mattel, Hasbro, talking with members of their sculpting team, shaking their hands, kind of trying to learn from them a little bit. This is the same tool they use. Folks at Super 7, same thing. The Four Horsemen, same thing. So very much an industry standard, and it's it has a bit of a learning curve, but once you get past that, it can be quite fun, but it has a lot of bells and whistles though. Let me tell you. So let's see here. Let's go through, and we're experiment with different materials here, and see if
runs about $30 a month or something like that, right?
Yeah. Now I'm old. I've had a license for a while. So before Maxon bought them, it was Pixelogic, and I bought a lifetime license, which was a little pricey. I mean, it wasn't too bad for what you got. Pixelogic was pretty generous with their licensing. You could spend, let's say hypothetically for like $1,000 back in the day, you would get a lifetime license. I'm part of that lifetime license. I'm sure it will eventually get phased out, but here I'm just gonna do a quick kind of mock-up. But yeah, right now ZBrush I think can only be had at like a monthly kind of rental type of, or like an Adobe subscription.
Right.
Yeah. Let's do this. We're gonna do this. Here, we're just kind of dorking around real quick, gents.
We are not dorks. We are cool people.
we are
the cool people of today.
we are so cool. I like Ken's. There we go. So if let's say a company said, hey renders, we want kind of a Space Ghost prototype, send us what that would look like in the invisibility kind of effect. This is probably what I would send them, something like this, just to sort of share that idea. Now what you're seeing here is this is the actual, so I can go around there. So this is the actual model, but if I render it, that's where you can add these additional effects and stuff for like a picture. We can do, of course, any angle. Kind of fun. Not sure if folks are into that or not, but this is the tool set. This is what the fancy people use, I guess. So for ZBrush, by the way, it's also used for much more advanced stuff, I would say. I mean, it's used for video games and movies. So like the old Pirates, the Johnny Depp Pirates of the Caribbean, the Kraken, and then the Davy Jones, that character with the tentacles. It was done in ZBrush. It was all sculpted in ZBrush. So for toy design, it's all I would know how to use it for. It's a different skill set that someone in the video game industry would use the tool for. They'd be working a lot more at the geometry and where things get a little bit more complicated but for toy design, it's basically what I need it to be is to look good and to be mechanically feasible for a factory to produce and for it to be functional. So I would take these different parts here, and let's go back to our Iron Man here. So, working with these parts here, I would need to make sure that they're, I could print it here at my house, prototype it, and kind of make sure, get it to where like it looks like, okay, these are connecting fine using this brittle resin material that you can't really, pose with too much, but it gets the point across that it's ready to ship to the factory for them to get started with making a prototype or to see if it's ready for the molding process. Generally, that's a collaborative effort. You send something, it may work, but they may have to make changes, or they may need you to retool something slightly, and it's kind of a back and forth process. But here, let's get off of this. Let's go back to that. So you can see when we render this, it'll look a little cooler. Boink, and just slightly, if we add shadowing to it, we get the Instagram shot. It's slowly building. There we go. And you can see there's some shadows added. And this is the rendering process where we took our sculpt and we want to make a pretty picture so that we can send it to our team to see if they're into it, if there's a design element that needs to be changed or modified. But that's kind of the fun process. And this is with the very basic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be 7 points. The neck, the arms, the legs, and of course the knee articulation. So.
Right. That is beautiful, and thank you for giving us this live demonstration.
Oh, man! I appreciate your guys' interest and the opportunity to share. I really appreciate it. It's a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, we always get the finished product. We don't always get to see what goes into that or what that looks like. So this is a lot of fun to be able to sit on this side of it. Now, I do also want to say, whoever was just trying to jump in, we got to wait until some space frees up. We are at max capacity.
Why am I stuttering? I'm going to jump out, so.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why I was.
Words are hard, Lawrence.
Words are really fucking hard.
Words are hard, especially when you're tired. We get it.
Yeah, I got to figure out a PowerPoint slideshow for someone's graduation party next week. Probably should have done it earlier this week, but hey.
Uh-oh.
We're busy folks. It's not like graduations that. Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, well,
All right. Well, take care, Larry.
Good
All
luck,
right, I
Lawrence.
will talk to you guys later.
We'll see you.
Lawrence, thanks for being here, brother.
Bye, punks.
Bye.
All right, take care.
I got to leave as well. Before I go, I would like to thank Random Diorama and Renders for the kind of inspiration and motivation. So I might give it another try. And
do it, son. Do it, please.
Okay, and maybe next week or see you guys around.
All right, Sonny, have a good one, brother.
Bye-bye.
Sonny.
You know, anybody who's watched anything that I do, I cannot not say this enough. The world needs more creativity. And anybody who doesn't think they don't have a creative side, just try. Just try. You're going to put something out there in the world that wasn't there before. You are going to create something new with that creativity. And if that just starts by copying what somebody else has already done, then that's where it begins. But eventually, it does become something else. Because I know earlier tonight, somebody said, I just used to draw what others drew. That's all I ever did. Like when I was a kid, man, I sat there, and Tom Lyle is probably one of my favorite comic book artists of all time. And when I first started like learning how to draw Venom and learning how to draw Spider-Man, I was literally just redrawing what he had done, him and Todd McFarlane, and learning how to do that. And so a lot of that style goes into the way that I draw those characters now, even. So just try. So I got to just try.
Confidence is so much of it. And I think every child has that creativity, but it gets beaten out of them as they're growing up. And, you know, it's not all, we don't always value it. It doesn't always get encouraged. And also the measuring yourself against what other people can do when they've spent 10,000 or 20,000 hours doing it, especially in the social media world we live in now. It's very detrimental to your ego on that sometimes.
Well, it's like we're always saying in your craft and chill stream Friday nights, Random. It's, you know, don't start out trying to build, you know, a castle. Start out with a wall and a simple base, right? It's like
wall and a floor. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I never thought I could do this. Like, and what we're doing right now, this isn't necessarily creativity. But I mean, this show evolved from a creative headspace of what do I want to do? How do I want to do it? What is nobody else doing right now? And really, like, you know, you didn't see too many mega streams like this where you got 10 people on screen from beginning to the end of the to the point where people are trying to join in the fun. And I've got to tell them, hang on, because we don't have enough space at the moment. And it's like, you know, I used to watch other shows like TKO or Geek Dad Life or, you know, Toy Anxiety. I used to watch shows like theirs, and I was like, yeah, nobody ever wants to hear me talk about toys. And yet every Saturday night, we've got about 50 people between mine and Punk's channel. We've got... you know, like I said, more than enough people like wanting to jump on and hang out and just open up and talk about toys. You don't know until you take that chance. So anytime you're thinking like, oh, you're not creative enough or anything like that, just try it. Just try it once. And
is that Gaz that just joined us?
It was Gaz that just joined us.
I gotta maximize my screen. See who's there.
Gaz, it's good to have you, brother.
What's going on, man? How you guys doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing awesome because I'm playing with Delta 17 while we're doing all this.
Let me just tell you, it's freaking hot as hell here.
I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you.
Yeah, I got the AC
just had a thunderstorm for. Yep.
Yeah. I hear those figures are okay. Oz.
Sure, they get a lot of rain out in your parts, Ken. If there's some moving there.
They do most of the year. I mean, the climate's. I don't know. I mean, today was the equivalent of like maybe 79 Fahrenheit today. 47% humidity, so people say it's not that bad, but still warm.
47 is a lot better than like 92.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
There's such thing as 92 humidity?
Yeah.
Without like taking a shower, because really,
Ken, there is possibility of 100% humidity.
Oh yeah, we get that.
Well, there
Texas.
is. That's called going into the shower, isn't that 100% humidity?
You would think
No.
it's getting into the ocean, but it's when walking down the street becomes impossible because it feels like you're in the ocean.
Yeah,
but
when you're drinking the air.
Yeah,
Really?
like it's nuts. It's really bad.
I did not
And-
know that. All right, I'll stop complaining.
No, no,
we don't
just
we don't even, we don't even
come
have
to
built-in
Maryland.
AC. Like we don't actually need built-in AC in the homes here, because of that. Like just portable.
Yeah, in
units are actually
Texas,
okay.
the population, 90% of the people would be dead without central air conditioning.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was
Wow, like
115
I
here today.
literally have a portable unit for each bedroom of the house and downstairs, and then I put them all away in September because it.
Yeah,
because
I grew
it's
up like
outside,
that
it's
in New
cool enough.
York. You know, yeah, I grew up
Yeah.
like that, but not down here. You can't do it, man.
Yeah.
What was that you were saying,
Yeah.
Thanos? How hot was it where you are?
It was 115 here today.
Holy
What?
Where are you, dude?
Central
Even with
California. It's been like this all week. I mean, today was the
Oh,
hottest.
sorry,
but
that's-
it's been like
that's
110
possible?
plus all week.
115.
Yeah.
In the,
Yeah.
in the U.S.
Do you live in a volcano?
Yeah, I mean,
Now he does.
I'm making a note to stay away from there. Where are you from?
Central California. So you guys
I'm
talk about like doing stuff, right? Like, so I brought out my Hell Skull. Like, I never put something like this together. I was just like, I'm gonna do it. So
Nice. Yeah,
That's
that's
cool.
awesome, man. And that's something that Mattel will very likely never do.
Yeah.
So, and if it's something you want, you went and you did it. You made it happen.
and there's the jaw bridge for
Nice.
it.
Yeah.
That needs like a red slime feature, Thanos.
Yeah.
That was part of how I found, because again, I knew Thanos from our chats, but that was part of how I saw or found him on Reddit. Was he was posting pictures of, it was that very first picture that you did, like all the forced perspective for that shot from the mini comics.
Yeah.
And then there was
And
this.
Green Goddess. Yeah, and then this. But like when I decided to do this, I had no idea what I was gonna do. I just found the Barbie head and I was like, okay, make it work.
Is that an evil Orco?
Yeah, it's a repainted Anti-Eternia Orco.
Nice.
That Thanos hangs out on Reddit is the least surprising new bit of information I've learned today.
I haven't actually been on there in a while, but that's
Okay.
where I was initially posting like my toy stuff.
Right on.
Really, been on YouTube or any like Instagram at that point.
So is that a lot of paper mache involved in that at the top?
There's a bunch of paper mache, cardboard, foam. These are like the rocks that you get, like the little like shiny like display rocks or whatever.
Yeah.
And foam and cardboard and yeah, a lot of paper mache, some clay, paints,
I
broken
like
toys.
the hairstyle.
Yeah, I wish I would have done a different clay because it kind of like cracked when I was doing it.
Air dry?
I don't know. It was just cheap stuff that I found at a little craft store, but I didn't really know what I was doing. But like these are paper mache balloons, like for the domes.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The rocks down there are foam and
That is awesome. And
then
and
this
what
is
I love
like
about
a
this,
modeling clay around here, then it worked out a lot better than this clay.
what I absolutely love about this is Thanos's renders. Earlier you had your version up, which by the way, this is so fucking sweet. This Secret Wars Wolverine. This popped up in my feed and I was like, oh yes, we need this.
Yeah, thanks,
But-
buddy. Oh, good work, Thanos, though. That is awesome. Hell Skull.
Can you bring yours up? Your Hell
Yeah.
Skull real quick again?
I can. It was kind of it's a big file, so it's going to eat. It was kind of choking the stream a little bit, or on the share. I'll try to bring it back up. But let's see if it crashes. Let me exit out of Photoshop.
I feel your pain.
Yeah. I have a new rig I haven't transitioned to because I've got all my, so for instance, if I've got a lot of customization within, like some of these menu systems are not native to ZBrush. I mean, they're there, but to create your own little interface and stuff like that. And I got to transition all that stuff to a new machine. All right, let me see if I can pull it back up. Let me kill. Just gonna get some system memory here back. Killing things. Let me see. Explorer.exe has stopped responding. I'm sure I'm gonna get that soon. Yeah.
Ken, I'm throwing this comment up because the people want it.
Yeah. Bring back the TKO.
When you got time and energy, brother, I'm not really pushing you, but you have a loyal fan base that misses it, and I'm fully with Gaz. I freaking love TKO.
TKO live.
I mean, it was my morning coffee. I'd go outside, have my coffee, have my smoke, and I'd jump into the chat. All right, while we're waiting for that to try and load up here, I'm going to bring myself back up for a second because I just did the fully decked out Delta Squad.
Ah, nice.
It's got the 2 rockets on the back, 1 in the launcher. And that has got to be the best looking. I don't know how well it'll show up when I pull it out.
Oh,
That's
nice.
1/18th K bar, and I know.
You prefer the mask on the face as opposed to in the backpack?
I am enjoying it on the face because it kind of made him look like a Spartan.
Ah, well, or an ODST.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a little bit more grunt-like since they had that more gas mask look, but I dig it. I like it.
Yes.
Sometimes I like my army builders to be kind of faceless, right?
That's fair.
Mind you, it's only lips, so it's not much. But
it's like the Televipers.
yes. All right. How do I get us all back on screen again? I used to remember how to do this. And we got the share screen. Adam, how are you doing tonight, brother? What are you opening up over there?
I'm just opening up a bunch of doubles that I've got that have just been like piling up, and I realize that I don't have any more room for boxes, and I need to just start opening more stuff. I've been so busy with everything that like when I buy doubles of things, like if I do an unboxing of one, I'll open one and then I just don't open the other one and it just sits. And I just have piles of figures sitting around. So I opened up a Techno Viper. I opened up a 60th anniversary. What do they call it? Action Soldier Infantry. This guy.
Okay. Hang on. I'll get you a full screen here in a sec.
It doesn't matter. It's not.
Okay. Well,
it's the classified figure. Now I'm opening another. What's it called? Wind Raider.
Yeah. The beautiful, beautiful, fun Wind Raider.
Nice. Yeah.
All right, so
we have one, and it flies around without wings because George just pulls the wings off all the time.
Right.
I'll put the wings on this one and keep this one in my office probably.
There you go. And not to mention, again, it's nice to have that little stand that it comes on too, because you can swap out other flying vehicles like Roton and stuff on there. All right, so Thanos' Hell Skull and yours as well here, Renders. Like, I like how similar they are. So again, this is something that really we didn't have much of a depiction of, except for a few small pieces. Just the old, like, is it the tape radio dramas they had from Germany talking about it?
Mm-hmm.
And then people were...
I think there was only like 3 images out at the time that I built mine. There was like the comic book that had like a couple panels of it. There was a concept art, and then there was the Origins card back. That was it.
Card back, right? You know, and the comic book, and of course the images in the comic book, I will say loosely is official, right? Because again, that was artist's image based off of a description, and then Axel kind of putting the final stamp of approval once it finally hits card art. But it's just gorgeous in a really creepy, scary kind of way.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to build it, is just like the creepy factor of it was like, oh, that's really cool. I dig that.
Yeah.
The fact that you used a baby doll head or like a Barbie head for the freaking the face.
That makes it creepier. That's creepier.
Totally made it creepier. And I love that.
What's funny is I had that mutilated doll's head sitting on my workbench like for a long time, and people come in like, "What the fuck, dude?" And I'm like, "I'm working on something." Like,
I'm doing a thing.
Again, I came across it while he was posting pictures on Reddit of him making it. I was like, "This is really cool." And of course, I was like, "Wait a minute, is this the Thanos copter of YouTube?" Mind you, he didn't have a channel. It's just we know each other from the chats. And then I was like, you need to post some stuff on IG, brother.
And I did, and look at me now.
Look at you now.
Look at you.
Crazy. You're losing subscribers.
I'm going to drop under 1,400 this week or next week for sure.
You know what? Oh, wow. Those kind of people just, they're losing out. That's all I got to say.
The Hump Day series that I've done is a little extra graphic, like for this set, so I do get it.
It certainly has been. It's not for everybody, but that's okay, because if they don't want to see that kind of stuff, they shouldn't follow you anyway, right? I mean, really, they could just not check your feed on Wednesdays, because that works too, but whatever.
Those pictures, like, everybody has problems with Instagram, but those pictures get pushed more than any of my other pictures too. So, like, I don't know, like, why, but if you look at the insights, it's like those are reaching a far wider audience than any of my other stuff.
Well, we all know it's because Zuckerberg.
Well, that's because everybody wants to see it, but nobody wants to say that they like it. That's the problem.
Probably get shares. You getting shares on those?
Yeah, they do.
That's what it is. It's a shock value. They're like, dude, check this crap out. It's crazy.
I hit like on every single one of those, and that's just because, it's fun art, it's toys. It is what it is. If people just don't want to look at it, fine, they don't have to. At least they're unsubscribing you as opposed to like reporting you and getting you kicked off the IG.
I'm surprised because I've seen people be like banned for like way less than what I get away with.
So much less than what you've posted. I've talked about her before. She's jumped in the chat a few times. We have still trying to get her to come on stream, but there was Cushy Mama, if you guys follow her on IG. She used to post a lot more about her horror collection and Marvel Legends collection. Now she's mostly posting her fitness stuff. But she posted a couple of nothing near what you post, Thanos. And like she had that crap reported, but she's dealt with some pretty crappy people on IG. We'll get her on sometime to talk about it. That's for sure.
It's pretty cool.
I freaking love it. Absolutely love it. You know what we're going to need to do? We've got to get you and Mark from Mortarheads together for an episode of The Frenzy where we're just going to talk about masks and Halloween.
Nice. Yeah, that would be cool. This is kind of a sneak peek of some of the stuff I'm trying to design for Legion's Con. That and I keep flashing it on. Not a lot of people have seen it, but just to share sort of the process, that's that's what you see on the screen, and this is it, in real life. So it's being able to produce things that, from the computer, from the screen here, and now being able to translate that through, various printing technologies and things like that, and fabrication, and be able to kind of bring it into the world, even if it's on a larger scale. It's a lot of fun. But kind of a sneak peek. I'm trying to design. I'll share it because I think it's just going to be different. But the plan is, since we're only 18 weeks away from Legion's Con, I'm prototyping those mask stands because they take a little while to make each one, and then I'll be making a very limited run of these wearable collectibles, with changing jaws, like an articulated jaw system. I actually have one of them around here. It's got like a little rubberized tendon system where the jaw, should move as you speak to a degree. A little Guar inspired, maybe a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of Mad Max inspired, but maybe a lot of Mad Max when we start looking at, like, I actually sculpted the Mad Max logo on the padlock here, but yeah, people might be like, why are you here? What are you doing? Or they might be like, this vibes with the show. Cool. I'll take one, or maybe my buddy will want one or something like that. We'll see. But I'll do a small run. But what I'm going to try to do is create sort of like a mix and match mask system that people can buy, and then they can decide on what jaw they want to buy to go with their mask. If they want like an orcish kind of trap jaw kind of thing, or if they want to swap that out, remove that, and go blip blump blump, let's actually make it like an actual skull. You'll be able to do that. And then I've got a hinge system here where you can plug in, and the jaw will articulate. So
yeah, that's really neat.
Thanks. Yeah, and if people dig it, what I would like to do is, I've got tool testing for Mythic Legion's heads that I've made a couple that pop on, of course, the head ball for Mythic Legion. So what I'd like to do is, if you don't want the mask and maybe you just want the little, or if you want the mask and you want one to go with your figure, that would be kind of unique. I don't think I've seen that on the show just yet. So you can buy the mask, and then you can buy the actual Mythic Legion's readied head, resin head that'll pop on your figure. Then you can take it home and paint it. And if I have time, I'll try to paint a couple, but that's the goal. Let's see if I can actually land it before the show.
I'm down for that. I think that would be freaking amazing.
Hey, Steve.
Cool. Thanks, brother.
Steve, welcome, brother.
Hey, Ken, Oz, Adam, Gaz.
What's up, Steve?
Who else we got here? Thanos, Random. Random, what are you making there, man?
Something I'm not supposed to talk about yet.
Okay, I was thinking either you're adding a lot of gravy or you're making something pretty cool.
A lot of small wooden items.
All right. And Buddy, how you doing, man? Render, loving what you're putting out here. That's pretty crazy. Are you going to be doing that in action? Sorry, I don't want to say hate to action before I cross over. You're going to be doing that, like, is that to fit over a person's head?
Yeah. So this one prototyped a little small, but it did fit at one point, and I think it took some heat. So this one would fit on my unique melon pumpkin size head. But wow. Then I've got others here that I went too large. Here, bear with me just a second. Oh, running out of room. Grab this real quick. Where I went. Ow, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
Do you not have pants on, dude?
Yeah, I gotta say, I love it whenever we get black screen and sound effects, because it's just a total Texas Chainsaw Massacre horror what's going on.
It's always got
made Kayla violating the seahorse so great.
Oh yeah, cool.
This one's too big.
Just PLA, huh?
So this one, and this was just a PLA prototype, and this one is just too big. But you can see that. See, this one was for me just right, but got to make some changes here. But and then of course, like if I shared, I think at the beginning of the stream, part of my selling point is if you're into the mask and you want one, you'll get one of these so that you can display it at home. So every mask will come with this Renders FS mask stand. Now, I got two different kinds. I got one that's like really, really strong that you can actually sculpt a monster mask on if you wanted. And then the ones that I'm just giving away are not as strong, but they're, they would work for high-end silicone masks. That's why it's earless, so you can slip over, masks on the form. But we'll see.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man.
Thanks, man.
Wow.
So I'm either going to be ready for Halloween, or maybe some people will actually want it at the show. So
yeah.
There's no way horror buffs won't be into that.
I'll probably want it at the show. I'm just saying.
Which
better start selling that merch, Oz.
I know. I'm still waiting for us to get a tip tonight, so I can go spin around in my chair and go wee.
You still have to do it even if you're outside having a smoke.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. I wanted to share this because I brought it up while I was outside and I forgot about it since I came in. Bring back up your screen here in a sec. This was that toy I was talking about.
Oh, that's okay. I've never seen that.
Huh.
So
cool.
I had this toy as a kid, and I spent hours just making weird, creepy monster faces. You see, you get like these extra parts right here, and let me try to find.
It's Mr.
Here we
Potato
go.
Head
Here's
with
the back
monster
of it.
parts.
It is. Like I said, it was like that old school Barbie head, and instead of little girls doing makeup or hair, it was boys making the biggest, grossest thing you could possibly do.
Yeah.
And like you could see, they literally have this bubble up here. Hold on, I gotta share a different screen now.
That thing looks rad.
I had a lot of fun with it, and I keep saying I'm gonna draw it, and I need to. I want to draw up and make some kind of pseudo avatar or mascot for my channel using this kind of as a template. But like, yeah, here it came with like different types of eyes, ears, teeth, all this stuff. I could try to zoom in, but it loses a lot more of the detail. This little part right here, you could fill up with slime and it would pus out. You can see he's got like screws into his head and everything, little bugs. This thing was totally disgusting and gross. And I loved every second of playing with it. Absolutely loved it. It was one of my favorite toys.
Yeah, that is super cool, man.
Wow.
Yeah. And then they've rebranded, like, after the popularity of Goosebumps. And I didn't know they did this. This was something that happened like much later. But they completely rebranded it for Ghostbusters. And you can see they added a couple things too, like showing like you could put the like clay on it to make a mask. But it's funny when you're talking about making the stuff out of the clay and all like that. I was just thinking, I was like, man, I wonder if he actually played with this as a kid, because I had hours of fun.
Yeah, that's pretty unique.
But yep, there was modeling clay that they gave you, mummy wraps.
Back in the 60s, there was a toy called Hugo. I think he was called like Hugo the Master of Disguise. And he was like,
oh, yeah. I saw that one in the toy store just
yeah, he's like the
last
upper
week.
torso of a guy that was bald. And he came with like all sorts of like facial hair and a pirate bandana and a bunch of other things you could put on there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's really funny? I mentioned Mark from Mortarheads earlier. He's the one that did he does masks based off of toys. So when he comes out with a mask, it is based off of the toy of what it is. So when he does like a Darth Vader, it's not going to be a Darth Vader mask like from the movie. It's going to be the Darth Vader Kenner toy version of that. And maybe that's not the best example, but like he's done like Greedo based off the toy. He's done a Hammerhead based off of the toy. And that's how he did all of his Motu masks. He has a Hugo mask with and this is just a latex mask, but it's got attachments that you can add to it, like the toy.
That's awesome.
That is neat.
Wow.
Yeah, I believe I may have met him. I knew of him at a show called Mask Fest, or which was like a gathering of a bunch of monster Halloween mask makers. And then I shook his hand, I think, at a PowerCon, maybe the last or the PowerCon before, after Val had moved the show, and was just really really impressed with his work with the retro Motu kind of mask that you're talking about. And then NECA picked him up, I think, for those, which is really cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and he does a lot of it's not just toys. He also does some other stuff too. We'll bring him up real quick.
Yeah.
So this is his headquarters page that he actually hasn't put too much up, but like you see here, the old bestial Halloween decoration style, and that's a mask. He combined all 3 masks from Halloween 3 into 1.
That is
There's
so
the Chewbacca.
cool. Yeah.
There's his work from Motu.
Yeah.
I love that he calls this mask the vegan nightmare.
Nice. I love that one.
What's great is if you look at the McDonald's, now this is an early one where it still says McDonald's on the wrapper. He had to redesign that so it actually says Motorheads now on the wrapper instead of McDonald's. Here you go, Mask Fest.
Yeah.
Pretty sure my mom had that mask. I want to say
That's
it was
from
or something very similar.
Bill Weistrom from he was the sculptor, I believe. That's a nod towards the old Be Something Studios masks, and Bill Weistrom had sculpted almost all their stuff.
Yeah,
been able to shake his hand once, and but pretty influential in the mask community. Be Something Studios, which became I think there's Zagon masks now.
Right. But
That's
you see
awesome,
some
bro.
Bionic Man going on here.
Yeah.
Go to his oh, come on. I want to click the
It's
link.
like he designed, he took a particular thing, like a niche, and just landed it, man. Just conquered it. That's such a rad idea. Like his TMNT versus the Nutella mutant, that hybrid design. That's so cool.
Well, that was from the toys. Metaluna Mutant crossed over with Raph in the original toy line when they did their, like, everybody gives credit to NECA for the crossover with the Universal monsters, but that was something that was always present in like the original toys. So it's really cool to see him do a mask based off of it, and
Were those
he's a great
the,
artist, so fun to chill with.
Were those the aliens from the Silent Earth? Those 2 turtle masks with the big brainy heads? Yeah, that's what I thought they were.
But yeah, he's done a lot of really cool work like that, and it's all latex too. It's all old school, which that's, again, it just a certain part that resonates with all of us that grew up with those kind of masks. The old Don Post Studios.
Yeah, that's mask making, traditional latex mask making too. Most of the guys who are really doing it well, they're using gypsum, or they're using ultracal or hydrocal cement, which is kind of a difficult thing to source. I mean, it comes in 50 or 100-pound bags. It's the whole process. Like, if you sculpt something you sculpt a mask, and then you have some funky undercuts, and you don't make your mold wall correctly, you can crack your mold. It's devastating after spending 30, 40, 50 hours on something, and then your mold falls apart, and the sculpture is, of course, ruined. So it's a process, man.
I'm pretty sure hydrocal they use for model railroad stuff you can get at model shops. At least.
Oh, wow.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
So
hydrocal, it like it sets really fast. Whereas UltraCal 30 used for a lot of effects and mask makers use that. It's takes longer to set, has a very low shrink tolerance, and good for tooling, and super strong. But these materials are getting harder to find depending on where you're located. And forget about getting it shipped to your house. You're best to like find like a clay, pottery studio that's willing to order something from Laguna Clay, and then you drive and pick it up. That's how I used to do it. But yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we were
actually,
talking
Woodland
about that
Scenic.
Hugo.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we were talking about that Hugo. So here is the mask version of it. You don't just build your own face or 1,000 disguises. You build your own mask on top of a mask. It's ridiculous, but it's amazing.
It's a really clever idea. Yeah. Oh, there's that classic Disney skull design. That right there, if I'm not mistaken, that's a very classic. Has a name.
Randotti.
Yeah, I think so. Like it's a classic staple of like Disney Pirates of the Caribbean type of skull design from way back in the day.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're not familiar with Randotti and their history with Disneyland, you can check out Raymond Castiel's Basement of Horror on YouTube. He has a good episode on them. So yeah, that's exactly what this is.
Mm.
He's just got a bunch of fun stuff that he gets to make.
Yeah, that guy rocks.
He's got to do Mars Attacks, man. That'd be the best.
Oh, I'm sure I think he did say he was working on it. Here's a classic for all of us.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that might be a nod towards the old Topstone, maybe Topstone.
Ben Cooper style.
Oh, Ben Cooper. Okay.
Yeah. This was exactly my mask as a kid. I still remember that thin plastic faceplate. Yeah, a little stretch band. Definitely, like after it started to crack, was just going to cut up your face.
Oh yeah, it's like a razor blade. That creature.
I should have started looking. Oh yeah.
Oh man.
So Danger Monster Kid at play, and he incorporated all of the Universal monsters into one. So like you got the fangs and cape of the vampire for Dracula, you got Frank's head, you got Creature of the Black Lagoon's hands, the pants and the wraps of the mummy, and then we got the Wolfman feet. It's just classic.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
All right. Yep. Just love what he's doing. It's good.
Yeah.
See again, people. Get creative. Have fun with it. Even if you don't think anybody else will like it, do it because you want to.
There you go.
I got more toys to open up. All right. So let's see here. I've opened up a Delta Squad. I've opened up both kinds of Okami ninjas. Again, I just want to say, and I brought this up earlier, I love the fact that I can get a two-handed grip on that sword with the Okami ninjas. That is awesome. Because not many toys can do that.
Yeah.
You know, when I saw how long the handle was, I was just like, I gotta go for it. And it took some maneuvering. You're not going to be able to pose him much more than the baseball swing that I have him in to get it, but it works.
Oh, I have not even tried that. That's cool.
Just helping you out, guys. Just helping.
There you go.
You know what that means. We all got to try it now.
Yeah, Oz could be, for Delta 17, Oz could be your corn boy from Four Horsemen. Where, if I'm not mistaken, I think one of the talents that Corn Boy has is that he takes a lot of the figures and then he kind of plays. You know, he starts matching parts. He starts testing different poses, and he starts creating kind of like different characters using the tooled parts that they already have, so that they can kind of push out a new character or a new spin on something, and just it makes sense if you've already got the tool in.
Nice. Yeah,
I'm down if you guys want to do that.
Twist his arm. Twist his arm.
I'm not going to say no to that. If that's an option, I'll gladly do it. I won't ask for any type of paycheck for that, because I'd just be like, yeah, you know what? I get to play with toys. That's what I'm doing. So
there you go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never
I'll have
mad
to
about
send you
that.
more product to test.
I'd love to. Absolutely love to. I got to flip his belt around.
Oh yeah, I hate that.
It's okay. Now they know. They know better.
Well, it's like Leo's dog bowl is backwards in the package. I mean, it looks so dumb, but whatever. I mean, things happen.
It's minor, and now that hopefully they've corrected it for, they will know. They'll be like, okay, it doesn't pack like that. Got it.
Yeah. Not the end of the world.
Not at all. Honestly, like, the toys are just so cool. Sorry, I love them.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. What are you making, Random?
Just painting some details on this turret I did the other day.
Nice.
Yeah, it's looking cool.
Cool.
Yeah, this definitely matches the color scheme of those Delta 17 figures. That's for sure.
Yeah. Is that like 6 scale or 6-inch scale? I mean, sorry.
Well, it's not really any scale. I mean, you could say it's an auto turret. There's not necessarily someone in there, so I think it'd go anywhere from a 3.75 to a 6-inch figure.
Nice.
Be okay.
Yeah, it looks pretty sweet.
Thank you.
Ken, you've been awfully quiet tonight. What you got cooking?
Am I still muted? No. I promise WWE Money in the Bank is not playing in the background. I 100% promise I haven't been doing that this entire time we've been here.
And I promise I haven't been stoned for the past 10 days.
It just ended. Who the hell won? Okay, I'm gonna rewind. But that hasn't been going on in the background. I just want to let everyone else talk because I hear my own voice often enough. That's the reason I've been so quiet tonight. There we go.
I just got to check in from time to time.
But that Lawrence is gone, and when he was here, he was wearing the most awesomest shirt in the world. So no one to make fun of, then couldn't make fun of him anyway. With that,
yeah, you just missed Largo, Ken. He said to tell you hey, and he's sorry he missed you.
Oh no, I just messaged him saying I missed him. That I missed him. Yeah.
JB messaged me earlier because he got sent the invite for tonight, and he was out with the fam all day. He went to bed. But he wanted to say everybody what's up, misses you, and sorry he couldn't make it tonight. But
yeah, that's cool.
Is that JB's
all good. We got to hang out. JB's toy trunk. Yeah, he got to be on the panel with on the Mega J panel at JoeFest there.
Nice.
Yeah. JoeFest. I want everyone there next year.
Yeah, y'all gotta come.
On my way right now. I'm gonna start walking.
Right. You'll get there on time.
I'll get there by next year, guys. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be setting up the table for you guys so we get started. I'll help you unload everything.
There we go.
I'll be dead from heat stroke in 2 days if I start walking now.
Yeah.
Hear that?
Gotta stay hydrated.
Did you Uber to DFW, Radom, or did you walk?
Yeah, I Ubered.
Yeah.
It's 10 minutes away, man. I'm like one town over from Grapevine.
Wow.
I heard it was a really good show.
I had fun there. That's all I could say. I had fun. I was only there on Saturday, but I caught the Hasbro old timers panel, and that was really interesting.
Was that the official title of the panel? Hasbro Old Timers.
Yes.
No. But that's basically what it was.
Is actually filmed at the Hasbro Retirement Community.
Yeah.
Those guys still had quite a bit of life left in them, though.
I was gonna say, aren't most of them are like actively working?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're not like Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy or anything like that right now.
I was gonna say, I think just about everybody who worked on the original Motu lineup is no longer in the, well, quite a few of them aren't around anymore either, but
I know Mark Taylor.
you know, rest in peace.
Yeah. I think
If
Roger
it were
Sweet's
not,
around still.
he
Yes.
is. Oh, he's working though.
Mark Ellis is another one. He's around,
Yes.
I think.
Did you guys see what happened?
Paul, anyway. What happened with who?
Oh, sorry. For what was it? Formo Toys, I think. They were working with Mark Taylor, and he had passed. They had, they were right about to put out their Legends of Dragonor, but they were calling them Lords of Power while Mark was still with us, and they got that. They got the nasty gram from Mattel, and it got
they did.
Yeah. But I mean, there's a lot of talent on that team, and they put out some pretty awesome products. But can you imagine that you're right about to go with your pre-release, so that people can your pre-orders, and you're excited, and then you have the night before you have to just stop completely, go back to the drawing board, retwist, retune, and redesign some characters, change the name, come up with a different strategy. That would have had to have been nightmare fuel.
That's rough.
Yeah, it's rough.
Well,
that's
that's
moment.
twice in toy history that the name Lords of Power has been scrapped.
That's true.
But for
If you think about
completely different reasons.
Yeah.
Just the funny part. Originally, it was because of the religious context, where this time it was because they.
Yeah,
Mattel's
this time was like, no soup for you
own
kind
that.
of thing.
That's right.
So,
but
yeah, they soup Nazi.
No soup for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's more to that story than we know. Like, and I've always speculated that they kind of knew they were going to get the SWAT. Like, you put up a character named Durlock, which is Keldor spelled backwards, and he looks just like Keldor. Come on, you gotta know they're gonna come in and be like, nope, that's not gonna fly, and really make you go with something. And again, those new sculpts, like you're saying, they're about ready to go. They're about ready to try and launch this thing, and then all of a sudden, like, they're told they gotta stop, and it was within like a month and a half you started to see the new tooling that they already had. It's like either these concepts were planned to be used in the future and were already underway, or it was kind of like always the idea that they knew they were going to get that slap on the wrist and it was going to get them some press. I've always kind of speculated that might have been part of the deal. But at the same time, though, I'm not going to hold it against them, because it's honestly a genius business idea. And honestly, the people behind those toys, the Van Pelts, I can't think of his first name, but Santa Lucia, they're amazing people, and started with the Power and Honor Foundation and everything. Again, working very closely with Mark Taylor, because everything was kind of designed off of his original concepts.
Yeah.
More so than what we finally got from Masters of the Universe. And they're just amazing. They're solid toys. They have all the nostalgia feels of the original Masters of the Universe. And I can't praise that toy line enough for doing what it's done.
Yeah. I'm going to go snag a few of them. I'm a fan of them for sure. They did something very unique and bold with their articulation scheme, keeping it basic, right? Or fairly straightforward. Kind of like the, that design philosophy of keep it simple, make really good designs, make make awesome toys that feel good in the hand, I think was their design philosophy, because that's how it landed. Now their articulation scheme was very unique. I had only seen it with like some behind the scenes designers when they were prototyping stuff out, which was sort of like that vintage Motu arm nub piece that you see. But then they made some really smart decisions. They kept it very simple. In that regard, it allowed them, from what I saw picture-wise, allowed them to let me go get these figures. It allowed them to prototype out some figures quickly in their studio. And here we go. I think I've got all of them so far. But yeah, I think it's a really, from a toy design perspective, they're really worth a look in terms of like the success that they've seen, well deserved, the build quality. And these guys feel, they feel great in the hand. They look good on the shelf with similar barbarian themed warriors of similar scale.
Right.
But now, what's really cool about it is they took that kind of that pin design, and then they implemented it in some cool spots, so that you can. It's just really, really clever, and totally works. Really, really cool. Just really impressed with the direction that they landed with. But I think I've got as many as I could get at the last show. But I love them. I think they did a fantastic job, and the sculpts are beautiful, and the toys feel very high quality. Similar to that's why I'm so impressed with AWOC, man. I keep saying if you're out there and on the fence with those figures, get them. Once you have it in hand, it just, man, they feel so damn good. That the AWOC figures are. They just feel amazing in hand. The sculptural work there is top notch, but the plastic and the engineering, the design elements behind that, they just feel good, man. They're really high quality toys, action figures.
Yeah, they are really good. They are really good. What was the name of the line you were just showing?
Oh, this was Legends of Dragonor, and this is from a newer toy company called Formo Toys.
Formo. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
There's some.
Thanos, what was that translucent one?
That's the Yandara from the Wave 1.5. I just dropped
1.5.
Yeah,
I've never seen that one.
So yeah, they did a whole 1.5, which was just variations of the first wave, and that is her getting all powered up, is how they described her.
Yeah, this is my favorite one. I think she's just really cool.
Yeah,
she looks so good.
But I really like how the metallic tones came out on this one too.
Oh yeah, I hadn't seen that one in actual figure form yet.
Yeah, actually, I don't think I've taken pictures of this wave yet.
No, I don't think you have. I remember you were opening them up on stream. That Ornithor looks good.
Yeah, that looks really good.
They were at least.
I think I just like that.
I think they might have been at Toylanta too, actually.
They were definitely at Toylanta. I remember the posts about it. I don't know how big of a presence they had.
I think this is the only one I've taken a picture of out of the new wave. But
yeah. And then they got Wave 2 coming. The dragons are coming. I love the dragons. I absolutely have to have at least all the dragons from it, because I like that they made them so with the engineering, you can have them as your typical 4-legged dragons. That you could just sit, and yeah, they're going to be mounts, so you can ride them. They will have saddles. And then you could I don't know if you can remove the saddles or if it's just because they didn't have any of the dragons at PowerCon last year.
You can, and then you swap the arms.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know you swap the arms and they can stand up. So now that they're bipedal dragon warriors to go with the line, which is just outstanding. And I can't wait to have a couple of those guys sitting around with my Origins figures. And Steve, I was holding up Rooster for you, buddy.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you.
Great design. I know it's your favorite, but I love, their comms recon. He's perfect.
Yeah.
Got the little holder for the phone on the back.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I dig that guy. He's fun.
I like it. And I'm finally getting down to the point where I'm going to be opening Kestrel and Death Sparrow here because I've been saving them for last. And I'm glad that you and Ken are both here for it. Because I wanted you guys to be here. The ladies of Delta 17.
I showed up. Someone promised ladies, and I was like, "Ooh."
Oh, we got ladies coming. We got ladies coming right now. All right. So I want to hear from the
chat. A sausage fest. It's like, come on.
Hey. I want to hear from the chat. Who do we want to open up first, guys? Tell me, Death Sparrow or Kestrel? I want the chat to vote on it, and that's the one that I'm going to open next because, I mean, you guys started off with a bang, having two leading ladies at that within the first wave, right? Ladies often don't get as much, I don't want to say respect because they definitely get respect from a lot of us, but you don't see as many females within the toys. We see it more now than we did years ago.
Yeah,
Formo Toys is another good one.
Yeah.
They did Pantera as well as the other one, but
Orchest says whoever doesn't have kids in his stable, that's who he wants you to open.
Oh man.
So Steve, which one is that?
Well,
I was going to say I'm going to go with. Yeah, I'd have to say Kestrel because
she's younger.
Death Sparrow's. Well, she's also a little off her rocker too, right? She's kind of little on the psychotic side for what she does.
Yes.
So now, we're going with Kestrel.
Steve, I got to ask you a quick question. Did the figure designs come first, or did the comic book come first? I ask because there's another female character that I thought would have been in the first wave of figures based on.
Oh, yeah. Well, we wanted Leadfoot in there because she's primarily a driver and a mechanic, even though in the comics she doesn't drive, right? She's just manning the automated gun thing.
Yeah.
Right, and Leo just drives in reverse like an idiot the whole time. But there's got to be some comedy in there. But the character designs came first for sure. So Leadfoot is someone that you'll see in Wave 2, and we'll also have a female army builder in Wave 2. So look forward to that.
Cool.
All right, guys, we did just get our first tip of the night. War Chest Full of Toys sent a $4.20 super chat saying, "What's up?" It works differently with the tip jar. I can't highlight it and bring it up on screen. So I'm just going to read it out loud here. He says, "What's up?" I'm going to go ahead and pop the headset off. I got to do my spin and my wee. Wee!
And he still can't make it all the way around.
Yes, everybody. I just weed on screen.
Yeah. No, Leadfoot is not coming with that car. That car will not be produced. That'll be something the fans can do. It's a Datsun 510 1972. So
I'm pretty sure Jada Toys already makes it. So
probably, yeah, exactly.
And if not, Ramen will probably do it.
Yeah, totally.
Ramen's already got it in the works.
Yeah. Call it
the Sundat.
Yeah. The sedan of death instead of the death sedan.
We're also going to get to the comic in a little bit. I know it's up on the site. People can go read it there, but we're going to leaf through it a little bit because there's something good about having a solid comic in your hand. And the colors in the comic are phenomenal.
Yeah, she did a really good job. I can't believe how she did that. Like, we had a colorist lined up, and we gave him like 2 months leeway, and he got sick and forgot to tell us about it. So we're like about a week and a half to press time, and I'm like, dude, what's going on, dude? Check in. He gets back to me like 3 days later. He's like, oh, I'm in the hospital, so I can't do it. And I'm like, okay, well, how much do you have done? He's like, nothing.
Oh crap!
So yeah, so I reach out to this other colorist that we've used in the past, and I'm like, "Can you do something amazing in 6 days? I'll give you $1,000 extra just as a tip." And so she was like, "Ooh, I like that tip." Right?
Just saying,
just a tip.
A
Yeah.
grand extra goes a long way, folks.
It does, and that's how desperate we were. We wanted this comic for JoeFest, right? And it just wasn't going to happen. We had 6 days, 30 pages plus a cover for her to do, right? So she worked basically 12 to 16-hour days every day for 6 days. The last day, I think she put in a 20-hour day, and I was right there with her inputting all this stuff. I put in about a 21-hour day that day, and we got it all sent up, uploaded to the printer, and it all worked. So
yeah,
beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and I'm glad the deadline was met. You guys had it for sale at JoeFest.
Yeah,
and
the Delta 17 display at JoeFest, it was impressive. It was impressive, and I think it was catching a lot of eyes there. So the way that it was laid out, it really popped. And I wanted to ask how long ago has Delta 17 been in development? Like when did this process start?
Well, first of all, thanks, man. I appreciate that. That was a shitload of work that went into all of that, and way too much money. And I'm burnt out, and everyone's like, "When's issue 2 coming out?" And it's just like, dude, just give me, let me lie on the floor for a bit here, right? Delta 17 first started getting put together in late 2019. Yeah. And then 2020, it's just like, we might as well go ahead, might as well go hard. And found a great sculptor. And it took a while. We bumped around with a few sculptors. It's hard to find. It's not that these sculptors weren't good. They were great. It's just to try to find someone that can do, we need 1985 done over again, right? And everyone's now doing like 6-inch modern, really highly detailed, really, like it's so hard to nail what we want. So we want 1985 with a bit of a 10 to 20% improvement, bit of a twist, right?
Right.
So it was difficult.
Talking about that high detail, let me go ahead. I'm going to play with myself a bit here so I can get big. The detail on Kestrel's boots.
Yeah.
And now I need to go back and look at some of the other boots because I don't think I gave it a hard enough look. Like, these are designed off jungle boots.
Yeah.
Right?
She's the only one with the funky boots. Everyone else has we don't have texture on the other boots.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so because it caught my eye immediately with hers. Nice. She's got, like, anybody who's ever owned a pair, if you got them from Sunny Surplus, your dad still had his Vietnam boots. These jungle boots, like, they've got that texture on there. And I really wish this camera would focus. As good and high detailed as I am, I wish it would focus a little bit. But you could see, like, the toe and around the bottom and up the back is, a little smooth. But then you see where it's got that fabric that it can breathe a little bit more. How these boots should look. That is a fine textured detail on there because you can run your finger over it and you feel that.
That's
amazing.
Yeah, that's the brilliance in that design. In that it's like, just like the man said, it looks like O-ring vintage, but with the 20% tilt towards detail that modernizes it a little bit, but still, it's faithful to that design approach. And that was a very, like, those Joes, man, back in the 80s, there was a very they were doing that by hand, and it was like the gun molding, the weapon molding directly. We remember that very vividly. It had a very rounded kind of design aesthetic.
Yeah.
That's very fascinating to me. That it was, a challenge, because there's so many really talented sculptors out there, but it's really cool that you found the talent that could lock into your vision.
Yeah, it took a while, but yeah, it's so hard working with sculptors too, because you get these guys, they're so talented. It's really intimidating because like I'm nobody, right? Like I'm just some kid who grew up in the prairies. Like when I got into this, it was like when I joined the Coast Guard. It was the same sort of experience, like they're like, so what's your experience with boats? It's like, I have none. I've been on a kayak once or twice, right? Like I'm a prairie boy and I moved to the coast for about 20 years. So did the Coast Guard for about 6 years. And I had zero experience. And all these other guys, they grew up on boats. They were birthed at sea, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, just a dumb prairie boy that's working with all these extremely talented people. But at the same time, I got to somehow lean them towards what we want them to do. Because it's so difficult right now because everybody's really doing that statue style sculpt as well as the 6-inch style, which is amazing. I love all that stuff. But it's like, how do you, and then a lot of times I don't even know what I want, right? We want the G.I. Joe 1985 look, but at the same time, we don't exactly want that. We want to just turn it up a little bit. We don't want their heads too big like some of the Joes were, right? They had some of the guys had huge heads. It was just tragic. But still, that's what we love. That's what we adore. So it's really difficult. We're starting with a new sculptor. Just I hope to pass him some artwork in a couple of days, and I've been really dragging my feet. The poor guy. I hope he's keeping himself busy. Just every now and then, every time I start with a new sculptor, I get intimidated. And I find it hard to just start again because I don't exactly know what I'm looking for. We sort of find it as we dig, and so I'm hoping every time I work with a sculptor, like some of them, they'll come in and they'll say like, here's how it works. I take 2 weeks, I show it to you once, you get 2 revisions, and then I work for 1 week and then you get 2 revisions and then I'm done.
Wow.
And it's like, I can't do that. I can't work like that because, we're sort of starting from nowhere.
Right.
And we're finding out where to go. Right. So far, the 2 guys that I've worked with, Tommy Hodges and Jesse Sandifer, have been great that way. I've just been like, I know you guys don't play ball like this.
Yeah.
But let's just try. Right. And so by the end of it, I was able to just take, let them go because they had nailed it so well that it was just like, okay, just go. I trust you now. So Leonidas was the last one that Tommy did. I basically never checked in on that guy. I was just like, he wants to take 2 weeks to do it. Go ahead. 1 revision, fine, right? Yeah, but Ken, go.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, like, another person who made our lives easy was Corey Cantaloupe, right? Like, we were not, I sat in on that first meeting. I know, like, for the figure sculptors, you took those meetings alone, but for the ones with Corey, I sat in on that one, and there was no discussion about, here's your max number of revisions. It was just like, let's do this. Check in with me when you can. And then he had to take a little bit of time off, and then we thought we lost track of him, but it just turned out he just had like not so much a health scare, but like he had a health thing he had to deal with. It just took a little bit of time to pass, like we all do, right?
Yeah.
And then when it was done, all of a sudden you got that hailstorm, and we're talking about the sculpt, right? Like so we're not talking about the finished product because that's a lot of that's not on the sculptor. But Corey, it didn't matter the number of revisions.
Potato masher.
Right, like when we thought you were done, Steve, you were still like, no, I want to skinny up the arms a little bit, or was it fatten the arms? I can't remember.
It was. We went up and then we went down a little bit.
Yeah, like you revised the arms twice. I recall.
Sorry.
One was to either skinny it up and then fatten it up again, or the other way around. And I'm just like, just be glad that he hasn't limited us on the number of revisions because he was just okay with it, right? You got Death Sparrow there, and I got the other lady. So I got.
I was gonna say, yeah, I've got Kestrel right here. I've got Death Sparrow right here. I love both of these figures. I gotta say, Death Sparrow right now is hitting me on like every. She's just like pin up in reincarnate. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like having a toy pin-up girl in my hand.
I know. I don't like saying weird things on video, but my wife was looking at we got some of the big stuff printed on our banners here, and Death Sparrow's on one of the banners, and she was sitting here on the couch, and she was like, "You know that lady? She looks like she's just like you designed her for sex." I'm like, "What? No, she's just what the fans."
I mean, you could try.
want.
She might kill you before then, but
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want to get into that discussion, but there's a reason why she's called Death Sparrow. Can you figure it out?
Right. I was gonna say there's a very good reason.
So the
we
Sparrow
don't need to get
program,
into those.
She failed the Sparrow program. We'll just say.
Just that the sculpt, the look to her, she's just got all those like trademarks you throw to the old, pinup girls that you see on the planes. I love it. Absolutely love it. This is outstanding. And mind you, she's got a pack with no attachments to it kind of thing, because she's got nothing to attach to it. She's got her one AK here. I do love that sculpted detail, the potato masher on the side, because you don't see those much anymore. Right. That's fantastic.
Yeah, what we wanted for her was that she's a little bit older than a lot of our characters, and she was raised by her uncle and grandpa and different things like that, and they were from the old country, so they instilled in her the old Soviet values. So she still gets these potato mashers made for her custom,
which is perfect.
Yeah, just for a throwback. She prefers old tech.
It's reliable, right? I mean, mind you, the potato masher had a little bit longer to explode. That's why you could, you had to cook it a little longer before you tossed it, because otherwise they'd just pick it up, throw it right back at you.
Did they have ones? I thought they had ones with an adjustable fuse. Is that correct or no?
Later ones, but then they got more. It was very short-lived because the design, again, after the pineapple, like they were like, okay, this is just a better design overall.
Yeah. Right.
So like they did redesign going towards the end of the war, and then it was like, all right, we're switching it up now because there are better designs.
Well, yeah, anything more compact that you can carry more of, is just what you want, right?
Yeah. So I know 3-Star was going to talk about the card stock that you guys use, the pages for the comic.
God, yeah.
I've got to say, one of the first things I noticed when I pulled this out of the box was the weight. And I already knew how many pages I was looking at because Steve, you'd mentioned it before. We talked about it before. So I knew how many pages were here. And it's just like, this is heavy even for that. But that cover, that is, first off,
let me make you
play
big,
myself. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate the assistance there. That's iconic right there for a number one issue.
Thanks, man.
That's going to be iconic. And again, that is that's the cover, guys. That's not, you can see how thick that is. That is awesome.
Steve, did you guys just have leftover cardstock from the card backs that you used for the covers? Why is it so thick?
Yeah,
How
right.
did you know, Adam? How did you know, Adam?
Yeah.
Waste not, want not.
Yeah, exactly. That comic actually got printed in the tiny town that I'm living in here. They have one of the world's biggest printers is in this small town. Like we're a town of I don't know, 6,000, 5,000 people. I'm not sure. And our town is the town that did all of the Harry Potter books for the whole world, and on it goes. So when you go to that place, there's robots everywhere. There's huge machines and forklifts just going back and forth. It's like a weird
you kind
Star
of lucked
Wars
out
movie.
because when you moved there,
Oh,
you
wow.
didn't know that's what you were getting in that town.
Well,
Right?
I
Could you
knew,
imagine
but I
if-
didn't think it was a huge deal. I was just like, yeah, whatever. Friesen's printing. Who cares? I don't care.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
like to that level, like to that scale. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Like you just knew
yeah.
there was somebody there, but like it could have been rinky dink joint something, right? You didn't know it was as skookum and as kind of like well established as it was, right? And you picked
Yeah.
up those comics. I mean, we told the story. You picked up those comics on the Monday before JoeFest, and you drove out on Tuesday to get
Yep.
there for Thursday
So-
morning.
Yeah, we got
Right?
them.
Like those
whatever.
comics, like even a 1 day delay, those were not going to make it in time.
Yeah, we got them like 18 hours before I left. So
Yes.
it's
You
pretty
texted
close.
me when you got them, and you texted me when you left. I'm just like, wow, we made it by under a day.
Yeah.
So, again, and what I love, the pacing of the comic and the story, it drops you in the shit.
Yep.
First page, guys. It's action. And then you get to see that same panel, but slightly different angle later in the book, because of course there's a little time lapse thing. We catch up to where that first page is. So the fact that you guys were able to like redo that again, that very first splash page at the front, and then it's like, all right, now it's a smaller window later in the comic. And
Yeah,
it's just
it
something
was
so
fun.
nice about having a physical comic to go through.
Yeah.
We got the ad pages, which little cross-sell action for all the figures in the line. Updated coming soon. We got, the Hailstorm. So good. Can't wait to get more issues. And they're not the only fun ones doing comics, guys. AWOC has comics available. Make sure you pick up your AWOC comics. Adam got me turned on to those very early on, even before he and Brick were doing AWOC. He was talking about it, and he goes, first issue's a buck kind of thing. And I was like, oh, $1 for digital? And I went and I immediately bought it during that stream.
Nice.
And I was
Where
like,
do you get the comics from for them? I really need to start reading these.
I can send you the PDF. We are still self-publishing them, but they're now going through Diamond. So we're kind of reprinting the first 4 issues before issue 5 gets printed and released.
Nice.
So issue 1 has been released through Diamond, and issue 2 I think comes out, I want to say next week, actually.
Is it that soon already?
Yeah, well, they're done, right? Like issue 2 came out almost a year ago. It's just getting sort of reprinted in sort of a wide distribution.
What issue is it up to on the digital now?
Well, the digital we did
That
up to
was
4,
Okay.
but then we pulled all the digital from the Spiro Toys website just because we didn't want to be competing with the physical copy.
Gotcha.
We will probably release the digital again once we sort of get the physical out again.
Right.
And once issue 5 gets printed, we'll probably do a trade paperback as well. So
Yeah, I have all 4 on digital, and they were good. I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right
When
back,
is,
guys.
when
Sorry
is
about
issue 5 going to be done?
Oh, it's done.
When's it
I've
going
read
to be
it.
out?
It's amazing. Thanos.
Waiting.
Issue 5. So Jason kind of screwed up with all the other stuff that we had going on. He forgot to get basically the information to Diamond in time to get the second issue out when it should have been out. So issue 2 will come out, July, and then it'll be issue 3 August, issue 4 September, and issue 5 should be October.
Perfect.
How's issue 6 coming?
I don't think it's that's on the back burner with sort of the buffer that we've got right now to catch up on everything else first.
I was going to say Spiro Toys has been a little busy lately.
Yeah, I mean I'll say this too, like it's just Spiro is one thing, like AWOC is one thing, Animal Warriors of the Kingdom is one thing, but Spiro is a different thing. Like there's other stuff going on you know, we had the Bushido prototypes.
I was gonna say I want my damn
Legion
samurais,
Con.
Adam.
Man, Death Metal Dan, I think is his Instagram account. Dan, the sculptor doing the Bushido line, he now wants to do 4-figure waves. It was going to be 2-figure waves, but now he wants to do 4-figure waves because he's just got more designs he wants to do. So we got to do that, and we're not sure how that's going to go. Like whether we'll do a Kickstarter for that or whether that will just be like a pre-order model. So that remains to be seen, but that's going on in the background. There's a couple other things going on in the background where we're sort of working with, you know, potentially a couple other lines, and, you know, potentially getting into other people's IPs as well, just to make toys for other people's IPs.
Wow.
So there's just a whole lot of stuff going on. So the comic book is still like happening. It's just we're kind of trying to stay as focused as we can, and I saw you brought up Andrew Davis's question. He emailed me. I saw him at JoeFest. He's like, "Hey, I didn't get my backer kit information." He emailed me. I emailed him back within like 12 hours. So if he didn't get
Andrew,
it, I don't know.
check your emails.
Check your emails.
I went over to the Sparrow booth several times at JoeFest. Those guys were all just standing around, not doing anything. So they're not that busy. They don't have people like Seth Green coming up to their booth and saying how awesome the stuff is, or anything like that going on. So don't believe what Adam's saying.
Yeah, it's just excuses to try to make it so that we don't have to do anything. Just trying to give
right,
you know,
exactly.
Trying to smoke and mirrors. Yeah, we're not doing anything.
Yeah.
Nice. We don't even talk figures on my stream. I just like make stuff. And people last night were talking about, man, I wonder when those Bushidos are going to come out, if that's ever happening or what's going on. So.
Yeah, it's still
I'll
happening.
tell you what,
It's
that
just...
Raven looked awesome at JoeFest, man. I can't wait for that figure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Gotta give me
it didn't have the soft goods or the alternate head that has the hat attached to it either. Like that's gonna be a phenomenal figure. But I think, you know, so literally Brick and Jason and myself were having this conversation this last couple days that like, and Steve, you'll know this, it can as well, like the process from, you know, concept and, you know, digital sculpture to, you know, first to test shots to actually getting something in hand, it's like 2 years. So our problem is that we have a lot of people that are super, super keen to show what we're working on as we're working on it. But it's hard for people that aren't on this side of the curtain to understand that that doesn't mean the figure comes up next month. That means we're at that step in a 2-year process, and that's 3 months into the process kind of thing.
Oh yeah, and then you get the daily emails, right? Daily emails.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh man,
Literally
that's my favorite part. Favorite part, yeah.
Hey, these were up for pre-order, but that was 2 months ago. Why don't I have them yet? It's like,
yeah, why is it not in my hand right now? My hand is right here. It's empty.
Yeah.
And it is not in it.
I can tell you, Adam, on the store side, it's not any different either. At Hella Dope, we have people constantly emailing. I ordered this. Why don't I have it yet? Because it says pre-order coming in December. Oh, I didn't see that. Well,
yeah,
you should read. And we have it listed pre-order.
Well, you're like a drug dealer. It's taking 2 years to cook a batch of meth. I mean, it's
exactly.
Reason.
They
can smell it, you know.
Yeah. Well,
McDonald's.
Are you guys now for? I don't know how I should say this. Are you guys in a decent factory setup with a project manager that's his initials are JL, or is it DP?
DP.
Okay. Yeah, you might want to have a conversation with me at some point. If you want to.
I chatted with Ken a little bit because he about some things, but that's.
Fair. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. We're good.
Gaz, you have been
Inside
awfully
baseball.
I'm doing some O-ring repairs over here.
Doing some
Just
beautiful
listening to you
O-ring
guys.
repair.
Yeah, some fun O-ring repairs.
It's one thing I gotta say about tonight. That's Steve, you've been on with us before, hanging out. Adam, you're here pretty much almost every week, hanging out with us, and now having Renders with us tonight. What I love about this is having industry professionals on for the stream to really talk about this.
Let's not get carried away.
Well, good one.
If you guys want to know, that's why Oz put the ladies on the thumbnail.
Right.
I'm going to put it out there. You guys are the ones in the industry making it happen, getting toy lines out there. First off, two of the most successful indie toy lines on the market right now, represented between Delta 17 and AWOC. Like,
okay.
I hear 3 indie toy brands talked about nonstop. Mythic Legions, of course, and everything Four Horsemen's doing. Sparrow Toys and AWOC and Delta 17 right now. Like, those are the 3 names that keep popping up on the indie toy lines. And then, of course, we got stuff like 5K popping up. And it might just be the company that I keep, too. I'm not going to act like I'm not.
I can vouch for this at JoeFest. After the show was over on Friday and Saturday night, there were so many people I talked to that picked up their first Delta 17, their first AWOC figure. They all loved them. They were so excited to go back to their hotel rooms and open up. It was absolutely crazy.
That's
sister.
Nuts. I mean, if just the concept that you guys are saying, Mythic Legions and AWOC and Delta 7, it's like, whoa, slow her down. That, to me, Mythic Legions and AWOC, those guys are like miles above, miles ahead. They're way down the road. They're doing fantastic. They're, legendary, right? So,
Steve, your colors, like your printouts and stuff that you had at your booth, made your booth pop out so much more than the majority of the booths at JoeFest. I mean,
all right. Well,
I've seen lots of pictures of the floor that people just took randomly, and like you can always see that Delta 17 bright colors, and it just makes everything
the reds, orange against the black for the contrast.
I appreciate it. Well, again, it's all G.I. Joe inspired, right? I mean, we're just sort of, lifting that off of them there. But, there's so many
You guys
great
are
toy
making a
makers
quick
out there.
name for yourselves. You guys are making a very quick name for yourselves.
I kind of get a little vibe when I look at that a little bit for some reason.
When are we going to discuss having a bigger booth, Steve? Or do you think 20 by 10 will cover it?
I think 20 by 10 is fine until we have like really more new product. I mean, well, okay, so JoeFest 2025 will have whatever. We'll have Hailstorm, and we'll have maybe some 2 or 3 pack exclusives. So I don't know.
A high prototype is going to take up a full table.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. We'll have probably 2 or 3 high-end prototypes. That's true. Good point.
That's a good point. Actually, I didn't even stop to think about that.
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gosh.
no.
So instead of the Hailstorm prototype that we'll be holding up and giving interviews on, it'll be this massive thing we'll be holding.
Yeah. It's like right, the one that got away.
I can't wait.
Yeah, I just got an update on it today too. I'm liking a lot of what I see, but
okay, cool. As soon as the stream ends, you can show us, because with your messenger down, I haven't seen the latest updates. Normally, that's where you send them, right?
Yeah, this is
All right, guys, it's been a fun stream, but we want to see all the cool insider shit. Have a great night, everybody. I'm just joking. We're still gonna go.
Sorry, guys, gotta go.
Okay, so hit end stream, and Steve will hit share screen in 3, 2, 1. Right?
Yeah. Every time Steve's on a stream with me, though, I'm always getting a little insight. Like, saw the Hailstorm, very early on in the design. It was all just still digital, or the pictures rather, the drawings, the concept, and then getting to see first panels of the comic. So, like, he says he's got something new to show. Yeah, guys, I get excited. Like, I can't help it.
Well, yeah, because for a lot of us, like about half of you here, saw the hailstorm when we ended a stream. I think it was the last stream before JoeFest, or maybe 2 streams before. And we looked at the hailstorm prototype, so we weren't ready for because we already knew what we were getting. We weren't ready for the reactions, right? Like when Dave from Audible Interlude just walked by, he's like, "What am I looking at?" He's like, "I'm going upstairs to the room right now to upload this video because I want to be the first one to break the news." I'm like, "Go ahead, I'm going to be stuck at the booth, so you may as well do it." Right?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see this or not.
Well, Ed or Oz are going to have to hit share
I was
screen.
going to say, Ed, I'm playing with Delta 17 toys. You bring it up.
That's what I'm doing, man.
There we go.
But yeah, it's getting there.
Man. Oh man!
Wow.
I'm not loving the canopy. The canopy frame needs to be adjusted.
Okay.
The canopy frame is for sure the most iconic and most important part of the Hind. We see the exhaust ports here are a little bit wrong. They should be angled outwards.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case anyone's wondering, will the Hind be handled properly? As long as I am at the helm, you better believe it. This is my favorite thing in the whole world. So I want one in real life. Until then, I'll go with a toy. There's some things that are in development.
So Steve can buy his Hind.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
Now, real
I
quick,
see what you're saying, Steve. I see what you're saying, Steve. That upper
really
cockpit
nice.
needs to be more rounded, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of things that need to be changed on the canopy. You can see the door here is indented. That's just temporary while we're working out some stuff. I don't know what else we have here.
Well,
820 millimeters.
Oh,
sorry,
wow.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Jeff Morris is asking, you are all still awake? Impressive, very impressive. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it for those of you that are still awake. See.
Is that 820?
Oh, there you go.
Great feat of humanity. What's that?
This is outstanding.
Is that 820 millimeters?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 82 centimeters. So
82 centimeters.
32 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a tape measure out to see how big that was.
Yeah, 32 and a quarter. Yeah, just over 32. Yeah.
All right.
Where's my tape measure? It was just right here.
All right. So
Yeah, 32.
Captain Vergiften is saying, anyone in here backing the Cantina? And no, you're not being ghosted because you're not talking G.I. Joe. Honestly, only 2 of us can pilot the ship, and one of us had toys in our hands, and I know Ed probably had similar toys in his hands because it's a toy stream. We like playing with toys.
I had a big package in my hand.
Oh. So, as far as backing the Cantina, I have not backed the Cantina. Honestly, just because I don't have the extra cash to drop down on something like that all at once. I mean, otherwise I'd be doing all-ins on Mythic Legions every time around, and I don't. I kind of had cherry pick here and there. I think it's outstanding that the Cantina is happening. It's getting funded. That portion of it's done. We're gonna get the new bartender sculpt for the Cantina, which is going to be great. We're going to be getting the Tanika sisters, which is absolutely amazing because they've never been released before as action figures, or Tanika sisters, however you want to pronounce
Probably
that.
never again.
The Doublemint twins. Yep,
Probably never again. They are going to be a very limited figure, strictly to how many units are made of this Cantina, I really feel. And then, of course, we've still got a while to go for Greedo. Do I necessarily think that was the right choice, even though it's a new sculpt for a... Maybe if he came with a hole in his chest or something, then it would have made it a little bit more feasible to have Greedo as a stretch
Battle
goal
damage
for the
chest.
Cantina.
Just
Right?
swap
Something
out-
like
swap
that.
out chest. Yeah.
You know, it's I feel like he is probably the lamest stretch goal for the Cantina. Of course, that's got to be the first one, right? Then after that, we're talking about 2 other figures that have probably needed a good resculpt in a while. Like, I don't think we've ever actually gotten a toy of the old scraggly looking werewolf character. We did get the younger, smoother werewolf character.
Yeah, there was one in Power of the
back in
Force,
Power of
wasn't
the
there?
Force.
Yeah,
Yeah, Lex Sivrak. But
Yeah,
we didn't
Lex
get the
Sivrak.
old busted looking one.
Right,
So it's good to see that we're getting that figure too, because that's going to be all new, not made before for the line.
How far from the existing Greedo is this Greedo? Is it a completely new sculpt? Or is it a different head?
No, it's really not that much different. His hand can fit the cup that he comes. Why the hell do all the figures come with cups when they've got a billion cups already with the kit? Like, I don't understand. There are a lot of damn cups.
It's because it's
It
Hasbro.
is funny. It is
because it's funny. It's like
It's
a
gotta
Star
be a
Wars
joke.
gimmicky thing.
Yeah,
it's got to be a
It's a
joke that
bar.
they're all
You
coming
need a
with
lot of
these
cups.
The bar comes with like 100 cups.
Yeah,
It does. And then the
yeah,
deluxe
120
comes with like
the $500 one.
Just think
No,
about all
I think it's like 80 more cups.
all the bar flips you're gonna have
no,
in
it's
there.
20 more cups.
All the
What is it? It's
all the
80
guys
and
getting their hands
20?
cut off by Jedi. You're gonna need those cups.
Should have
It's
came
true.
with a Rancor though. That would have been nice.
More cowbell.
Should have come with a bag of bones. We know that would have dragged it. So,
I think the Cantina is awesome. I think if
It's
I
a
was
great playset.
if I was a vintage collection collector, this would be a no-brainer. If the vintage collection was in scale with every other like 4-inch line, it would be a no-brainer. But the fact that the vintage collection is scaled 3 3/4 inch, it's not big enough to work with like Joy Toy. It's not going to be big enough for Cyberzoic stuff. So it kind of, I mean, I was even looking at it for crossover potential in that scale, but it's all going to be just a little too small.
I mean, look, we all know 4 inches is a good size.
It's sufficient, yeah,
for sure. Most women don't complain.
That's what she
about
said.
4 inches.
It's sufficient.
But,
they're not raving about it either.
That's right. That's
6
right.
inch, that's different.
Never heard them praise. But I gotta say, like, I
Size
think
matters.
it's great. I am glad it's coming. I'm 100% psyched that it's back. This honestly has been a dream project for me for a very long time because I have always wanted like a full Cantina playset.
I know.
And the
How
one
many
that
of those
they gave
cardboard
us,
backers did we get?
Right. Yeah.
yeah. So I mean,
I'm just checking it out now.
yeah, the Cantina, it's a great set, and I agree. So Zazel's saying, you try running a bar in a lawless Western like space bar. You think they're returning those cups? No.
It's a good call. It's a good
And this
call.
is very true. And
Well, they don't have to.
I mean,
return
anybody
them when they come with them, right? When they bring your own cup, you don't have to return it. So maybe that's the point.
I went to the Star
You
Wars
know?
canteen. And this is all I got was a stupid cup.
Surely they have an unbreakable cup material at that day and age, I would think. But you know,
you would hope. I mean, we've got plastic, but so I will say though, if you ever been into a bar, they definitely have at least that many cups. But I mean, this is a toy though, so I didn't need it that realistic.
Yeah, maybe they're best
They
card
come with
cups
the
or something.
racks to put the cups in.
That would be a cool
It actually
stretch
comes
goal.
with those bar dishwashers that rotate around where you can just anybody that's worked in a bar knows what I'm talking about. You put the cup in and it goes through the cycle and then the clean ones come out the other side.
Yeah.
It comes with one of those too. So people aren't talking about that enough. I think that's
When was the last successful Star Wars HasLab? Which one was it? Because the Rancor failed.
The last acceptable? Is that what you said?
Acceptable
No,
or
no,
respectable?
no.
Because we've got two
No,
different.
Giant man.
Did I say did I say the what? Successful.
Oh,
Ghost.
the Mandalorian.
That was the
Razor
Ghost.
Crest, maybe?
No, the Ghost.
Or was it
No, the Ghost.
The
Oh,
Ghost.
the Ghost was 100%,
I
and it met
forgot
all
had
the stretch
IG.
goals.
Yeah, before
the
the Ghost was
repurposed
giant.
heads.
Yeah. And is that
Well,
T-Bop
mind you,
in the
this
background?
So this movie came out before Empire. So technically those things on the bar, whatever they were repurposed into IG-88's head.
Yep.
But I found it hilarious because then I think of the fact that the bar owner is all against droids. And I'm thinking like a whole bunch of intergalactic assassin droids just rolled up to the wrong bar.
Yeah.
Nice. He's got a mounted behind there.
It's insane.
Oh, sorry. It's Star Wars.
That's
Those
cool
seats don't look comfortable though.
Well, maybe what's his name? The Ugnaught from the Mandalorian worked for him beforehand when the
there you go.
the
That's
assassin
true.
droids came. He just repurposed the heads.
I think there's. I mean, I'm not gonna do this because I'm in Canada, but I think if I was in the U.S., I might consider buying the deluxe offering and parting it out, because all those cubbies separate. You could sell
all
people
modular.
a cubby for like $80 with 10 cups and chairs and everything.
Oh yeah, just for a
and
little dial
double
display.
your money without any effort. They wouldn't get the bar. You could keep the bar, right? The bar would be free. Do whatever you want with it. It's one of those weird things that, like, that deluxe offering for just $100 more, where you're basically getting twice
A whole
as
nother
many
half.
sort of almost everything else. Like, I would buy that and just sell that as in.
Well, think about it. You buy that other Cantina set, the one from the Mandalorian,
the Navarro Cantina.
Right? Yeah, the Navarro Cantina, and then you got these other alcoves. Boom. You got like a whole nother style bar right there. I think it's a great offering. I definitely think it's great. I really wish that this was one of those projects that I could get in on, but I mean, that's just not the reality of it.
It does have the outside too, right? Look at it.
Yeah, you get the exterior. They've even got shots.
Yeah, you get the
You get that
entrance, and
homeless
it's got a
droid
door and
hanging out.
everything.
You get that homeless droid hanging out right here. That'd be cool too.
And Gaz, if you notice, like, it's also got the little spot where you could tie up your dewback, and then if you look at the sticker sheet, it's got like the sticker for it too.
Oh, nice.
The sticker sheet alone is almost worth it. It's got propaganda posters.
The bad part about the sticker sheet is there's only one sheet. I would love like several.
There's only one sheet. We discussed that previously on one of the clubhouses that
I don't know.
I wish
man.
there
If
was
you're
like
gonna go,
more and more sticker sheets.
if you're gonna go all in and get that extra deluxe pack, I think you wouldn't sell any of it off because it looks pretty damn cool all together, right?
Well, if you
It
bought it for
does,
that
but how
purpose, you'd
often
sell
would
it
you?
off.
I'm just saying,
play
yeah, you
with
could
it like
buy
that,
it
right?
with the intention, because I think what's going to happen, a lot of people are going to buy the $399 offering and not the $499 because it's too much. And then in 3 or 4 years, they're going to be like, "Oh man, I wish I'd bought the edition."
Yep.
And there's not going to be many of those editions. Like, I think what's the over under? 10% of people are going to buy the deluxe.
Yeah,
right.
20
at the most.
So if they sell, even if they go to 15,000 units, right? You're looking at like 3,000 of the other side, right? In the world, for all of the Star Wars collectors. And think about all the people that couldn't afford it now that are like, I'll buy it on the aftermarket or whatever.
I'm looking at this thing and I'm wondering how many people will have all of those parts in 5 years' time. I feel like there's no way you're going to be able to keep track of all that. That is a lot of little bits.
Oh, you're gonna lose. Yeah,
You're gonna
honestly,
lose at least 100.
You could buy this and sit on it and just sell the cups. In 20 years, you could sell those cups for like the full value.
You
of
said
this.
20
I'm
years.
thinking in 1 year.
We're going to be selling those cups in about a year and a half, right?
I mean, you just drop one on the
Oh,
car.
but I mean, like, you could sell a cup. Like, the cup will be worth $100.
Oh, yeah.
Little resin.
If you wait long enough, it's inevitable.
You 3D printers out there.
Somebody
They'll
with a
start
3D
making
printer will
stuff
have a business 2 years from now selling.
Well, no, because the purists will be like, I don't want no repro cups. Get this out
Yeah,
of here.
repro for Star Wars is like a
I know.
very, very.
Should have made a
hot
couple
button
of those
It's
chest
been a
tables.
boo thing since
Should've made-
77.
They should have made a couple of those chess tables for that, and maybe some like little cards instead of cups.
That would have been cool.
dark
Yeah,
table?
like I'm surprised there's
Yeah.
not like a Sabak table for it, or
Yeah,
again, a lot of people pointed out that there's no stage, right? No true area for them to perform.
Yeah,
the band.
Was there?
Figure
was
it, Dan.
in there, is it?
It was, if I remember correctly, the way they had it laid out from the way the movie had it was the band was like, if you
They
were
weren't really on
looking
a
at
stage;
the
they were kind of in an
doorway.
alcove.
Right, they were in an
sitting around
alcove
the table, right?
to the left of the door if you were looking at the entrance from the bar. But yeah, like you could just leave one of the alcoves empty and sit the band in there. I don't know if there's enough room for them all and the instruments in that one little alcove, but yeah, definitely. So it's a great friggin' set, and I'm glad that this one made it, which further proves Vintage Collection is the supreme way to do a HasLab, right? Because I can't think of a Vintage Collection HasLab that hasn't backed.
Nope.
You know,
they've all funded
everything they've labeled Black Series falls flat on its.
Well, you look
I
at the
could
store
bitch about
shelves,
that
right?
lightsaber all day.
There's Black Series figures on all the pegs, but the vintage collectors, there's 2 or 3 figures still hanging. That's it.
So, 3-Star, I did want to address this again. That when I spin back around the other direction, since I don't have enough clearance to do the full 360 spin, if you want me to go ew when I go back around, since coming this way is wee, then yeah, I'll definitely do it. Whatever. I'm a whore for
When
money.
he spins that way, it's going to be a oh shit! I hit my knees.
Well, gentlemen,
No, I've got the clearance from the end table thing that bumped my knee that first night that made me do that one, and the weights are over here on the other side of me now.
If someone sends a really big super chat, Oz, you just knock everything off the shelf when you go around for like $100, like dramatically.
You could always
I'll
just
just
stand
tear
up.
the whole thing down on top of it.
Do like an upgrade
Yeah.
option or something.
You
Well,
can
guys,
always
look, I
stand
really
up
got to
and twirl
go.
around.
So I do
You
have
taking
work
off, Brad?
tomorrow.
Now,
Last week I was actually an hour late for work, which almost never happens. So,
Oh,
but
wow.
it was like 2:30. I stayed on until 2:30, so I'm good right now. It was great talking to all you guys. Nice meeting some of y'all. And
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to
I'll
meet you, man.
probably be
always
around
a
next week. So take care, everyone.
Yeah.
You too, buddy.
Did we have anybody trying to join or no?
No.
'Cause we had 10 for a while there.
Yeah, we've had
I didn't see the alert.
pretty
come up,
much
so-
all night. Yeah, no, not since not for a bit yet. Well, let's check it out. Let's see if anybody's still trying to jump in.
I'm actually gonna hop off too. I gotta get up super early.
Okay.
Um,
All right, Thanos.
Let's go.
Later,
Later,
Thanos.
Later,
All right,
Thanos.
Thanos.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Everybody.
Take care, brother.
There's 8 of us, but who knows where Bud's gone? So.
Oh, Bud's in his own little world.
Oh, did 3-Star?
I was
3-Star
gonna
down
say-
south tried to. Yeah.
Oh, 3-Star did? You still got the link. Come on in, 3-Star. We got you. We got the space.
That was a while ago. I think he tried coming in though.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jeff is saying his local Target and Walmart don't sell Vintage Collection anymore. I have
Really?
to buy them at GameStop now. Wow, that's crazy. I still see Vintage Collection and Black Series at all of my stores. It's just all the same 5 figures in Lando.
Yeah.
Still Lando.
Orlando.
The Black Series does not sell at my store at all.
Yeah, that's mostly what I see sitting there. Honestly, though, it was pretty cool because, like I said, I did pick up this guy on clearance just last week, which is cool. Yep. Of course, it's not the Comic-Con exclusive version where it's Jon Favreau's head under there. But that's okay. I'm not sure I'd want Happy Hogan looking at me playing with my toys anyway. It's just creepy.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's funny.
I think I'm going to go do that thing where I pretend to refill my coffee and suddenly it's all darkness and I'm smoking a cigarette. So,
Okay.
I'll be back
Sounds
in a
good.
moment.
Nice.
Ed, you're in charge.
I got it.
You got the con.
I got it. So how was your trip back home, Adam, after JoeFest? Did you get all your stuff from Terrence back and all that?
I did. I think I forgot to take a picture of my luggage. I had a full size. You know how suitcases, there's sort of like carry-on size, and there's that sort of medium size, and then full size. So this is my standard con procedure now. I put a carry-on in the full size, and then I take that with me, and then when I come back, whatever I have, I sort of figure out which suitcases I need or whatever. And this time, the full size suitcase was absolutely packed to the point where I had to like kind of Tetris it a little bit and like take things out and put them back in, and take them out and put them back in till I could kind of like jigsaw them all together. And my carry-on was also full, and it was the same thing. I was like trying to like find room for everything, and like
you wore like 3 of your pairs of your pants home and everything, so you could have room.
Well, no, I intentionally didn't bring any extra clothes. That was the thing. I brought socks and underwear, and that was like all that I brought, because I knew I was going to be wearing AWOC t-shirts all weekend, and that Jason was bringing a few for me, just a couple of the new ones. I actually got this one there, so I had like in my like on my way, I flew into Atlanta, and on my flying into Atlanta, I had a full size suitcase that contained a carry-on luggage with like 3 pairs of underwear, 3 pairs of socks, and a t-shirt, and that was all I had. If somebody scanned that, they probably would have been like, "What's going on?" But they don't ask anymore, so it doesn't really matter. But then on the way back, also they could have been like, "What's going on? These are just full of toys."
Smuggling something.
Yeah, and it was I had to unbox most. That was like unboxed. It was that full.
Well, I know Terrence said he had a bunch of stuff for you. So.
Yeah. Hold on. I'll send Oz the picture, and then he can maybe bring it up. Because I had a picture of like the cart that Terrence had for me. And it was when I underestimated how much stuff he had, because it was stuff that he had for me. It was stuff that Cobb had sent to him for me. It was stuff that Oz had sent to him for me, and it was a Big Bad Toy Store pile of loot that I had just sent to him. I was like, well, I'm gonna see you, so I'll just get this pile of loot sent to you, save on the shipping, because he was driving. And so it was like, you know those little wagons that people have at.
I saw Terrence's wagon, yeah.
So it was that wagon, but it was like, it was piled up on top of the wagon. There was things like falling out. You know how at the end of the day on, I think it was Saturday that he brought it, or was it Friday that he brought it?
It had to be Friday, because I think I saw him Friday after the show was over. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So on Friday when the show was over, you remember the elevators at the hotel? Yeah. You had to like wait for I literally waited for like a half an hour to get an elevator that I could fit the cart in, because I was just like, yeah, you know what? 4 people can go instead of me with my toys, and I'm not in a rush to get anywhere. So it was absurd, like the amount of stuff. And I unboxed stuff all night Friday, all night Saturday, so that on Sunday I could like pack it. But it was pretty ridiculous, to be honest.
Did you have like a baggie or a box full of sandwich baggies or something to put all the accessories and stuff in?
No, I didn't bring a box because I knew what I was going to need to bag, so I had about 10. So I came prepared. But yeah, I'll send it to him. But I'll also I can just show it actually.
Or you can send it to me.
Let's see. Where'd it go? Got it here somewhere.
Be right back, guys.
All right, Steve. Oh my god.
Look.
I can't believe the security was giving him a hard time about bringing that wagon, and it's not like it was that big of a wagon.
Yeah, but that's what he was coming into the con with, because he was bringing all that stuff for me.
Yeah.
But that wasn't even everything. Like I got some stuff from AWOC, and I got like that was just what he brought. I also picked up a couple Beasts of the Mesozoic dinosaurs. I picked up a few AWOC figures. I picked up the Hammond collection, Giganotosaurus or what's it called?
The Gigantosaurus?
Yeah, like that thing was
the Hammond collection?
Yeah.
Damn.
I was just looking at some more JP dinos today. Every time I go to the store, I can't not look at those. And then it's like, I like them, but I want Beasts of the Mesozoic so much more, though.
No, go buy this.
The Hammond collections are nice, man.
On
They're
sale for
really-
$35 at
That's
Target,
cool.
like once a month.
Yeah.
All right, I'll pick one up or 5.
This is amazing. It's not the same as the Beast of the Mesozoic stuff. Like 100% is not the same. They're not on the same level. But for $35, you can't really go wrong.
Take care, Capitan, for gifting. Thank you for being here.
But yeah, I picked these guys up, and they're amazing.
Yeah, I want those wrapped. Oh, you hit him again, Ed. Sorry. I'll just give you controls.
Yeah.
Their raptors are unreal. Like, well, actually, they are real, which is why I like them better. Gosh, they're so good.
This whole section is a bendy wire.
Oh, damn.
So,
Is that the Metazoic thing?
yeah.
Yeah, Beasts of the Mesozoic.
The sculptural, yeah, those are so well done.
You know, like I was looking at those for a while because they're Beasts of the Mesozoic Triceratops. The box art for that caught my eye because it was an homage to the Bionatops from the original Masters Universe line, at which the dinosaurs were not released here in the U.S., only in Canada with a trickle-down effect that worked. And we did get some. So, like, that was really, really cool to see. And, like, then I just started looking at everything else they were doing. I was like, whoa. And then Brick and I had a big bonding moment over the dragons they're putting out for Cyberzoic. And it was like, oh, yeah, these guys are where it's at. Period.
I'm going pretty heavy with the Cyberzoic, and I got these because these are basically like pre-paints for a couple that are coming in Cyberzoic. So I ordered like a second armor set for Cyberzoic that'll fit on these guys.
Sweet.
So that's, and like I'll get a second of the Smilodon, the Saber-tooth Tiger. They're doing a black one as the pre-paint.
Yes.
Like they're doing like another, like they're basically doing 2 colorways. So they'll do a Beast of the Mesozoic colorway and then a Cyberzoic colorway. So that if you've got, so I was like, okay, if I'm gonna have 2 of any of these, because they're, you know, army builder type units, I'll get 1 of each colorway and then just get extra armor. So I was excited to get these. I didn't think they were gonna have them. They had actually told me that they weren't gonna have them in time. But I wasn't asking David. I was asking Ross and Chris, who were misinformed. They don't have them to ship yet, but they had a couple cases just in time for JoeFest. So
They are going to be back at Legion's Con, if I am correct, right?
yeah, I'm trying to think
Good.
now. I'm trying to plan which dino I'm going to pick up at Legion's Con.
Also want the Allosaurus that they make, because that is a beautiful, beautiful looking Allosaurus.
I don't like either of the colorways. I'm torn. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so are they putting out 2 lines? One is like these are dinosaurs, and then the other one is like these are like future dinosaurs all armored up, or what?
They're basically doing it's a dinosaur line, but then like David's he has this whole world. He has like a whole, like a world built that he's been building for years and years and years. It's effectively Dino Riders.
Okay.
Right.
So it's like
Nice.
the dinos that have armor, and then there's humans that sort of use them as mounts, and they sort of weaponize them and stuff, and it's
right.
The world building's really, really cool as well. They're gonna do a comic. The comic's kind of a secondary thing, like it's not a huge motivation for them, but as far as like getting the lore out there, they're gonna do at least an issue or two. But he did a Kickstarter. Excuse me. David did a Kickstarter update that was just like a lore building update, like where he kind of broke down the different factions in the world. And it like I just want more of that. And when I read that update, that was when I was like, I need all of these. I want all of this stuff.
Nice.
Because before that, it was like pick the ones that you think look cool, and then you're kind of like, okay, so this one has this function, this has this function. I need 2 of these because whatever. I can't stress enough, like, if you have a good idea about a toy line, that's great. But if it has a world that people can get into, it's a totally different ball game. Like,
well, otherwise it's just like this guy's blue, great, that guy's green, great.
Yeah,
For me, I geek out on the dinosaur aspect of it alone, because dinosaurs have captivated me since before Masters of the Universe or anything else. Dinosaurs have always been a thing for me. It's why I got into kaiju and everything else throughout my
that's
life.
why David did the dinosaurs first.
Right.
So
Now,
are there going to be people in this world? Is it like a Dino Riders?
Yeah.
Nice.
And what else I like
Dino
about
Riders
it too,
inspired.
it's almost. Go ahead, Ken.
All I said is it's completely Dino Riders inspired, right?
And I like because it's actually almost like a direct imitation,
homage,
an homage to it, because the dinosaurs from Dino Riders at the time were so sought after for the dinosaurs alone, because they were like the most realistic looking depiction that we at the time knew of, before we realized there was more than like Archaeopteryx that had feathers and stuff like that. And like these dinosaurs were so sought after that the Smithsonian, which is right down in DC, bought the molds to use to make their dinosaur toys that they would sell out of the gift shops.
Did you hear Creative Beast Studios' latest announcement? They basically have a partnership like that,
which is great because, again, that, like I said, it's fitting right into the path that Dino Riders took, but almost in reverse, because they did the realistic dinos before they started doing the Cyberzoic, which, I mean, it's an easy sell, right? Like, first off, we had just come off of 2 really good Jurassic Park movies, breathing good life and good passion into dinosaurs again. And then on top of that, just going into... Fans of Dino Riders have been crying for somebody to do something with Dino Riders outside of that little plastic Army Man style Dino Riders toy pack that's been going around for ages, which is all we've had to wet the palate since the original toys went defunct. But the fact that they were able to get a license for that, or a partnership for that, whereas Mattel's been pumping out Jurassic Park dinosaurs for the last several decades since the 90s. I think it's great that they've got the license. But again, they're going for a much more realistic, much more accurate depiction of dinosaurs to what we know now, whereas Jurassic Park has mostly stayed in the realm of what we used to know and how they've designed dinosaurs to look. Based off of, again, when Crichton was writing the books, a lot of that information was considered to be fairly accurate. you know, and
Yeah,
then
I mean, Jurassic Park, even for the movies, they had like a team of actual dinosaur
paleontologists,
doctors,
right?
and but even those guys were like, look, we're playing fast and loose with some of this stuff. Like we're not claiming scientifically accurate. They were kind of like
No.
brought in to be like, okay, is this plausible? Not is
Well, because
this
they
scientifically accurate?
right. Well, because they again like they called them velociraptors in the first movie, where the largest skeleton of a velociraptor that we knew was a little bit bigger than the size of a chicken.
Yeah.
And then, like, as the movie was coming out, they had found a new type of raptor. It was not a velociraptor, but they just kept the name velociraptor. And again, they very, very willing the Utah raptor.
Yeah, that's this guy.
They've been very open about the fact that we know there's a lot of this stuff that's not right too, right? But they've also found a way to cover their butts, like, well, if they're all genetically created, you know, they can engineer them to kind of look and be as monstrous as they want, which they added those elements in like the chaos theory stuff that they were doing towards the end of the line. And we see more of that now with the movies, with the whole Indoraptor and the Indominus Rex. So
I love
it's
both of those designs.
oh man, it's just really cool how they pull that back into it. And it also kind of allowed them to make, I mean, let's face it, the heroes in these movies have always been the dinosaurs, and the people have been the monsters. The heroes just tend to eat the monsters, is how this one's gone. But you know, you always kind of root for the dinosaurs. So the fact that they were able to make these straight up monsters that the dinosaurs get to come in and save the people from has just been really cool. I'm sorry, I'm a total dinosaur nerd. Did I mention that?
Well, that's cool.
Just a little. Just a little. It's like anytime I found those 87 not Powers of Grace, was it still called Powers of Grayskull? The Bionatops?
Yeah.
Do they still call it that? Okay, even though so Powers of Grayskull wasn't just the canon stuff, right?
It was
like
a whole new story arc and a shift to the lore that they were doing. There was actual grounds for He-Man and Skeletor to go back to Preternia and
that's
Hero
right.
take control.
So part of the line got released, which is was it? Is it Tyrannosaurus Rex? Is that who it was? And then
Tyrant, yeah, and Turbodactyl.
And Turbodactyl. So those are the three that got released, and the rest of the stuff like Hero, Eldor, and Gigantosaur did not get released.
Right, all of those got scrapped. Europe did get Megator and
Titus.
Shoot, now I'm spacing Titus. Thank you.
Titus.
Like they got those figures with the rooted hair, but that was never released in North America. So those never came out, and those were under Powers of Grayskull as well.
Okay, Ed, clip this section. That's history of Motu 87 on Toy Connections right there. Let's just skip straight to that. No, we're not.
Whenever you're ready to roll on that video, Ken, I'm with you.
Don't clip that.
I remember reading recently about that Giganosaur prototype. You know, there's a picture you can find pretty easily, but it was a pretty rough clay prototype that eventually just went right in the trash. Now, what's interesting is,
yes,
yeah, one of the, and I can share it because it's the same guy that wanted me to, you know, commission just sort of a private Hell Skull effort. He wants to do a Giganosaur together. And we determined there's a sculptor out there that put one, I think, like a downloadable file that, you know, people could try to print. Thing's huge, and it's beautiful. It's pretty well done. But we had a core philosophy. If I was going to try to sculpt a Giganosaur, and he wanted to fund it, it had to be able to, the original thing. It had to be able to swallow Origins figures. Like that has to happen.
Right.
So, like,
if I was going to
it's
ask if that was the plan.
Open up belly and everything, right? So
yep. The belly has like the command center, but the whole action feature that was interesting was if we would ever attempt it, the Gigantosaur would literally be able to at least be able, swallow an Origins figure, go down the neck into that command center area. So that's
go ahead.
Okay.
Finish your sentence.
Oh no! So I think being that it was never really, it's never been realized, and the original prototype was thrown away. It's an exciting thing to. It's on the wishful to do list. It would be fun to take a swing at it. Just for
Mattel
a private
Creations. Mattel Creations. If they put that up, that would fund so fast.
Oh yeah, it would. It would.
That would definitively be a crowdfund project that I think the Motu fan base would crowdfund. So Render, you ever want to get that project going on like Kickstarter? I know this really awesome community that would all be about supporting it, depending on how far that price range would go, because that'll always be a factor for the fans. But I mean, a one-on-one commission, you kind of charge whatever you need to for it, right? Because that one person's going to be willing to bag it. But if you're going to approach it on a crowd fund, that's a lot to do with one man and a printer, unless you are able to get that into a factory.
Yeah. I mean, if it's somebody, the deal with the gent that I'm working with on Hell Skull, it's, we work something out reasonably where I'll sculpt something digitally as you all had seen, and something fairly quick but kind of fun, simple, and then I'll print the pieces out, I'll airbrush them, and he can have his, it'd be a one-off special commission project, basically an art project, a non IP breaking art project. But Gigantosaur, same thing. I mean, it would have to be an endeavor like that for just a single collector. I've got a couple printers that would work out the pieces, and it would be sculpting something and then designing something that would actually be assembled. It's a pretty big task for one person, and then to print off the pieces. They were willing to finance it, which is flattering. But we both decided, let's finish Hell Skull, see where that lands, and if we were to approach the Gigantosaur, or which we'd have to call very large Technosaur or something. We'll have to figure out some other name, but it has to swallow those figures. So that's we'll see where it goes. But if you see me post anything like that, at least the rough design, that's where it came from.
That is really awesome. And I definitely know Adam from Battle Ram Blog would probably love to talk about seeing that kind of project fully realized. So he's one of the only ones I know who had the images that can get posted from the Power and Honor Foundation of that unproduced beauty. I mean, it's funny, like as a dinosaur fan, it kind of looks terrible because it's not close to anything that really would have been real now. But at the same point in time, though, it's just such a cool toy.
The idea of it, I think as a kid I had the Turbodactyl because we lived in California at the time, and I remember those biomechanical elements that were infused with the dino, and that just so a Gigantosaur, even though the original concept, it didn't have a lot of that going on. There was a sketch before the clay model was done that had some of those elements lightly tapped into. So if done, I'd lean pretty hard. I mean, if it's just for a single person and we're doing it together as a fun project, I would lean heavier into the biomechanical elements because I thought that was so cool with the Triceratops and the Turbodactyl and the Tyrannosaur. That's just a very Motu thing. That would be fun.
Right. Well, for me, maybe that's part of where my love for biomechanical really came through, because big fan of Geiger's work because of the biomechanical look and appeal to a lot of his stuff. But my buddy Eric managed to pick up a Turbodactyl at a flea market when we were kids, And I was just like, there aren't any dinosaurs in Masters of the Universe. What are you talking about? Because again, it wasn't anything that was released here. It was released north of us and came down. And I'm not even sure what the worth was on something like that back then. But just the fact that he had this one-off dinosaur for Masters of the Universe that I'd never seen anywhere before. And I was blown away and totally jealous of it. And I think the last time we were playing with it, it was missing the top part of its head and only had one of the wings. Yeah, it was a hinged jaw and the wings could pop on and off.
They had big rubberized wings with blocks that would punch into the
such a cool toy though.
To answer Donnie Walker's sorry, I keep cutting you
off. No, not at all. Ken, no, Ken had touched on this. It was really odd and interesting to see how the Motu line kind of fizzled out right when they were working on that hero line. There was plans, and then Super 7 released sort of a 5.5 hero that looks pretty cool. And
Hero and Eldor, yeah.
And Eldor, yeah, and then they popped up in classics, of course, and we're seeing it, of course, with the Netflix show Revolution. Hero came up again, so that's kind of cool.
We've gotten some teases from Axel, so I know Ken was about to touch here on Danny Walker's comment saying connected now. Has the Cobra Rattler been announced? No, it hasn't been announced yet that I've seen, unless there was some news that happened today that I missed.
SDCC. Yeah, I think everyone's speculating it's going to drop at SDCC as the announcement.
But we had a really cool share screen that we were doing a while ago from Delta 17 that'll blow a Rattler out of the water. I'm just going to put that out there.
I don't know.
Has anybody done a check on Bud lately? Bud, are you still with us?
Well, his microphone's not muted.
Define with us.
Yeah, well, that's
with us
physically.
I did ask earlier, and we didn't get a response.
He's probably asleep.
But I guarantee he fell asleep. Which the most adorable part of that now is I'm picturing Bud just sitting there with his glowing cat ear headset on, and just completely on snooze.
Cookie
and
comes on
this
his
is why we
stomach
love
and his dog by his feet. I can just see it now.
Tomorrow he'll draw something. He'll draw something up that we'll all really like.
Yeah.
And you know what else will be great too is I'll probably check into this StreamYard tomorrow at some point in time, and he will still be in it.
Has that ever happened? Has that ever happened?
No, that has not happened yet, but that's because normally Bud falls asleep when he's off waiting for his phone to charge, and then comes back just really on a whole cloud 9 kick. And he's normally pretty with us through the end of the stream with slight dozing off. But I think we've lost Bud for the night.
All right, well, later, Bud. And hello to Go For It Painting from Hungary. Say hi to Victor Orban for me.
I was just going to say, the fact that we've got this kind of global reach, I remember for a long time, my demographics would show Canada, US, and Sweden. It was like this big enough pocket in Sweden that it would pop up on my demographics. Mind you, I know that I have people who view my content in the Philippines. I know that, Australian, I have an Australian fan base, and I know that I've got a New Zealand fan base, but I never, it wouldn't show those, which meant that there was a big enough crowd in Sweden that was watching Clubhouse that it measured on my demographics.
Go For It comes in and hangs out with Radom on
yes.
Friday Night Craft and Chill. So,
yep, and that is where he has he has joined with us here, and I know we've got. I
Down
see
south.
it's down south. Beautiful 3-star draw hanging out with us now.
What's up, D?
Hey bud.
You
Darren,
here
if
with
you're
us,
talking,
legend?
You're muted, brother.
Or he's frozen. Or I'm frozen.
No,
He
he's
might be
moving.
frozen.
We see you down south. How you doing?
Yeah, obviously
Pretty
can't hear
good.
him.
I'm not sure how my connection is. I wasn't talking yet.
Okay.
I'm using a hotspot. I'm down at my camper, and it's I know I got a little bit of a lag, so.
All good, man. All good.
All right. Where's Compton at? Anyway. Oh, question for me? Okay.
Yeah, I was. Here, we'll bring this up, and Cobb, if you want to join us, just let us know. But did you pre-order any of the upcoming Mattel Elite WWE figures?
Okay, so not everybody yet, but I got hit with an $1,800 bill yesterday for a new fence for our. That's about $1,400 US. So I'm gonna be skipping a couple of pre-orders and refilling the bank account a little. May have to cut some expenses here and there. I almost cut WWE Network outright tonight, so no, I haven't gotten in on the new ringside.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
it's,
I was at a Walmart
bill.
today, and I almost bought. They had a little gondola display that had like one of the most. Actually, you know what? It was advertising SummerSlam, so it's got to be like some of their most recent stuff. But they had the They Live Rowdy Roddy Piper figure.
Nice.
And I kind of wanted to buy a couple of them for the flannel shirts. And I mean, also just not to disrespect Rowdy, period, because I love him, and I think that's one of my all-time favorite movies. Especially him versus Keith David's just an amazing fight scene. But I really, really wanted to get that, and I did pass on it. But the other one that they had that I was surprised about, because I don't follow wrestling figures like that, was a Scorpion King Rock figure.
Yeah, they're in the same wave. I've got that.
Yeah.
Roddy Piper.
I did not realize that they did a Rock Scorpion King figure, and I almost picked that up, but he doesn't come with a sword, which just kind of makes him a little lame. I mean, I'm sure I could give him like my Skeletor sword from the new Eternia Skeletor to go with it, and it would look kind of close, but I just think he would look a little bit better. And he also didn't come with the mask either that he wore in the movie, which I always thought was kind of cool too. Madsen, where are you? Sent you the link ages ago. But I agree. I really wish they did a Keith David figure to complement the Rowdy Piper figure. But I'm guessing there's a little bit of licensing, because technically it's not a They Live figure. It's a Roddy Piper figure. But I wish we could get a Keith David to go with it, because I totally want to have those two showdown.
I don't think there's ever been a Keith David figure in anything, has there?
I mean, you could technically say a Spawn figure, even though there were none specifically, because he did the voice in the HBO. But I mean, I guess that's about as close as we've got to a Keith David figure. Well, now we could have a Hordak one.
That's true. But I think I might. Actually, here's the I have a stack of things here for articulation study, but here's the Keith David Hordak, I think.
Yes, that's the Revolution Hordak. Good looking figure, by the way. I like it.
Yeah, they did a good job.
Yeah, I really like that.
Did a Keith David figure.
Oh yeah, NECA did, because they did the They Live. They did both.
They did Frank from They Live.
Thank you.
Could reenact that 30-minute fight scene in the alley.
30-minute, yeah. Come on. No. Yes. No.
Oh, and Madsen's also mentioning. So we've gotten a lot of Keith David characters.
Yeah.
Oh. You know, Madsen's probably right. I can't Google right now to find out if they did, but you may be right. Maybe they didn't do one.
Hold on, I just found it. Hold on.
There you go. I was going to say, did maybe Mego do one back in the day? There it is.
Oh, wow.
Huh. That's not a fan created one. Is that
That's
official?
NECA on there, so I don't know. Hold on, let's see what the listing says. No, brand new.
Did somebody on
undamaged?
Somebody on AliExpress go off the script and actually just put out a figure that NECA didn't even release yet?
That would be an AliExpress maneuver for sure.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Some of those knockoffs they have are pretty decent quality.
I'll share, gentlemen. I bought the I missed the boat on those original Eastman and Lard comic NECA figures, and with all the release of the comic book Shredder and Baxter Stockman recently, I keep waiting for those original figures. They, I'm sure they will be re-released maybe, but in lieu of that, I bought knockoffs, and they're not NECA, and I'll gladly give them the money as soon as they make them retail available. But they're pretty good. They're pretty good. They look damn good next to the Casey Jones that you can get today at any Target, and that's what I need them for.
So I know at least 3 or 4 of my NECA aliens that I bought for, it's funny. I've got these big collections up here, but I've got like 2 to 3 boxes of NECA figures downstairs of Predators, Space Marines, and Aliens, as well as the Queen Alien from NECA, all downstairs packed away, that eventually I would like to get to one day so I can maybe work them into my display. Of course, that Queen is going to be a beast to freaking display because she is so massive. But a couple of the drone and runner aliens that I bought to kind of flesh out my hive, I know are knockoffs. But the way I looked at it was, first off, they were dirt cheap compared to what most of the NECA aliens I was buying at the time were. And secondly, if it's just going to be an aesthetic diorama, I only need it to look good. I don't need it to be playable,
Yeah.
I can just handle that.
Yeah, and I definitely respect. I mean, I've been able to shake hands with Randy, and I'm a huge fan of that team. NECA's slaying it, man, and I'll give them the money. Like I desperately want those comic, but my shelf had needed that representation of the comic book TMNT, and even on eBay, it's per figure, those are going for hundreds of dollars at the moment.
Yeah,
and very hard to even get the set of 4. So, I mean, I'm hoping. Now there was I forget the name of the gentleman. The 4 turtles recently, the Target exclusive, I think that was there. I have them over there. They're badass. Those were awesome, but I want those kind of oddly morphed, original Eastman and Lard designed turtles that go so well with the Casey Jones and Baxters that are out in Target right now. It's so odd to me, like that and Shredder give us a traditional like comic colorized Shredder. I know they have in the past, but I don't get it. There's all of these other characters being released, but the original comic 4 can't find them.
All right. I've never had to kick somebody from stream before. Whoever was just trying to join stream, try it one more time, Matson. Come on back. Studio is no longer full. We know Bud fell asleep, so I can't just see having him fill up a spot. I was able to kick him from studio. It's the first time I've ever kicked somebody from a stream. Well, no, not the first time. There were some prolapses in judgment that got kicked, but
That's a very different scenario. You're talking about
it was
kicking
a
one of the
very
regulars.
different scenario.
I'm
But
gonna
yeah,
drop
I
out.
never kick out anybody. So, Madsen, please come join us. Have fun.
I'm gonna drop out too, so that'll make this nice and balanced again when Madsen jumps in.
All right, Adam. Well, thank
All
you
right,
for
Adam, have a
being
good
here,
one, brother.
brother.
Yeah, good talking with you, Adam.
Bye,
Yeah,
everybody.
I'm gonna drop out as well. So,
All
guys
right,
have a
Gaz.
great
Oh,
night.
Gaz.
Take care, guys.
Sorry, I
Take
gotta
care,
hit.
guys.
I'm going on a hike tomorrow. So, well, today I'm gonna get some sleep.
Nah. Go hiking. Totally
I'm
tired.
going for a
That
hike
never
tomorrow. I'm
ended
not gonna
poorly.
Yeah. All right, guys. Have a
Evening.
great night.
You too, man.
See you, brother.
Later, Gaz.
All right, just as I get here, everybody's leaving. All right, I get it.
Yeah.
I can't stay long, but I just wanted to talk about Ninja Turtles real quick because I just finally got my Mirage NECA Turtles, and I've got those things are awesome, and then I've got the Loyal Subjects comic book turtles, and I guess it was Playmates or somebody did the 2012 Ninja Turtles, and then NECA's movie Turtles. So I have all of the Ninja Turtles that I love the most in my collection.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. The new Playmates classics that they're going to be doing for the 2003 remake Turtles, I am excited for because I remember when that announcement came out for that cartoon, and yes, I was totally an adult. I freaking loved that cartoon. I thought that was a lot of fun, and I'm glad to see that those are coming back too and being put back out since they've been doing, re-releasing a lot of their earlier stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the 2003 series hit me when I was in the swing of working a real job and all that kind of stuff. So I missed a lot of that stuff. But I've been trying to go back and watch that because everybody says how close to the Mirage comic book line it was. But I mean, that 2012 series was awesome, and my daughter loves it, and I love it.
It started off a little rough, but like season 2, season 3, like everything after season 1, I felt they did amazingly with. Season 1, I feel like they were trying to find their footing. Yes, we always have loving you brother. You are more than welcome to stop into the clubhouse anytime. Always welcome to join us. Thank you for being here.
They changed the in the 2012 series. They changed the voice cast. I think it was after the first season. It may have been a little bit later, but they changed who did Leonardo, I think, and a couple other people, and so they moved some things around. And I think it worked a whole lot better after they did that.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, like the original design for some of the new evil mutants, I didn't care for.
Yeah,
but then like their later designs that they did for a lot of them, I felt was much better. And we got to see some of the classic mutants as well that we were more familiar with. And how they came about was really funny too. So
yeah, Ice Cream Kitty. I mean, come on, man.
Ice Cream Kitty was great.
Yeah, right.
Matthew, are you not showing your camera because you don't want to drop your phone again, or you got your pajamas on?
I've got my jammies on because I'm going to bed pretty soon. I did want to mention about They Live. That is one of my absolute favorite movies, and I've been a huge fan of Roddy Piper ever since then. And Keith David has always been phenomenal. And if I need to find that They Live Keith David figure, because I've been dying to put my John Nada up against Keith David for forever.
Well, now that we know it exists 100%, we got to just find one at the right price, because he's going to be expensive, because they don't do they just don't do a lot of figures for Keith David, and he's played iconic roles outside of his voice acting as well as his.
So I did a photo a while back of my John Nada figure up against Goliath from Gargoyles because that was the only Keith David I could come up with.
Yeah, no, it was a good call out because he's voiced that.
Technically, I was completely unaware that they ever made one.
Yeah, so was I.
I didn't know they ever made it, Keith David. How much? What did we see a price on it?
Well, they're going for on eBay. They're $499. There's one for $350.
Yeah,
I did see one for $109.
I don't need it that bad.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a head sculpt for $30. You could pop onto like a Luke Cage body or something.
There you go.
Yeah, that would probably work the best. And that's what I need to do is go to old Toy Box Customs or something like that and get me a Keith David head.
Yeah.
And you know, I was up so late tonight watching this documentary, which I'm only halfway through, so I've got to finish it up probably tomorrow or something like that. But there's a documentary called Aliens Expanded that I helped kind of fund and did a little video for and stuff like that. But it's a 4-hour documentary on the making of the movie Aliens.
Nice.
Damn.
So just the sequel.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing, and it is solely on aliens. Yes, they do talk about Alien, and briefly they show some stuff from some of the sequels, and they mention some of that stuff because it's part of the lore, but and how it kind of relates to what Cameron did and what Cameron was trying to do, and how it was different than Terminator 2 when he or Terminator and Terminator 2 when he did those, and some of the similarities in the fact and. The video that I did and I submitted to them, I would completely change right now, even after watching this first half of the documentary, because it's changed my perspective on the movie even more so. I mean, I already thought it was one of the 3 perfect movies that have ever been made, but after this documentary, I'm like, yeah, it just kind of solidifies that. And after meeting Michael Biehn and Jeanette, I can't think of her last name, Vasquez, recently, and talking with them and I got some good quality time with Michael Biehn and his wife, and it was awesome.
Michael Biehn.
Aliens to me was the superior. Like, I'm not taking anything away from the original Alien movie, and I don't care if I catch hate for this. I loved Alien, but Aliens to me just took it to a whole new level because it added so much lore to the creatures, to the xenomorphs, and it was great. Not to mention the fact that then later there's like this whole toy line that came out with it. Yeah. Even though that was going to be based on comics and stuff, but
well, I gotta say, Ridley Scott with Alien was, brilliant, of course, but that's Ridley Scott. He's being very artistic, and then you get Aliens. You've got this multi-dimensional team. It's so much happening at the same time, done at the perfect pacing with layers upon layers upon layers. It's a brilliant, absolutely brilliant film. Like Alien, you can sit back and go, "Oh yes, that was good." Let me get another bourbon and a cigar, and we'll analyze it further. It was a good film, but Aliens is bar none. It's as much artistic as it is commercial. Doesn't matter how you define it. It's just an atomic blast to the face, and it's beautiful.
I absolutely agree, but I think that they are 2 completely different types of movies. Because you have Alien is the haunted house storyline, and you have Aliens, which is the action adventure horror that's thrown in there with the team building. Well, they both had teams, but different kind of focus.
Team. Yeah, right.
I would say Alien almost isn't team based, even though it's just sort of picking one off at a time, which is just sort of your classic horror genre. Like, oh no, where's Bob?
And
which
they're also
a bit old.
Right. They're also in that one too, and I've said it before, Alien is truckers in space against a monster well beyond their depth, right? And like that's what they're dealing with. The second movie is trained military professionals who have gone on similar
bug hunts. Yeah.
Yes, they've done bug hunts. Like a bug hunt is a thing they've done. Maybe never against a xenomorph before,
Right.
but they've gone on these. And like that dynamic completely changes things, but it also just shows you how much more fierce these are as a collective, as a whole, than just a singular creature. Because let's face it, the first movie, one xenomorph versus a squad of space marines would have been done in seconds.
Yep,
The movie would have been lame. They had to up the ante.
And they set that whole perspective up when they decided to say, hey, you're near a nuclear power plant, you can't use your firearms right now.
Yeah, right.
Which again is and it leads to the fact that Gorman was an inexperienced command officer, because again, when they're just going into the colony, that kind of firearm would have been great.
Right.
But the fact that he should have known the intel, like, okay, we are heading into this before sending them there, so that maybe they could have done like some kind of, I don't know, all right, before we do this, we need different gear.
Yep.
So that everybody is capable, because really at that point, the only person who could really fire, I think Hicks was the only one that had just normal rounds.
Flamethrowers.
Well, no. I mean,
they had flamethrower units too.
Yeah, I mean, he snuck in the shotgun. I mean, to be fair, he snuck that in. But I will tell you that in this documentary, they mention this. They bring on the military advisor, who is the military advisor on Aliens. The guy who played Sergeant Apone was a. They might be confused, but a 2 or 3 time Vietnam tour vet, and had left the United States after the disillusionment of getting out of the Vietnam War. But he was a hardened sergeant who was in Vietnam, and the military advisor had oh shoot, where was I going? Fuck, I forgot.
Let me ask this real quick though. You said this is on Netflix, right?
No, I did not. So this was a creator VC funded campaign. So they did things like they did the science fiction 1980s documentary where they covered every movie in the 1980s for science fiction. They did it for horror. They've done 3 versions of the horror documentary, and they've gone actually into the 90s on the 3rd version of it, but they're like 4-hour crowdfunded documentaries. They've done a whole thing on William Shatner that's coming out soon. They keep doing these intensive documentaries, and they took just this movie and decided to make 4 hours on just aliens.
Because it's that damn
So
good.
where can we find it?
Right? Because I want to watch this.
Currently, I don't know that it's released yet, because I got an advanced copy because I was a backer and I submitted stuff, and they wanted to make sure everything was right. And they're solidifying everything on July 8th, which is Monday or whatever. And then after that point, they're going to move forward with distribution and screenings in some areas. And then it will be available on Vimeo or VOD in certain places. So you'll probably have to pay to watch it, but it's freaking amazing.
Worth every penny.
Yeah. And like Briscoe says,
let us
here,
know when you get the particulars.
Yeah, I'll, for sure, because I mean, it is, again, I love their 1980s science fiction one. I love their horror documentary. The stuff that they're doing is really great. But what was I going to say about the military and the aliens, guys?
That's what happened.
I don't know, but I want to
your
see the
pajamas
horror
on,
ones
Matthew.
because I'm a horror
I'm
guy.
sorry, Matt. I got so excited, Matthew. I got so
Are you wearing the
excited.
hat with your pajamas?
No, I'm not wearing a hat.
But I'd have to agree with Briscoe. Alien is boring. I mean, it is basically a very artistic director trying to display his craft in a intelligent manner, and we're all supposed to sit back and drink tea and go, indeed. Right?
Nah, that's such a millennial approach to things. I mean, you have to think about 1970s filmmaking. It was all set up. It's
I
story
know, but
building up.
it still is pretty typical and pretty, you can see everything coming. Like, what's going to happen. So why do they keep sending, or why does one person keep going out by themselves?
The only reason you know what's
over and
coming is
over again.
because you've seen these things happen after the fact in the future.
Okay, but Aliens is by far 100 times better than, even though I'm a huge Ridley Scott fan, huge.
Right.
Aliens is by far a superior film because they have taken layer upon layer of personalities and dynamics and situations and locations, and they've shuffled that deck just over and over and over again, and they're working that at you all the time. It is probably one of the most difficult films, I would think, to write, just because there's so many dynamics going on at the exact same time with all of these characters, locations, etc., and it builds to a tempo, builds again and again and again until you have your absolute perfect ending. I think Aliens is probably one of the most brilliant films ever. I don't think better than Blade Runner, but close.
You know what? It's exactly what I was saying when I first came into, is that I think that Aliens is one of the 3 films that I can think of that are actually perfect. And
so Akira, Blade Runner, and Aliens?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Akira's a really good, solid one.
Okay, go on.
Raiders of the Lost Ark, Aliens, and the third one I'm leaving up for debate because there's a couple things that go back and forth in my head. But I mean,
yeah,
I have a definite connection to The Fifth Element, but that's also just me. I'm sure there's
Element
another
is another really good one, though.
Yeah.
Matthew's kind of biased with The Fifth Element, though. So.
Yes, that is correct. I am very biased on The Fifth Element. I'm sorry.
But it was a great movie, but you're definitely got a bias towards it.
Yeah. My wife worked on that film.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll do it.
Princess Bride is up there with me, too, on a multi-genre, almost perfect film. If you're a kid, it reaches you, right? Because it's fun. It's got romance, it's got action, it's got there are so many elements of comedy,
and
it's got Fred
Savage
comedy.
And
yes, it's just
it's awesome.
man.
Okay, have you guys ever heard of The Fisher King?
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
Okay, The Fisher King is equal amounts action, drama, comedy, myth. And there's a couple other elements in there. It's I would say one of the more difficult films that they have pulled off, and it's brilliant.
Well, I think it's still a difficult film to watch if you have a heart for the homeless and people with different perspectives on things. It's a tough movie to watch sometimes.
Right. Yeah,
all right. So, based off of this conversation here, and not to take anything away from Punks on Film, I think we need to do a roundtable of great films. First off, just a roundtable of films that we all think are absolutely amazing. And I think we need to do a roundtable discussion on Aliens by itself. And I'm not afraid to talk about that movie for 4 hours.
I could talk about that movie for forever. I don't know if you guys, if you ever saw him or not, but Leonard did a series of goofy action figures in the 1/18th scale and the 1/12 scale. And they work amazing, especially if you throw them in some synthetic dye and you dye them, because even the translucent parts come through, and so the dye doesn't seep through to all of it. So the white one turns kind of this really dark maroon brownish color with some of the highlights still there, and then you can chrome the teeth, And, while they're, poorly articulated and detailed because they're cheap toys, they still look phenomenal. And I've done a
Those
bunch of
figures, though,
pictures
for
with
the
them.
price, were not bad at all. For the price,
Oh
Yeah.
man,
Yeah. No
I'm
kidding.
just mad I did not buy more sets of the 1/18 ones.
Yeah.
Because they kind of work with the Kenner aliens.
Yep. They
And
sure do.
I did buy several of those for Connor Santa Claus. He doesn't watch this late, so I can say I bought several of those for Connor a few years back to go because he has the full lineup except for the vehicles, only because I can't find them at what I consider a reasonable enough price to pay for them.
Yeah.
Of the Kenner line.
Yeah,
He's got
one for $5. Let me see if it's the right one. I'll be right back.
The Leonard ones, I was amazed that some of those went on clearance, and I picked up more when they were on clearance.
I wish I had,
and
especially the Queens.
Oh man! Every time I saw them, I try to pick some up. I got the red queen and the purple queen, so I have the one with the sound effects and the ones without. But the purple queen looks better without having to dye it. The red one, you kind of, I don't know, unless you're doing the red versus blue, like that whole story arc in the comic books about the two different factions of aliens. Yeah. But I'm a huge fan of that, and even more so watching this documentary because it brings out something that I knew deep down, but never really kind of internalized or vocalized about the making of the movie and James Cameron as a filmmaker in general, on the aspects of family that he puts into all of his movies, and the way he creates real female characters, unlike modern Marvel and DC and Star Wars female characters who are one-dimensional and not even female anymore, versus these that are actual female characters that are nurturing mother-like characters, but they're bosses, right? They're the woman of the household that directs everybody, right? They're Ripley leading the Marines, taking over for Gorman when Gorman fails because he's an inexperienced military commander. That's what I was going to say. The Marine Corps had come up to the actor who plays Gorman and told him, "Hey, man, we really love your portrayal, and we used the footage of you from this movie on training our officers on what not to do."
Wow.
Which is great because then you also have an outstanding sergeant in Apone who is the model of what a sergeant should be. And
the
not
mother.
only that,
he plays the mother, right? The officer is father. Sergeant is always mother, as they explain in the military. That's how they always told us, right?
Yeah.
Right.
The mother, brings the troops in under their wings, is hard and tough, but also loves. But the father is just strict and just says. But the whole thing with Sigourney Weaver, Ripley, that was probably the most brilliant. It's like a subplot. It's the B plot that builds as an undercurrent, this horrible tension of just nobody's taking anything seriously here. And she's like, guys, you have no idea what these things can do. There's so many freaking, I don't know how they wrote that, because there's so many. It's like if you were to watch one of those screensavers where there's just rotating lines going around and around and around again until it builds and takes a new direction, all that stuff. Sorry for all the hands waving. That's kind of
no, it's all good.
But just the way that she builds and becomes,
we're used to watching
like you. Okay, fair. Like you were saying, like the way how it builds, and she becomes the leader of the military. The military squad. That is insane. It's so well done, and I'm not a big, I like sci-fi only when it's done perfectly, and you'd have to say that film is near perfect.
Yeah, I agree. And there are two moments in which these things happen in the movie, and you can see it. And it is that moment of indecision from Gorman when Ripley takes over the APC and charges in there to make sure everybody gets out. That's number one. And number two is when she presents her opinion, and Burke puts up a counter proposal about the corporation, and then Ripley says, well, I believe this is a military operation, and I believe Corporal Hicks is in charge. And Burke is trying to dismiss, well, Corporal Hicks doesn't have the authority to, whatever. And Hicks is like, well, I mean, reluctantly, she's right. And I just say we take off and nuke the site from orbit. And so he totally backs her play, putting her firmly in the command seat in terms of this whole operation, because she's the only one that's had experience with it. And the soldiers, the grunts, the enlisted, understand people with experience are the ones that you trust and the ones that you can lean on and the ones that you look to for leadership. Whereas the people who are in leadership are officers, and they don't have the on-hand ground experience of going up through the trenches. So while they may have a global view of things, they don't have a personal view. And so they miss a connection between some of the soldiers if they're a bad leader, like Gorman was.
Right.
So,
and check this out. This might be possible. I'm not sure. This is working theory, but she might have played, Sigourney Weaver might have played mother, father. Because if you think about it, she played mother to Newt.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
And then she played mother to the squad, as in almost a fill-in for the sergeant. So an NCO.
Yep.
And then she basically took over for Gorman, which is father.
Yep.
So there may have been like a triplex persona that she was building throughout the film as everything rose and rose.
You really watch the respect build.
Yes.
Throughout. Because from the moment they awaken out of the pods on ship, the Marines are cocky, as they should be. They have done this before, right? There's nothing they're going to be shocked by.
Right.
And they're like, all right, we're going to go through this. And you see the distrust for Gorman right away.
Yep.
Like they get into that meeting. He can't get their names right, which was actually ad-libbed. That was messed up because he was supposed to say Hicks and he said, he was supposed to say Hicks and he said Hudson. And then, just completely,
Hudson.
They were like, well, that's perfect because it fits exactly the narrative we're looking for.
Yeah.
Well,
then
go ahead. Sorry.
In the drop, when they're like, so how many drops have you done? And he lists off his number, and then they go, how many combat drops?
Two.
The
hardest part
in that
all
whole
of this
thing
stuff.
was ad-libbed.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. The most amazing thing about Aliens is that this all works. You've got so many elements, so many people, so many locations, and they all somehow, they connect here, then over there they connect again, and then and then it builds, and then it rises, and etc. The most amazing thing is that it works. It's so how does it? If anyone else was handling, I don't know how they did it, but if anyone else was handling it, it would feel contrived.
Yes,
and you'd walk away just being like, "Oh, that was just contrived."
Cameron worked really hard on bridging that gap, and he was for lack of a better term, he was a strict authoritarian on the script because he didn't want anybody deviating from the script. And so when Gorman said, "Hey, can I say thank you for the coffee?" James Cameron had to take a minute and think about it and process and do the calculations in his head and said, yes, you can do that. And then let him say the ad-lib portion of thank you for the coffee to Ripley before walking out, just to say, hey, I'm a human. I may be inexperienced or not know what I'm getting into, but I'm a human being. And that moment conveyed so much. And so he allowed some of this, but he did not allow a lot of ad-lib. There was almost no ad-lib on this set at all.
Right. And he's like that in a lot of his movies.
Yep.
But it was because, first off, it had to make sense. It had to play into the narrative, right? Because when he says thank you for the coffee, think about what has transpired up to that point.
Yep.
And that was Gorman being like, I'm going to start deferring to Ripley because we are in over our heads, and it's that experience.
He willingly defers.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Was
that
that
was
before they left?
Yes, that was
I
before
was
she had
thinking.
agreed to go. That was in her quarters when she's a load lifter. When
Mm,
Burke and Gorman go to her quarters
that's right.
to
The
try and convince her
appeal.
to yeah, it was the appeal method. And so in that moment, he was showing his humanity, saying, "Hey, I mean, I'm a human. I'm not a jarhead. You know, we can
Whoa.
we can work together on whatever this is."
I'm not a corporate buy-in either.
Yes.
Because she
Yeah.
was still very distrusting of Burke at that time too.
Oh yeah. Well,
But
I
it
mean,
doesn't
the
matter.
whole
It
whole
doesn't.
movie is anti-corporate, but you know,
Yeah.
Which
Doesn't
I
matter
love.
how well it was written or how well it was directed. It still all comes down to right. Just that
Right.
beauty of that chirping. Now you just all you want to do is find whatever this gun is and sit behind it for at least a year. And
Man,
just,
I almost bought the
send
Nerf
shit
one.
downrange.
Oh, so did I.
I
Yeah,
wanted the Nerf one so bad, but I just could not afford.
No, it was just too expensive.
Yeah,
It was.
Yeah.
But
It was
and
$125, something like
yes,
that.
yep.
Best recreation of the gun of the pulse rifle to
Oh yeah,
date.
absolutely.
Except for maybe some of the 3D printed ones I've seen people use.
One more story. One more story about aliens for me. So they talked about it in this documentary about how Sigourney Weaver had shot this scene, and it was all about her daughter, and that was like the foundation of her entire character. They shot this scene, and then she found out later that it was cut from the movie, and it disappeared. And for me, growing up when I did and seeing it when I did, because I begged my sister to take me to it, and she wouldn't take me to it because she said, "You're going to have nightmares," and I'm not dealing with that. And eventually, when I saw it on a Fox broadcast, and Fox used unused footage in their movies to supplement what they cut out. And so they put that entire scene in the movie. So the first time I saw it, I saw that scene, and I told my friends about it. My friends were like, "What the fuck are you talking
That's
about?
not real."
And nobody believed me until the
You must have
20th
fallen
anniversary
asleep, dude.
DVDs came out. And now I feel vindicated.
Love
And that
those.
was the whole basis for Sigourney Weaver's developing her character as she went through the whole movie, was that one scene of that film that she was looking at, a picture of her mother, by the way, as she's looking at it, calling it her daughter.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay. Like that might have been over explaining. It might have been good that they cut it. It's sort of like when Akira did their reboot with
director.
new voices. Yeah. So they put out this new reboot. I think it was in 2011 or something like that. So they did extra with the new English dub. They explained, well, what if we took a amoeba and we split it and made it into a spiritual thing and then regraft? It's like you're explaining too much. Just leave some of the mystery in there that makes a person go, "Whoa, what is going on? This is wild."
Well,
right?
I go back and forth on it because I understand the part of cutting it for time, but when you consider everything that was put in that special edition, I think that makes it a complete movie.
A more perfect movie, in my opinion, too.
I think it makes it just perfect because it's not going too deep into her backstory, because we've seen her from Alien, but now we get to see the other side of the story, just a little bit more, and it gives a whole lot more context to why she's connecting with Newt, why she's doing this.
Yes, because the original cut of the film, they briefly glaze over the fact that she had a daughter.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm
I know
sorry,
you're on
I know
a bit
I'm
of
on
a
a
lag.
bit of a delay. I was just gonna say, the on Aliens, man. I think really the only weak part in Aliens is Newt, just because she's annoying, but she has to be there. To move the story along. She's integral to the story. But Aliens, I don't know how many times I've seen Aliens, but I would venture that Aliens is not even a horror movie. It's a sci-fi action movie. Alien is definitely a horror movie, but Aliens isn't. It's an action movie. And
I agree with that.
overlay, but I agree. It's damn near perfect.
The horror of Aliens is a different horror entirely from Alien, right? So Aliens is 100% action sci-fi.
Well, it's almost thriller, right? It'd be like a thriller compared to a horror.
It's the horror aspect to me of it is the queen at the end.
Yeah.
Because now it's like you've gone through the littler monsters, you see how they measure up against the Marines. And although the Marines, if they could have from the start as a squad been able to handle this in a way that they would have, like if they didn't invade the nuclear reactor where they could not use their firearms, right? If they were all able to use the loadouts that they had going in, right? If they were all able to have those weapons on hand to go from the start, after the initial first shock of, oh crap, they're coming out of the walls, they could have regrouped a lot faster and been able to kind of fight back. But if maybe the aliens were coming to invade them when it was just the smaller squad of like 4, then the drones and the warriors that we've seen would have had much less of an impact. They weren't as scary because you already saw the Marines can mow them down.
Yeah.
Right.
But the queen, they couldn't hold a candle to herself. She was horror.
Yep.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I would say that one of the best suspenseful scenes that ever been filmed, at least in an action style movie, was the readout when they were approaching. You know, where are they?
Oh, yes. Where are
they?
Yeah.
Getting closer. They should be right in front of us. I can't see a damn thing, and he goes up above the ceiling.
6 meters.
And they're all there.
3 meters.
Yeah.
Right. When he pokes his head into that drops, every time I poke my head into a drop ceiling, that scene flashes in my brain.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
I have to do it a lot for work. I have to do that a lot at my job. I have to look above drop ceilings.
Man, we gotta hire one of your buddies to prank you then, dude. Dress up as an alien, just be like, going upside down.
The brilliant,
I gotta tell you.
the brilliant horror, or the difference between like Alien and Aliens in terms of the xenomorphs was in like the ecology that you see in Aliens that was only kind of dabbled with a little bit in Alien, but it really reminded me, where you from a chest burster, face hugger, like a drone, a queen, eggs, egg sac, egg laying. It's almost like an ant-like ecology, or it's unsettling because like we know that in nature, but then it's twisted with this nightmarish blend of exoskeleton and human, and it is just brilliant, and kind of interesting going back to Alien a little bit. Ridley Scott, in a way, I mean, he was handed kind of, to be frank, a turd, because Dan O'Bannon was the guy who wrote Alien.
Yep.
Dan O'Bannon wanted to direct Alien. He wrote Alien, and they, if I remember correctly, they were really keen on greenlighting it because of the chest burster scene. They thought that was horrific and brilliant. Dan O'Bannon didn't really have a whole lot to his name. And the movie that Dan O'Bannon directed relatively after the success of Alien, after not being given the director role, was Return of the Living Dead. I think Dan O'Bannon, I think that was the movie he directed, and he wasn't really allowed to direct anything after that. But he wrote Alien, and it was Ridley Scott who kind of, elevated that to something a little bit.
Well, so Alien had been bantied about a bunch of times and was 90% into production when it was pulled, and they shifted gears completely, and then I guess it was almost a decade later. I don't know. It was many years later that they went with Ridley Scott and finished the movie, because it was like a totally different movie. Dan O'Bannon wasn't directing that one either. It was somebody else. I can't think of who it was, but Dan O'Bannon's writing is phenomenal, and he's done a lot of great writing throughout the years in science fiction stuff. So I don't, can't speak to his directing credits because I haven't seen that, but
well, I do love Return of the Living Dead, but
yes,
very much so. But it would have been a very different movie for sure.
I enjoyed all the memes going around this week.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the July 3rd
Return of the Living Dead memes for the July 3rd.
Yeah, 5:30 p.m. I never got a chance to meet or in any way interact with Stan Winston, but
oh yeah,
I did. Unfortunately, after he passed, earlier on in the Stan Winston School of Character Arts, if you signed up for a particular class, you would interact with it. You'd interact with the instructor or the person being filmed, and like video conferencing, like a Skype type session. But via one of those sessions, I was able to talk with his son, Matt Winston, who is running the Stan Winston School of Character Arts at the moment, and which was really cool. That's the closest I'll get to the effects side, production side of Aliens. But when I finished the little mask making course that they had at the time, which I don't think they offer, and now they just do like the DVDs, there's only 2 or 3 of us that like graduated from the course, that particular course. But on it was the Queen and some other characters from Stan Winston's amazing career. But his son was super cool. Matt was awesome. Very nice, very passionate guy about trying to teach and bring up. Now, I'm too old to die young, but he's very passionate about helping the younger folks out and trying to foster special effects and traditional effects and all that good stuff and teach it through his school.
I don't know if you saw my comment earlier. I don't know if it was noted or not, but I did mention that one of my favorite shows to watch when it came on was Face Off. And that was a reality competition show that actually took VFX artists and put them into making practical things with Tatopoulos and V. Neal and some other people that have been around the industry a long time. Yeah. And I thought the artwork and the camaraderie and the stuff that they produced was absolutely phenomenal. And I love to see practical effects, as I think you guys were talking about earlier. Practical effects makes a huge difference. We were watching, Mrs. Doubtfire and a couple other things recently where we're like, this movie wouldn't stand up if it weren't for Independence Day. Those movies would not stand up if they were not a majority practical effects.
That's right.
Yeah. And so that makes a huge difference, and that art is being lost, and it's sad to see it go because of how that tactile sensation makes such a difference in visual, but also intellectual, in learning, and the physicality of touching and feeling and using something. And that's why we like toys so much, right?
That's right. And to prove exactly your point, I think, look at, with the same artist, 20 or 25 years difference, the American Werewolf in London, Rick Baker won an Academy Award for the werewolf scene in particular, and fast forward 20 some odd years later, where he's brought on, one of his last films that he worked on was Universal Studios' The Wolfman with
Benicio del Toro.
Yeah, that's right. And the studio meddled very much so with a lot of his traditional effects. He had done some ZBrush sketches and some traditional sketches and was doing traditional special effects makeup for the Wolfman. And the studio kept messing with the guy who won an Academy Award for werewolf transformations on film. They wanted to CGI all over it, and you can see it in the final film. And when you look at those two films, which one do you remember more fondly, American Werewolf in London or the Wolfman with Benicio del Toro. You know?
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah,
well, I
nobody
think
remembers.
that
movie was
Benicio del
awful.
well, I still like the Benicio del Toro one. I thought it brought an interesting element with the two actors, Anthony Hopkins and Benicio del Toro. But yeah, I mean, I always go back and watch the original because the Universal monsters were the original multiverse of films, right?
Yeah, and you know, when we look at going back to Stan Winston, Aliens, he worked on the Monster Squad, where they had an opportunity to redesign.
Yes.
You know, they couldn't secure the Universal licensing, so they made a redesign on Frankenstein. But the gentleman who wore the Creature from the Black Lagoon suit, the redesign, first of all, the guy that painted that was Steve Wang, and
the neck piece was the original from the original Creature from the Black Lagoon, the original Gilman neck.
Oh, that's awesome! I didn't know that. Well, Matt Stone and who's since passed, unfortunately, and Steve Wang, who's brilliant, did the original paint job for Predator, for the original Predator.
Yeah.
Did the paint up for the creature, and the guy who wore the suit later on did Alien. I think was one of the two guys who owns Amalgamated Dynamics. And they went on to do, I think Alien 3 was their first one, but definitely Alien Resurrection. And but kind of interesting that, kind of a full circle thing there. But yeah, man, traditional effects, that's what's so great about watching older film is there's a visceral realness to it that really captures, it means something. When you look at things are too perfect now, and it's too perfect and too slick, and it just doesn't really resonate, and you can see it, and it's like newer stuff. A lot of artistry is put into it, but it feels more disposable in a weird way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because all these makeups get thrown away anyway, but at the same time it feels real, it feels lived in, it feels like it actually exists, and your eye can always see the uncanny valley. And the uncanny valley is always the detriment to all CGI art, is because your brain knows it's not real, and so it takes you out just for a second, even if it's just a little bit of it.
Yeah, it does. There's I think there's a couple directors out there that really try to push for traditional as much as they can. Where CGI, I think, could be very, very smart is backgrounds, maybe some transition shots. When we look at the Fallout recently, that was a beautiful blend, for the Ghoul. What's that actor's name? Brilliant actor. Awesome.
Scoggins. Walton Scoggins.
Walton Goggins, right? Yeah. Awesome dude. And
Goggins.
Seems to be an awesome guy. And anyway, that makeup though, beautiful blend of digital and traditional. Traditional makeup. The guy sat in the chair for many an hour, but then of course they had to green screen out CGI out the nose to give it a cavity that wouldn't really be easily achieved in makeup. And I think in that case, that worked really damn well. It looks awesome.
Yeah.
I gotta say, sorry, I just got cut in with that real quick. That Fallout series is definitely a perfect blend. We've seen what perfect blends can do between CGI and practical, right?
Yeah. And
I hope that they keep utilizing that. I understand that might mean bigger budgets, but you know what? If the writing's there, and then you have CGI, supported with practical effects, you will probably make that money back. But writing is such a crucial part.
Yes, absolutely. Here's my theory on the whole problem at hand. If we keep the infrastructure in place of people that can actually do practical effects are actually cheaper than CGI, because the computing power and the time alone that it takes to make those effects are longer than it does to actually make them practically. So you could actually save money if you did more practical effects, as long as you hired competent people to do them. And then story, yeah, the scripting also has a big part to do with it.
Wow.
You know, we see it every time there's a writer's strike. Projects that should be an easy grand slam, right? That should knock it out of the park. And then a writer's strike comes along and they're already too far into development on a property that they can't not do it. So they try to get somebody else to do it. And then it just fails. Uh-oh,
Yep.
who just had a tumble? Is
That
that
was
you,
me.
Matt?
Yep, that was me.
Of course it was
Matt dropped his phone. I'm going to take a drink.
Everybody take a drink.
Right. Everybody take one. So Briscoe's got a question for Ed.
I didn't fall
And
asleep.
are you sure? Because I had this highlighted for a while and you did not respond.
I was surfing something on another screen. Sorry.
I appreciate that.
He's resting his eyes.
The way he was just so sitting there, it looked like he'd had him propped himself up in that ultimate range that he's not going to slump over for it. So Ed did not pull a bud.
Speaking of which, guys, I do have to go and get some sleep.
Oh,
So
yeah,
thank you
same.
for indulging me tonight. I appreciate the conversation. You guys are wonderful. I love to hear your VFX stories over there. That was awesome. Thanks for being so awesome, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Nice meeting you, dude.
Later, Matthew.
All right, Matt.
So Ed, we've got a pencil in coming up soon. We've got to make a date for an Aliens stream and then just a movie night. We're going to do a Clubhouse movie night. We're not going to talk about toys as much. We're going to talk about movies because I think we all have a shared passion for this. And another reason why I like this Clubhouse format, because although we are all known for our toys, there are a crap ton of other topics that we all love and can nerd out about, have similar views or differing views. And that's one of the best parts, is that this has become that common ground where people with differing views on things are actually able to converse about that and not have to feel all butthurt at the end. Like,
there'll
so
be
many
plenty of butthurt. Plenty.
Well, that's for other reasons, but just please use some lube.
Fair enough.
Well, guys, we've gone on for just shy of 6 hours here, so I think maybe we should probably try to wind it down. As much as I know our other friends. Look.
Whoops, sorry, guys, I got it.
Good to see you, Aaron, and let it be known that both of the boys from Hello Dope Toys were sent a link tonight to be here if they had time, as I know Saturdays can be a very family important day, and both of them have families, as well as an amazing toy store that they're running. And I already steal one of their employees for most of the night. But Aaron, thank you for being here and showing up, even if it is just to say hello at the very end here as we're going to wrap things up. You guys, we need to have both Ted and Aaron on again on a Saturday night sometime, whenever you guys have the free time to work it out, please, because we would love to have you here. All right, guys, let's do the round table, the usual. Ed, we'll start off with you, my brother.
All right, what do we have going? What is today? Sunday already? Sunday morning. So tonight, 9 o'clock, of course, we have the Hella Dope stream at 9 p.m. And then on Tuesday, I don't know what our topic is on Tuesday night, but because I forgot, I'm sure I'm supposed to know. But Tuesday night on my channel for the Toy Elite show at 9 o'clock Eastern time, me and the Mr. Wonderful will be doing our show like usual with some fun conversation and some fun songs to go along with it. And then I'll be all over the YouTubes other than that.
So I keep saying Ed's taken over as my role as the busiest man across ToyTube because he's popping up everywhere now. You and Pop Blender both have stolen my mantle.
Pop is more than I am. That boy's live all day long, every day.
I get it though. It's an addiction. Like it's fun. It's a rush. You enjoy having these conversations. All right, Renders.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thanks, Aaron. Just reminded me, this week is actually the 9th. I forgot. Tuesday the 9th, I'll actually have Ted Darklaw on with me for Ed and Ted's Excellent Adventure because Travis is traveling for work. So thanks, Aaron.
There it is. There it is. Now we've which means Ed, you probably need to get the thumbnail and all like that.
I probably do. Probably do. Forgot about that.
I was good.
I think the thumbnail's done, but I definitely need to post it.
Right. Hey, it's okay. Just drop it 45 minutes before you
Right.
go live, like I do.
Nah,
It works
done that
all the
before.
time.
It works.
It works every time. I'm telling you. And then show up like an hour late to your show. That works too. I promise. Renders, what we got coming up from you, brother?
All right, guys. Well, hey, it's been a pleasure and an honor to speak with you guys and chat and hang out. And definitely appreciate your time and listening to me ramble. Coming on up is I'll be speaking on a panel at SDCC. I'm not sure which day or if we're allowed to share which day, but it'll be me and a couple other fellas from the Hatter Toys and talking about Flip War and the champions of Neferity. And so that'll be exciting. We'll either see dozens of people or maybe we'll see more than that. But SDCC, there's usually a lot of folks, so we're pretty pumped about it. Outside of that, I'm really, really excited and honored to have a small table at this year's Legions Con. Jeremy, he got hit hard with a ton of vendors who have really proven their worth and mettle well before me, but he said, we've got a table in an uncomfortable location, but if you're willing to take it, then it's yours. And I said, hey, it's an honor just to be there. And so we'll see where that goes. But I'm excited about that. So I hope to see many of you at Legions Con.
I will definitely be making it there, as my life has been threatened if I don't. So it's going to happen.
There you go.
That's a joke. Nobody's actually threatened my life, but trying to hook it up. And then trying to also have, still trying to smuggle my way into a intern for a day as well. Trying to smuggle my way into that because I just need to be a part of that. Ken, if you're still with us, since you had the mic muted and your camera off, what you got coming up, buddy?
You had to step away. You just messaged me. Let me know.
Oh. Okay, he had said earlier BRB in the private chat, but I didn't say anything. Well, Steve, what's next? What's the next big thing coming to the site at delta17toys.com? I know you posted an update earlier about some JoeFest stuff that's going to be available.
Yeah, it's we got so much going on at the same time. It's hard to say what happens where and when. We are putting together a load to go to New Jersey to the fulfillment center. So that'll be the Red Okami, known as the Elite Sentry, and the physical comic book being sent down there. I'm not sure how fast we can get it there. We have to broker it through. We have to secure a truck for an LTL, less than full load. So it's everything is, I'd love it to be there in 2 weeks, but I don't know if that's going to happen. In the meantime, we're working on the Hind. We're working on Wave 2. We're working on Wave 1.5. We've got some loose elements falling into place for the comic book number 2, etc. So there's a lot of pans in the fire, and we're just sort of juggling. And we're a very small company, but we're doing our best to impress people, and hopefully we can deliver.
So far, you guys have been on delivery, period.
Well, thank you.
I mean,
Appreciate that.
Well, right now, a lot of indie guys, they go out of the Kickstarter, and then it takes time, right? Where you already had an idea, you started running with it, you didn't bother with the Kickstarter. So by the time these things were in a stage where people were getting amped up and ready to buy, you guys were able to start putting them in our hands much faster. And I gotta say, that's great, because I know what it's like to be in on a pre-order wave and wait over a year to get a figure.
Oh yeah,
and
I'm in many waiting periods for many Kickstarters,
right?
But again, they're very much
goes.
necessary. Yeah, we appreciate the fact that this stuff is being made. If this is the only way it's going to get made, we'll take it. right? But sometimes it can be like, okay, what's going on, right? But
So just the fact that you guys didn't have to go through that, you guys found another way to get the product out into our hands in a much faster fashion than how I feel a lot of companies are. And that's not a knock on any of the other companies. That's all part of the process. And we love it. That's why we back them. So you guys are already out here impressing everybody with what you put out. There is not a figure I've put my hands on tonight that I just haven't loved doing.
Wow.
Right here. Two of the same figure. I've got two different looks. Both of them got everything stowed away, able to carry and go. Again, with the Okami Ninjas, again, I've got same figures, multiple variants, and just a two-handed grip on the sword. That's awesome. Couldn't do it with Snake Eyes. Couldn't do it with Storm Shadow. I can do it with an Okami Ninja. This isn't me just stroking some ego or praising my friend's toys. I don't talk about toys like that unless I really do appreciate them and love them.
Well, thanks, man.
My desk is completely covered in Delta 17 right now, which is really awesome to say. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
Ken, we kind of... Oh, you are more than welcome. Ken, we kind of skipped over to you, so I jumped over to Steve. What you got coming up, Ken?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I jumped out earlier because Toy Polloy actually did an unboxing of our... he did like a 6-minute unboxing of our stuff. So I just wanted to write Dave back and say thanks to that. As for what I got coming, I mean, hey, Ed, what do we got coming next week? And he would know the answer, right?
That's right.
Well, first off, everyone, I did do a super cut of my history of G.I. Joe from 82 to 89. And even if you've seen all those videos, check out the special 5-minute intro that I prepared for Cobra Convergence. And then I worked on a video on the history of the Adventure Team, and I asked Ed, Jim Largo, and Toy Sorceress from Toy Habits to come in and just kind of serve as like, Oz, you know how it is, to kind of serve as like talking heads. Yeah, there you go. One of the flocked hair dudes, right? Just kind of work as like talking heads, and I just kind of snipped the whole thing together, and I got so much good footage I didn't have to talk nearly as much as I normally do on that video. I was very proud of it at the end. For those of you who are on the Patreon, it's already up on there. Ed obviously got first access because he worked on it. And yeah, everyone I worked on it with was very proud of it, very happy. So I'm gonna bump it up in the schedule, and it's gonna come out next week instead of, if I hadn't finished it as early as I did, it would have come out the week after. But I'm gonna bump it ahead of another video. So yeah, that's what's going on. And whenever Steve needs help on Delta 17, I get a phone call. We look through designs, right?
Yeah, you got it, man.
Yeah. Right. So that's what's coming down the pipeline.
Excellent. And now for Down South 77 3-star draw, the man of many names, many titles. What you got coming up, brother?
Yeah. Never get tired of hearing that. Try to get it all out. Maybe I won't Transformers out here with the lag. I've got a video that I shot while I was down here this weekend at my camper. Been down here since Wednesday, and it's not really a toy video. It's kind of ties into G.I. Joe, but kind of shot some footage around here. We're on my property, my camper, and then I went and walked through my very awesome creek that is down here below me, narrating and telling funny stories while I was basically just walking in the creek in the woods.
You mean
And
crick?
I'm gonna splice that together into a video. Today I took, crick. I took some figs down today and did some, what I hope will turn out is pretty good pictures with my actual camera. So I'm gonna try to get those on Instagram after I look at them, and any touching up. I hope I don't have to do much. Got some stuff I need to open. I have to get my Delta 17 figures opened up because I've been waiting for time that I can actually do the video on them so I can do a review on them. But I read the comic and I've just sat there and been staring at them, and I've had something to do. Hadn't had time to take to get them open and review them and play with them like I wanted. I almost brought them down here, but I didn't want to lose anything or mess the packaging up. So I got to get those open. A couple other just random things to unbox if I can get to. And Wednesday night at 8 Central, 9 Eastern, I'll have the next episode of Seven's Wild over on my channel. And that will be, as always, with Pop Blender, my cousin, who will turn up yet again on our every other Wednesday show.
Nice. Well, thanks, man.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Oz, what about you?
Well, so, of course, next Saturday night, you guys can catch me here, of course, on Clubhouse, where I'll be joined by many of the same friends that you see now. Probably most of them will be here again with me because, they just can't get enough of me either, as well as all you guys in the chat who we always love to see. And July 18th is going to be the next episode of the Frenzy over on Skeletor's channel. Make sure you come check us out over there. We're actually going to be talking a little bit about some of Tommy Hodges' work, as our good friend and fellow co-host Sean Scavarna just got his Tila, his Mondo Tila. So he's going to be showing that off, and there's going to be a lot more talk about females that evening. We are going to be talking about many of the strong female characters in the toy world and associated media beyond. So I know a couple of ladies that will be making another appearance on that show that we're shown off here tonight. And even though I'm here just plugging myself away as per usual here, Andrew Davis wants to make sure and ask, Renders, if you need some help at your table, he's just across the water in New York. So the dates, I believe it's the 9th through the 11th. I want to say for Allegiance Con. Hang on one second. I will bring that back up.
Of November, right? So
9th through the 10th. It's the 9th and 10th, and then of course the intern for a day is going to be the 8th, because it's always the day before. It's going to be just an amazing weekend full of fun. So Andrew, definitely mark your calendar and we'll see you there. And see, look, you're already recruiting help from the chat without even being there yet, which is always a good sign.
That's amazing.
Andrew was one of the he was one of the volunteers for Ed at JoeFest.
Oh wow!
So,
there you go.
Yeah, so he has actually.
Oh, that Andrew Davis. Okay, yeah. Super nice guy.
Yeah, Andrew's
super
awesome.
Yeah, he's always in wrestling mode, right? Yeah, he's volunteered to help our Delta 17 booth a bunch of times, but as I usually tell him, like we had like 150,000 offers already, like so. I just told him, I'm sorry, bud, you got to get in line. Not
very knowledgeable fellow.
Before he asked, we had like 80 people already. So, but yeah, really knowledgeable guy, right? Like loves his wrestling.
Definitely.
So, if he ever does,
Andrew's an amazing person.
Wrestling all the time.
Yeah, very nice guy. Very impressed.
Andrew is great. Got to meet him while we were at PowerCon. He came out to dinner with all of us the one night with Mega J and Terrence, as well as John Emerald Knight. We all got to enjoy some pizza and wings together and all like that. It was a good time. So
cool.
I'll be looking forward to doing it again.
I wish I got the chance to have lunch or something with Andrew, because it was on the very last day. I think he messaged Jay asking if he wanted to go for waffles, and I'd already made plans to go down to where the restaurant is at the Marriott, so I could get straight to the booth and not be late for the last day. But I think Jay may have had waffles with him, so
it's always good.
So,
it's tough, right? Because you're there, you're working. You're not just an attendee. So like there's a certain scheduled time frame because you've got to be at your booth. Like you can't not be at your booth.
Yeah.
So,
Plus, you want
Yeah.
to shop. Plus, you have so many people to talk to. Plus. It's like good grief.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, that was fun as hell. I should not have stayed up as late as I did on some nights, but
Yeah.
you know,
It's all of
head
us,
knows.
man.
But I still got up before you, Steve.
Yes, you did. Yep. I don't wake up, man. Alarms don't mean nothing to me.
Yeah, I was up to 3 or 4 in the morning on that Saturday, and then a few hours later, I was at your door. I need the credit card machine, Steve. Let's go. I'm like,
That's
right. I'm
basically
like,
had a
what?
nap and went to work.
That was a funny story.
Oh,
Yeah.
awful.
Hey, you said I'm giving you as my right hand man. I'm giving you the key card to the room
Yep.
in the case you need it. And the very
Oh, I
next
knew
morning,
it was coming, man. I knew it was coming.
right?
When
And
I
because I
pass
stayed
out,
up late,
it's out.
I'm like, well, this is what I'm paid to do. So even if I screw up the night before and almost walk into the women's bathroom and Ed has to come rescue me, and take random shots from strangers, I still got to make sure that the booth opens on time, no matter what
He
happens.
took a random shot from a stranger in the bathroom.
Yes.
Let's clarify.
Joe Baylitz was taking a leak with one hand, and he handed me a shot with the other as we were introducing ourselves to one another. It was a Jello shot of something. I think I came out of the bathroom and told Ed right away. In fact, I think it was when I almost went to the women's bathroom, and then that happened. And then I
There
came
we
out
go.
and I'm like,
almost. Yeah. Like, oops.
I'm not sure what stopped me.
Oh, sorry. I'm so
Maybe-
drunk. I don't know what I'm doing. Hi
Well,
there.
remember, Steve,
How are you?
Remember, Steve, I still got to get back to Canada, right?
Yeah, true.
Ken
Fair
was like,
enough.
I'm not going back
While
to
we're
jail.
here,
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, also don't forget to check me out. I am going to be on